Jack Mikaelson had always seemed like a perfectly ordinary teenager. Jet black hair, deep blue eyes, an athletic build, and a face attractive enough to draw attention, but not too much. A good student, a loyal friend, a loving son and brother. He was the kind of boy teachers praised and neighbors nodded politely to. But behind his composed exterior, Jack carried a secret that gnawed at his sanity, one that would make anyone recoil in fear. A voice. Since childhood, it had echoed in his mind like a cursed chant. Kill the sinners. At first, Jack thought it was just a figment of his imagination. He had always been a bit creative, after all. But as he grew, so did the voice. What began as an occasional whisper turned into a relentless, screaming presence. By the time he was 15, Jack had developed a horrifying ability. He could see people's sins. Not just sense them, see them, vivid flashes of every foul deed they had committed playing out in grotesque detail. He started distancing himself from his friends, not out of judgment, but because he couldn't bear to be near anyone anymore. The truth was nauseating. Classmates he had grown up with were not as innocent as they appeared. Only his family gave him peace. His mother, father, and little sister, he never saw sin in them. They were his sanctuary. And yet, even with them, he couldn't bring himself to share the truth. Because people fear what they don't understand. When Jack turned 18, the voice no longer whispered, it screamed. What had once been hours between episodes turned to minutes. Every day was a waking nightmare, and sleep became a rare, painful gift. Jack considered checking himself into a psychiatric hospital, but some part of him still clung to the hope that this madness had meaning. That hope died the night of the incident. Jack lay in bed, clutching his head as the voice roared inside him. Kill the sinners, kill the sinners. Shut up. You've been saying the same damn thing for 10 years. Jack groaned, pounding his head into his pillow. Silence followed for a moment. Say something else, anything else. I'm going insane, he yelled, ripping his jacket off the chair and storming out of the room. Downstairs, his parents looked up from the TV. Jack, where are you going? His mom asked gently. For a walk, he muttered. I'll be back soon. The streets of Chicago at night were far from safe. Crime festered like a disease, and to Jack, it was unbearable. Everywhere he looked, sin tainted the faces of strangers. He often thought he could become the world's greatest detective, solve crimes with terrifying accuracy. But what would he tell the police? A voice in my head shows me people's sins. Straight to the padded room. He tried to ignore the voice as he walked, hands over his ears. Kill the sinners. I'd like to kill some of them too after seeing the crap they've done, but they're not worth it, he hissed under his breath. Arguing with the voice had become second nature. But in his frustration, Jack didn't realize he'd wandered into the city's darker alleys, where even the bravest feared to tread. A scream sliced through the air. KYA. Jack's head snapped up. A bald man had cornered a terrified young woman. A knife pressed her throat. She couldn't have been older than 20. Help me, please, she cried out. Shut up, bitch, the man snarled, fumbling with his belt. One more word and I'll... Jack didn't think. The voice inside him roared louder than ever. Kill the sinners. God damn it. Jack ran and slammed into the man, tackling him to the ground. His fist connected with the man's jaw over and over again. Crack, smack, thud, blood sprayed. Teeth flew. The woman fled. Jack kept swinging, his fists raw and torn, until the man lay unconscious, face a mess of pulp and crimson. Jack backed away, panting, trembling, and leaned against the wall. Happy now, he spat. I did what you wanted. Kill the sinners. The voice murmured again, but this time something changed. It screamed, kill the sinners. Kill them. Pain exploded in Jack's skull. He dropped to the pavement, writhing in agony. Visions flooded his mind. Every sin the bald man had committed. Dozens of assaults. A life of cruelty, pain, and destruction. All of it hidden by luck and legal loopholes. Jack's eyes glowed, embers flickering in the blue. R.A.H., he roared, smoke rising from his lips. Kill these sinners, Jack murmured, standing up. His body trembled as smoke and flame coiled around him. He lifted the man by the throat with inhuman strength. The thug's eyes widened in horror as he thrashed and choked. G. The more he struggled, the tighter Jack's grip became, until the life drained from his eyes and his body went limp. And then the man burst into flames. Bone turned to ash. Flesh disintegrated in the inferno. Within seconds, nothing remained. Jack stared, shaking. What was that? Did I just... Before he could finish the thought, his own body ignited. Arg! Jack screamed as fire devoured him. His clothes vanished, then his skin, then his flesh and blood, until all that remained was a burning skull. A skull with golden fire blazing in its eyes. It let out a low, earth-shaking growl, then vanished into ash. No one ever found out what happened that night. Not in 10 years. Not in 50. Jack Mikaelson, the not-so-ordinary teenager, died in that alley. But what rose in his place had only just begun. Jack shot up with a scream, gasping for air. The sky above him was an endless sheet of gray, bleeding gloom through the forest canopy. He blinked rapidly. His vision was still hazy, but the cold air and damp scent of pine needles grounded him in reality, or something like it. A dream? He murmured. He staggered to his feet, clutching his head as a blinding pain ripped through it. Arg! Damn it! Then, just like that, the pain vanished. What the hell? Jack muttered, stunned. A moment ago, it felt like a drill was boring into his skull. Now silence. Real silence. He tapped the side of his head. Hello. Voice. You finally gave up. Nothing. No sinister whisper. No unrelenting chant to kill. Weird. Looking around, he realized he was standing in the middle of a dense forest. A wet wind tugged at the trees, threatening rain. He sighed. Great. Either I blacked out, or John drugged me again. Last time I woke up in Washington. Don't tell me. Jack groaned, the headache threatening to return just from the memory. If he slipped something in my drink again, I will remove his spine. He glanced down at his clothes. Black leather jacket, dark jeans, heavy boots. Okay. Who dressed me like a rock star? He scoffed, tugging at the jacket. Not bad, though. Looks badass. Patting his pockets, he found 3 items. An old BlackBerry phone, a single silver key, and an envelope. He examined the phone. Seriously? Do they still make these? The key was plain, but pressing the button on it made something ding nearby. Jack turned, following the sound. His eyes widened as he stepped out of the forest and onto the roadside. There it was. A matte black Harley-Davidson, accented with silver trim. Sleek. Aggressive. A work of art. He pressed the key again. Ding. No way. This beast is mine, he whispered, still in disbelief. He climbed onto the motorcycle, ran his fingers over the handlebars, and inserted the key. Vroom! The engine roared to life, and Jack felt the rumble in his chest like it belonged there. His mouth curved into a wild grin. Hell yeah. He accelerated down the road like a demon on wheels. The wind whipped through his hair, and for the first time in what felt like forever, he felt alive. No voice, no torment, just him and the road. Half an hour later, a roadside sign made him slam the brakes. Welcome to Forks, Washington. Again, Jack facepalmed hard. Why the hell do I always end up in Washington? He groaned, rubbed his temples, and muttered, it's fine. John's fault. When I see him again, I'm cutting his dam. Vroom! He took off again, entering the sleepy town of Forks. The place looked exactly as he remembered from the films. Heavy skies, thick forest, moss-covered buildings. Moody, isolated, peaceful in a weird way. Soon, he spotted a modest diner near the road. He parked the Harley smoothly and finally remembered the envelope in his pocket. Opening it, he found a motel key labeled $225, a stack of cash that had to be over $10,000, and a letter. His brows furrowed as he unfolded the note. Dear Jack Mikaelson, you have been chosen as a vessel of vengeance. Your assigned world is Twilight. You are the flame that will purge sinners from this world. Fulfill your mission, and you may return to your family. Mephisto. Jack read the note again, then again, a third time, 10 times. This is a prank, right? Please be a prank, he whispered. He crushed the paper and stuffed it into his jacket, just as a group of teenage girls walked by. "Nice ride," one of them shouted before disappearing into the diner. Jack turned toward the window and caught his reflection. He froze. "That's not me." He approached slowly. A tall, dark-haired teen with obsidian eyes stared back at him. Clean jawline, sharp features, like a different person, or the best version of himself. "I'm not dreaming," Jack whispered. He yanked out the old phone and dialed his father's number. Ring, ring. "This number does not exist." The phone dropped from his hand. No. He barely processed what he was doing as he jumped back onto the motorcycle and sped off to Pacific Inn Motel, the name engraved on his key. Room 225. He found a motel, locked the bike, and wandered the halls until he found a room. Inside, a single bed, an old TV, one bathroom. Basic, but real. He sat on the edge of the bed, trying to process it all. Forks. Twilight. A mission from Mephisto? How am I supposed to fight vampires and werewolves? I'm just... Ding-dong. He jolted at the sound and opened the door to see a postman. "Jack Mikaelson?" the man asked. "Yeah." "Sign here." He handed over a clipboard. Jack signed. The man handed him another envelope and left. Inside was a letter. "You have been enrolled at Forks High School. Classes begin Monday." Forks High School principal. He glanced at the calendar on the wall. Thursday. I really am in twilight. The next morning, Jack pulled into Forks High on his Harley. As the engine echoed through the parking lot, heads turned. This wasn't a town that saw many newcomers, especially not ones who looked like him. He parked, strolled into the front office, and handed over the letter. "Jack Mikaelson, here to register." "Welcome," the receptionist said with a warm smile. "You're in the system now. Classes begin Monday." She slid a schedule across the counter. Jack pocketed it and turned to leave. But as he stepped outside, he froze. 6 figures exited their cars across the lot. He knew them instantly. Emmett, Rosalie, Jasper, Alice, Edward, and a girl he didn't recognize. Petite, beautiful, bronze-haired, definitely not part of the movie canon. "Wait, that's not Bella." As the group walked, Alice suddenly stopped. Her body went rigid. Her smile vanished. The others noticed and surrounded her instantly. Jack's brow furrowed. What had she seen? He shook his head and returned to his bike, dismissing it all. "I'm not part of their story," he muttered. "I'm just an ordinary guy." But as the bike roared to life and he sped away, Alice's eyes remained locked in his direction, frozen on something only she could see. Something burning.
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
"Alice, what is it?" Edith asked worryingly. "Finally, I think I saw him." Alice muttered quietly, but everyone with their vampire senses heard her perfectly. "Saw who?" Jasper asked with a raised eyebrow. "And my partner," Alice murmured. Her gaze still lingered towards the direction Jack left. It was like she could still see him. Cullens were shocked. "Are you sure?" Edith asked with an anxious expression and with hope. Alice nodded dumbly. "I am not completely sure. I only saw him for a second, but I would never forget him. I have seen hundreds of visions, and this time the vision was even stronger. And it was like my whole being told me to turn my head around, and there I saw him, driving off with his motorcycle." "Kaya!" Edith squealed like a little girl. She grabbed Alice's hand tightly. "That is just like what happened with Jasper and I." Alice turned her head and smiled. "Oh, really?" "Ha ha ha." Emmett roared in laughter. "I guess you won't stay as an eternal maiden after all." "Damn, I lost the bet." Jasper put his hand forwards, and Emmett grudgingly gave him dozens of bills. "Thank you." Jasper gave a slight smile and put the bills in his pocket. Edith and Rosalie rolled their eyes, but afterward, they dragged Alice away for the girl talk, leaving the 3 Cullen brothers alone. Edward looked silent while thinking about something. "Edward, what is it?" Jasper asked, seeing Edward daydreaming. Edward shook his head, not sure. "I'm certain that I did read Alice's partner's mind, but I heard nothing except some noises of crackling." "Crackling? Are you sure you weren't mistaken?" Emmett asked. "Not sure. It was like a fire was crackling, Edward murmured and started strolling towards the school building, once again daydreaming. Jasper and Emmett looked at each other with questioning gazes. "He is getting weirder every day," Emmett said. Jasper nodded and started walking towards the school building, followed by the muscular Emmett. During the day, Alice was looking at the window, especially in the direction of a particular motel. At least she thinks she is looking in that direction because her whole being screams at her to keep looking. "Ollie! Alice! Alice!" She flinched and turned her head. She saw Edith's worrying gaze. "Alice, I called your name like 1,000 times." Alice stood up. Sorry. Didn't hear. Anyway, school is over." Edith pursed her lips. Alice giggled and grabbed Edith's hand. "Let's go home quick. We need to tell Carlisle and Esme." Edith rolled her eyes and let the super energetic pixie drag her. The Cullen siblings arrived at their house. The house was majestic looking with great architecture. It looked like a glass building with a beautiful forest surrounding the house. Alice, using her superhuman speed, entered the house first. "Carlisle, Esme." "Alice," Esme said, and left the kitchen wearing an apron. She has a heart-shaped face with a warm, compassionate look, billows of soft caramel-colored hair, delicate eyebrows, and a small, slender figure that was less angular and more rounded compared to the rest of her family. Alice hopped with an energetic expression. She grabbed Esme's hand tightly. "I found him." "Found him?" Esme asked and watched as the rest of the Cullens' siblings enter the house. "My partner," Alice said with a huge smile. Esme gasped, but then a sound of whoosh appeared, and a man appeared next to Alice. The man looks like a model. He has collar-length blonde hair, with a height of 6 feet 2 inches, with a well-toned medium frame, and gentle-looking eyes. "Is that true?" Carlisle asked with a thoughtful face. Alice nodded and said, "I only saw his back, but I am confident that it was him." "Where did you meet him?" Carlisle asked. "At our school." Carlisle and nodded thoughtfully. "In your visions?" "What kind of person he was?" Alice smiled and put a thinking posture, kind, loving, and very badass. Emmett chuckled, while Rosalie rolled her eyes. Esme smiled gently while Carlisle thought deeply about this. "Is there anything else?" Alice shook her head sadly. "I only saw bits. I only saw his face briefly 1 year ago." "But," Alice said and continued, "in almost every vision, there was a fire nearby." "Fire?" Carlisle rubbed his chin. "I am glad that you met your partner. But he is still only a human. We need to be careful with this." Alice looked downcast but nodded. Edith rubbed her head. "Think positively. You will perhaps meet him on Monday." Alice's downcast face instantly disappeared. A smile which could brighter any room replaced it. "That's right. I need to think about what to wear." After those words, she disappeared with inhuman speed and went to her room. Rosalie's eyes sparkled and followed behind her. Carlisle turned his head towards the others. "Keep an eye on him. I am happy for Alice, but since her visions didn't tell much, we need to know what kind of person he is." Emmett nodded and left the room. "I don't think it is necessary." Esme grabbed Carlisle's hand. "I agree with Emmett." Carlisle sighed and nodded. "I am just trying to be careful. There's been an increase of animal attacks, and since he's Alice's partner, I have a feeling that he isn't ordinary." Esme smiled and held his hand tighter. Alice has been waiting for this for a long time. She hides her pain under her cheerful personality, but she can't fool me. Carlisle nodded. "You are right." "Sorry," he said and kissed her forehead. Esme smiled and left the room. "I'm going to help Alice make the greatest first impression in the history of mankind." With those words, she disappeared towards Alice's bedroom. Carlisle chuckled and was left alone with Edward and Jasper. Edward, still daydreaming with his usual weird face. "Edward," Carlisle said. Edward was woken up from his stupor. "Yes. What is on your mind?" Jasper's mouth curved into a slight smile. He heard Alice's partner's thoughts and couldn't stop thinking about it. "Oh." Carlisle was curious. "What did you hear?" "I heard fire crackling noises. It was bizarre," Edward said and entered another daydreaming session. "Fire." Carlisle was thoughtful. He left the room and entered his study room. 3 days later, the sky started brightening up, and the usual gray sky of Forks appeared. Jack was sitting on his bed with his messy bed hair. His room was the same as previously. The only different thing was a bulge in his bed like someone was lying on it for 3 days and not doing anything. That's exactly what Jack did. He only stood up from the bed to go to the bathroom or to eat. He is feeling slightly depressed. He basically died, and now his parents need to suffer of losing their eldest son. Jack misses them. He even misses his annoying little sister. But today, he finally has to leave the not-so-comfy bed and go to school. Is it weird that I miss the voice? Jack murmured. He chuckled and stood up. It's definitely weird. He went to the bathroom to take a shower, but it was incredibly uncomfortable. He didn't even have space to move around. After that, he put on his favorite leather jacket, his only leather jacket, and his black jeans. He went towards a mirror and styled his hair. Who is he kidding? He did a few strokes and nodded. That's fine. Even though his hair was messy, it didn't diminish his unusual beauty. Even he feels slightly attracted while looking at the mirror, which made Jack more weirded out, and he was afraid to look at the mirror after that. Jack took the key to his motorcycle and the keys to his apartment and left the room he had spent the last 3 days. Jack moaned slightly after feeling the cold wind blowing at his face. Since the voice disappeared, he has learned to be thankful for small things. Enjoying nature was one of them. He walked towards his motorcycle, which was similar as always. Jack touched it tenderly and sat on the seat of the motorcycle. Jack backed off slightly, turned the motorcycle towards the road, and started driving. Virum. He took a few glances towards the sky and saw dark clouds appearing in the sky. He sped up more and started racing towards school, but once he was only a kilometer away from the school, he saw blinking lights behind him. Vee-woo. Jack turned his head and saw a police car approaching. Perfect. Jack stopped the motorcycle at the side of the road and waited for the police officer. The police officer had a mustache and curly brown hair, chocolate brown eyes. He stands about 6 feet 0 inches tall and has an average build with dark brown hair. Young man, any idea how fast you were going? The police officer said with an authoritative tone. But Jack gasped, Charlie, Bella's dad. Well, Charlie put his hand on his waist. Jack stood up from the seat and scratched the back of his head awkwardly. I am sorry, I was going to be late for school, and it is my first day. Charlie raised an eyebrow. First day? My daughter is going there as well for her first day. Bella is... Fuck sake. Jack wanted to curse aloud. Now he has to suffer the drama while he stays single and only has one option, and that is to suck his thumbs and cry. Charlie looked thoughtful but then said, I will let go of this incident this time. Next time I have to inform your parents. Jack nodded. I will drive safely from now on. Charlie nodded and asked, Your name? Jack Mikaelson. Jack said he didn't think that he had any reason to lie. Bella will find his name if her father asks her to. Charlie nodded and noted that name. Drive safe. Yes, sir. Jack saluted, which earned him a weird look from Charlie. Jack's forehead was drenched in sweat. He sat down on the seat of his motorcycle and started driving towards the school. I'm only an ordinary teenager. Why do I have to suffer like this? Jack thought and entered the school premises. He already saw a worn-out truck, definitely Bella's, and he also saw expensive-looking cars of Cullen's, but there was not a soul in sight. The yard was completely empty. Jack parked his bike and entered the building, not aware of the intense gaze directed at him from one of the windows. You are late, the woman at the registration desk said. Jack grimaced. He has never been very liked among the teachers, and he doubts it will be different in a different world. He scratched the back of his head. Sorry, won't happen again. The woman hummed and let Jack enter the school. Jack wiped his sweat and walked towards his classroom. He opened the door, and instantly entire class attention was on him. The teacher raised an eyebrow and put his hands on his waist to show his dominance. You're Jack Mikaelson, correct? He said with a grumpy tone. Yes. Jack said, Go to your seat. The teacher snorted and turned his gaze towards the students. Jack nodded and finally saw the people in the room. He only recognized 2 people, Bella Swan and Eric Yerke. Bella looked as awkward as she was in the movie, while Eric tried to get Bella's attention, but it wasn't going so well. Jack sat down in the front seat and started listening to the lesson of Mr. Mason, which was also English class. He suffered through the English class, next was government class, then trigonometry, which he hated with a passion, and finally P. He had to suffer through Jessica's intense gaze in trigonometry class, but finally, it was time for lunch. Instantly after the bell rang, he stood up and left for the cafeteria. He sat down on the corner table with a plate of food in front of him. Jack started eating and waited for the main cast to make their first appearance. Bella was suffering while sitting with Jessica, Eric, Mike, and Angela. They were gossiping, as always, while Bella tried to find salvation. Jack ate in peace, but he could feel an intense gaze at him, coming from Jessica. But gladly, he was saved. It was for the main cast to make their entrance. Emmett and Rosalie came first while holding their hands. Their beauty stunned the crowd. After them, Jasper and Edith came holding hands. Jack was now sure that the Twilight world was an alternate version. Finally, Alice and Edward came while walking slightly behind the couples. Bella was instantly stunned seeing Edward. But Jack was also stunned, not because of Edward, because of Alice instead. In his opinion, the movie didn't do genuine justice to her, but seeing her in real life was a breathtaking experience. Her cute and petite look mesmerized Jack. It would not be far-fetched to say that she was close to Rosalie's level of beauty. Jack shook his head and wiped slight drool from his mouth. He wasn't the only one who was stunned. The entire cafeteria was. Alice has always been a beauty like no other, but this was on a whole new level. They sat down on their usual seat, and the entire cafeteria's attention was still on them. Jack emptied his plate and was about to leave, but then he felt an annoying gaze at him. He turned his head and saw Edward glaring at him. Jack raised an eyebrow. Weirdo. Jasper and Edith were elbowing at Edward, who didn't stop glaring. Alice hid her face behind her hands, and her shoulders slumped, like the entire world was getting destroyed. Jack was feeling very uncomfortable. Wait. He glared at Bella because he couldn't hear her thoughts and felt attracted because Bella was his singer. Don't fucking tell me that this world is messed up that much. Jack trembled. He still sees Edward glaring at him. Jack bit his lips and whispered, "I am not in a guise, sorry." He knew that Edward could hear it with his super senses. Ha 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 ha. Jack saw and heard Emmett roaring in laughter, banging his fist at the table. Jasper and Edith tried to hold their laughter, while Edward's glaring increased in intensity. Alice's mouth also curved into a smile, not because it was funny, because now she knows that he prefers girls. But gladly, Edward's glaring stopped once he saw Bella. He started glaring at her instead. Bella immediately became shy under his intense gaze. Pervert, Jack murmured, and finally left the cafeteria. Behind him, loud laughter again erupted from Emmett, while Jasper and Edith couldn't hold it in either and started laughing. Edward became enraged. Rosalie was slightly amused, and Alice was love-struck. The next class was biology. Jack saw the famous scene of Edward and Bella sitting together, and instantly when the class was over, Edward ran off like a weirdo. It looked even stranger in real life. Jack shook his head and went towards his final class for the day. He sat in the last row, and with boredom, started waiting for the class to start. It was Spanish. This time Bella wasn't in the same class as he was. Instead, Alice and Emmett Cullen were. Alice hesitated for a moment, but decided to sit in the front row. She wasn't sure could she keep her desires in control. Emmett, on the other hand, with a silly grin, sat next to Jack. Jack glanced at him. Fuck. He is huge. Emmett's muscular body was way bigger than he first anticipated. Emmett turned towards Jack and put his hand forwards. Emmett Cullen, nice to meet you. Jack shook the hand. Jack Mikaelson, nice to meet you. Jack took his hand back and shook it slightly. Ow. My hand almost broke. Emmett grinned and concentrated on the class. Alice took sneaky glances the entire duration of class while narrowing her eyes dangerously, seeing Emmett talking with Jack. Where are you from, Jack? Emmett asked with a grin. Chicago, Jack said. Quite far away. Emmett nodded. How is Chicago? Shit place, Jack replied. Emmett controlled his urge to laugh. I see. The class went smoothly, and finally, the final bell rang. Jack and Emmett stood up. They left the class and met up with Alice in the corridors. Jack, meet my sister. Alice Cullen. Emmett, with a grin introduced both of them. Alice narrowed her eyes. Emmett felt chill, but ignored it for now. Jack put his hand forward with a slight embarrassment. "And nice to meet you, Jack Mikaelson." Alice sweetly smiled and grabbed his hand, but it felt like electricity struck them both once their hands touched. Jack widened his eyes, and his breathing started quickening. Alice was still smiling. She took her hand back. "Nice to meet you," she said, and dragged Emmett away. Jack looked at his hand. The trace of electricity still remained. Once Alice went far enough, she grabbed her chest and started breathing heavily. She almost lost control if she kept touching him 1 second more. "Are you all right?" Emmett asked curiously. Alice took a deep breath and nodded. Her face returned to her usual cheerfulness. "Let's go home," she said menacingly. Emmett raised an eyebrow, but followed behind her, not knowing the storm coming his way. Jack left the school and started driving away from the school, the electricity still lingering on his hand. "This is weird," Jack murmured. He returned to the motel and instantly went into the bathroom. He pointed his hand towards the mirror. Jack shook his head. He must be mistaken. But when he turned his gaze, his hand was lit in flames. "Art!" Jack cried out. He put his hand on the sink, tried to use the water to get rid of the flame. But it didn't work. "What the F?" Jack shouted, but then the rest of his arm was lit in flame. But when his shock was over, he noticed that he didn't feel pain. Jack looked at the mirror and touched his face. His face was transforming. His skin was burning off, and his flaming skull replaced his head. "Rah!" Jack roared menacingly. His body was now in flames. "Kill the sinners!" Ghost Rider shouted. He destroyed the bathroom door and exited the motel room with a slam. "Rah!" The Ghost Rider leaped and sat down on his motorcycle, which started transforming as well. The front of the motorcycle transformed into a menacing-looking skull that spits fire. "Ha ha ha!" Ghost Rider roared in laughter and drove off with 300 kilometers per hour, leaving nothing but a blazing trail behind him. He feels sinners nearby. Group of 3. Vampires. The forest was calm. The sky was getting darker while the wind blew gently. The leaves flowed gently in the air. But then, blurs started appearing in the forest, moving with incredible speed. 3 fast individuals ran in the forest. Their bodies looked like blurs while moving silently. Only the sound of wind came from their movements. But then the figures stopped and looked at the sign in front of them. "The city of Forks welcomes you." The first individual was 5 feet 10 inches tall, with an average build and average-looking due to his naturally unattractive facial features. There was nothing remarkable about his face or body at all. His long blonde hair was tied as a ponytail, and he had blue jeans, but he wasn't wearing any shoes or shirt for some reason. He wore a small pendant around his neck and had a tattoo on the left side of his stomach. The second figure was 5 feet 6 inches tall, with a long, curly, brilliant orange hair that looked like fire with the usual blood-red eyes of a vampire. She possessed a seductive, feline beauty. The third figure was dark-skinned and had dreadlocks that ran down to his shoulders. He also had a muscular torso through his open jacket and was walking barefoot, like the first individual. "This is the place?" James asked from Laurent. With an easygoing smile, Laurent nodded. "This is the place where Cullen Coven is located." "Umph," James snorted. Victoria had a bad feeling about this place. Her enhanced self-preservation ability was telling her that entering Forks is a terrible idea. Even staying at their current position will have deadly consequences. James was about to start running once again, but was stopped by Victoria. James turned his head and saw Victoria shaking her head. "Let's go another way." James thought for a moment and nodded. The group of 3 vampires started running in the forest, but further away from the usual entrance. But the bad feeling Victoria had didn't disappear. Her senses were screaming to run away. "Something is wrong," Victoria screamed. James and Laurent stopped. Victoria looked around her, but every direction only quickened her death. "Let's run quick." Victoria started running full speed. Laurent was shocked, but ran behind her. Rarely Victoria was as shocked, but she definitely felt something dangerous approaching them. Victoria looked anxiously around her, trying to find the best way out of this mess, but nothing worked. "Victoria, what is it?" Laurent screamed. "Someone or something is approaching us." Victoria cried out. Laurent anxiously looked around him. "Victoria, find a way out," James said. "There is none." Victoria screamed. Laurent then suggested, "Let's go to Cullen's coven." Victoria glared at him. "Are you crazy? Maybe it is werewolves which are approaching us." "They won't approach Cullen's coven," Laurent shouted. Victoria pondered for a moment until she nodded and turned towards Cullen's coven. James stayed quiet, his eyes narrowed, and his fangs bared. "Alice, I haven't seen her in a long time." He grinned viciously and ran behind Victoria. Laurent was feeling regret. This place seemed more dangerous than expected. They have been hunting near Forks, and Cullens have definitely heard about it by now. They won't keep them safe, but at least werewolves won't attack them when they are near Cullen's coven. They traveled for another 10 minutes at full speed. Victoria was anxiously looking around her entire time. She didn't dare to run away. Her survival instincts tell her that if she leaves James and Laurent behind, she will be the first one to die. Soon they arrived at the beautiful building with a lot of glass windows. James, Victoria, and Laurent stopped in front of the yard, and the doors instantly opened. A group of 7 appeared from the building. Carlisle, Esme, Emmett, Rosalie, Jasper, Edith, and Alice looked at them with narrowed eyes. Edward was nowhere to be seen. Laurent took a step forwards and with an easygoing smile said, "Hello, Cullens. We were passing by and came to give our greetings." Carlisle crossed his arms, appreciated, but it was not needed. Laurent chuckled. It would be rude otherwise. James smirked and looked at Alice with a sadistic smile. Alice trembled slightly under his smile, but didn't back out. Emmett and Jasper took a step forwards and glared at James. James smirked. Carlisle nodded. "Very polite of you." Laurent innocently smiled. "This is your territory. It is the right way of doing things." Carlisle still had a neutral face and looked at the sky, which was getting darker. "It is getting dark. Where were you heading to?" "We don't have a specific destination," Laurent said. "Antarctica seems nice this time of year. I suggest going there," Emmett said. His muscular figure makes everyone look tiny compared to him. Laurent innocently scratched his head. "That sounds wonderful, but I am afraid that it is a little bit too far." Emmett snorted. Victoria was still looking around her. The Cullen coven seemed more secure than the dark forest, but it was not entirely safe. "What is wrong with her?" Emmett pointed towards Victoria. Laurent looked at anxious Victoria and had a bad feeling about this. "She is a little bit fidgety. You get used to it. Thank you for visiting, and I wish you luck in your travels," Carlisle said. Laurent was about to open his mouth, but then a sound came. Vroom! The 10 vampires turned their heads and saw a bright light appearing. "Fire," Alice murmured. Cullens and the James coven narrowed their eyes and then gasped. They saw a motorcycle appearing, but it wasn't an ordinary motorcycle. The motorcycle had a menacing-looking skull that spits fire, but that didn't shock them that much. Instead, the rider did. The rider of the motorcycle had his skull in flames. He was wearing a leather jacket with spikes, but the spikes were on fire as well. The motorcycle's tires were on fire, and everywhere the bike went, a blazing trail followed behind him. And soon, the motorcycle exited the forest and appeared near the building. "What the fuck?" Emmett cried out. Other Cullens were shocked as well. Victoria started retreating further away. When she was further away from James and Laurent, she didn't feel as much danger, but she wasn't in a safe zone yet. James bared his fangs and looked at the monster. Laurent stumbled backward. What is that?" Ghost Rider stopped his motorcycle only 30 meters away from the vampires. He stood up from his motorcycle and pointed toward James. Sinner. Ghost Rider said while pointing his skeleton-like finger towards James. James cracked his knuckles. "What the fuck are you?" Cullens looked with shock-filled gazes towards Ghost Rider. "I am the Vengeance," Ghost Rider said with a bone-chilling voice. Laurent turned towards Cullens and bowed. "Help us to defeat this monster." James snorted. "I don't need help. I have never seen a monster like this before. I bet that hunting him will be exciting." Laurent glared at him. "He is made of fire." "Doesn't matter as long as the fire won't hit me," James said and started taking steps forwards, his sadistic grin visible on his face. James, don't! Victoria cried out. James didn't listen. Instead, he sped up and appeared in front of Ghost Rider and punched him in the gut. Rah! Ghost Rider was sent flying towards the nearby forest, destroying dozens of trees in the process. Oomph! James snorted. Not that tough. Laurent sighed a breath of relief. But Victoria was retreating more and more. Boom! The forest where Ghost Rider was sent flying to was set in flames. CRRKKK. Sound of fire crackling was heard, and from the sea of fire, a man with a flaming skull appeared. Rhea Yoa! Ghost Rider menacingly screamed. Ghost Rider looked towards James. His eye sockets had a golden flame, burning brighter than ever before. Carlisle, what should we do? Edith asked. All of the Cullens turned their heads towards Carlisle. Laurent as well. He started pleading, let's work together. This monster is our natural enemy. Carlisle was looking conflicted. Alice looked at the Ghost Rider and also at the motorcycle, which had some similarities with certain someone. Ghost Rider left the flaming forest, his every step making grass underneath him set in flames. James again sped up, appeared in front of Ghost Rider, and punched him in the gut once again. But this time, Ghost Rider was only sent sliding a few meters. James wasn't done and punched him in the gut again, which seems the only place where there wasn't fire. But this time, Ghost Rider didn't even flinch. James looked shocked, but then Ghost Rider caught his arm. Arg! James cried out, his arm slowly changing colors from pale white to charred black. Scream more. Scream until the screams of innocent have been silenced by your screams. Ghost Rider roared and lifted James with inhuman strength. Ghost Rider swung James around him like a rag doll and threw him towards Laurent. Laurent widened his eyes, but then James' body crashed with him, and they both were sent flying toward Victoria. Both of them landed in front of Victoria. Victoria couldn't fight against her instincts anymore. She turned around and started running towards the dark forest. Ghost Rider started walking towards them. His every step echoed in the forest. His every step is like a countdown to death. Cullens retreated closer towards their house. Ghost Rider turned his flaming skull towards them and glared at Jasper. He pointed his skeleton finger at him. I am keeping an eye on you. Jasper slightly trembled when the flaming monster looked at him. It felt like he could have died in a second if the flaming monster wanted to. Edith stood in front of Jasper protectively. Same with other Cullens. They prepared for the worst. But Ghost Rider turned his flaming skull and started strolling towards James and Laurent. James stood up angrily. His right arm was burning, slowly turning into ashes and crumpling apart. Where is Victoria? Laurent stood up and looked around. James looked behind and didn't see Victoria. He was shocked. Victoria? Step. The earth trembled from a single step. James slowly turned his head and was face to face with a flaming skull. Grab. Ghost Rider grabbed James from his neck and lifted him. Arg! James cried out. His neck was burning from Ghost Rider's touch. His neck was slowly turning from pale white to black, and his face started slowly crumbling like a marble statue. No. Mercy! James cried out in agony. I'm all out of mercy. Ghost Rider pulled James closer and stared at his eyes. James tried to struggle out of Ghost Rider's hold, but was not successful. Look into my eyes. Your soul is stained by the blood of the innocent. Feel their pain. James' eyes were locked with Ghost Rider's eye sockets, and there he saw small golden flames flickering. James cried in agony. He started feeling every innocent human he had killed. He felt their fear, their pain, their hate, their anger, and the feelings they had moments before James sank his fangs on their flesh. Ah! James let out a final despairing scream. His previous blood-red eyes turned into black, and his face crumpled apart. James' corpse fell to the ground. The rest of his body was lit in flames, slowly burning rest of his body. Laurent fell on the ground on his butt. Ghost Rider turned his flaming skull towards Laurent. And no! Laurent stood up and started running away in hopes of being faster than the monster. But before he could even take a second step, someone powerful grabbed him from his jacket and threw him to the ground. Laurent turned his shock-filled gaze towards the man with a flaming skull. Please. Laurent pleaded. Ghost Rider grabbed him from his collar and lifted him. Now, we teach you the meaning of pain. Look into my eyes. This is the pain you deserve. Laurent unwillingly gazed at Ghost Rider's flaming eyes. Ah! He cried out in despair. He didn't have as much sin as James did, but the pain was close to the same. Soon Laurent's eyes turned similar black. His dark-skinned skin became char-black. Slowly his body started fading away into ashes. Ghost Rider threw Laurent's corpse away like a pile of trash. Ghost Rider turned around and reached his flaming motorcycle. He sat down on it and gazed at Cullens. His gaze made them flinch. The spirit of vengeance rides this night. Ghost Rider then turned his gaze towards the dark forest where Victoria went. Her scent of sins is still clear, and he can smell her miles away. Run, sinners. Vengeance comes for you all. Vroom. After those words, Ghost Rider started driving towards the dark forest, only leaving behind a blazing trail and shocked Cullens. What the hell was that? Emmett asked. Carlisle looked serious. World is bigger than I anticipated. To think there are beings I have never heard of before. Should we call Edward back? Edith asked. Carlisle shook his head. No, he needs to get his mind straight. Jasper looked silently at the corpses of James and Lawrence. Jasper, are you all right? Edith tenderly held his hand and asked. Jasper was silent. The face of the Ghost Rider kept coming to his mind. It was like Ghost Rider read through his memories. If there were more blood of innocence spilled by his hand, he would be in the same state as James and Laurent. Cullens looked at him in worry. Alice was still in deep thought. The feeling she got from Ghost Rider was the same as she got from Jack. Alice. Esme touched her shoulder. Alice shook her head and entered the building. Esme followed behind her. Edith took Jasper inside the building. He was still silent. Only Carlisle, Emmett, and Rosalie were left outside. Should we inform the dogs? Emmett asked. Carlisle sighed. Don't call them that. And I think we should. Emmett nodded and went inside the building with Rosalie. There was still fire flickering in the forest. But after Ghost Rider left, the fire's intensity decreased significantly. It was like the fire's master had left, and they had no reason to stay. Soon the fire completely disappeared. Only broken trees and 2 burnt corpses were left. Carlisle walked towards the corpses and grabbed them. He entered the building while still carrying the corpses and threw them to the basement. Their night was still young. They had a lot to talk about. A new threat has appeared, and they don't know is he hostile or friendly. That threat is called Ghost Rider. Swish. Crack. Victoria was anxiously running in the forest. She has changed directions dozens of times. Every time she even feels a slight threat, she will change directions. Now, she can feel only one direction being slightly safe, but her instincts scream to run faster. Victoria's body only looked blur after she accelerated. Vroom. She hesitantly turned her head and saw a Death Reaper coming. Ha ha! Ghost Rider laughed madly, while his body was in flames and the motorcycle menacingly started approaching Victoria. Victoria's heart clenched. She knew what this meant. James is dead. She felt the worst pain she had ever felt. Her pain overcame her instincts, and she finally had time to regret leaving James behind. But she didn't stop running. Vroom! The sound of the motorcycle was getting closer and closer. The trees were set in flames after Ghost Rider drove past them. The leaves were burnt into crisps instantly. Victoria could feel intense heat behind her. Since she became vampire, she hasn't felt any kind of warmth. But now she does, but this warmth was like she was about to embrace death. Ghost Rider was only 100 meters away from her and closing on quickly. Victoria's shoes ripped apart. They couldn't handle the velocity. Her running made powerful footprints appear on the ground. She has never run with such desperation. Run, or you will die. Victoria's instincts are going overdrive. Ghost Rider was now only 50 meters away from her, but the number of trees was decreasing. And soon, Victoria saw a cliff not far from her. Below the cliff, dangerous-looking rocks were floating in the sea. But her instincts scream that it is better choice to blindly jump to the water than face against the flaming monster. Victoria exited the forest, and she was only about 10 meters away from the cliff. But Ghost Rider left the forest as well. He reached towards Victoria with his skeleton hand. Victoria gritted her teeth and jumped towards the cliff. Wretched creature, do you think you can escape vengeance? How amusing. Ghost Rider's skeleton hand was burning in fire. The tip of his skeleton finger was already touching the back of Victoria. But then the cliff was getting closer. Ghost Rider had to brake, otherwise he would be flying out of the cliff by now. But because he braked, Victoria managed to flee. She fell down from the cliff. Splash. Only a splash was heard. Ghost Rider glanced towards the dark sea, but couldn't find a vampire. You escaped. More than impressive, but live in fear from now on. My hunt has only begun. Vroom. Ghost Rider left the cliff with a blazing trail. Victoria came back to the surface. She hatefully looked towards the cliff. Monster, I will get my revenge. Ghost Rider was driving on the roads, leaving a blazing trail everywhere he went. But soon, his flames became timid and started slowly disappearing. I feel very mortal. Ghost Rider glanced toward the sky and saw the sun reappearing. Rah! Ghost Rider let out a cry, and his face started having flesh once again. He stopped the motorcycle at the side of the road and unmounted it. The motorcycle started transforming. The flames were first to disappear. Then it looked like the menacing skull was sucked inside the motorcycle. Soon the motorcycle was ordinary. No more demonic looking. Ghost Rider fell down on his knees. His face was already half skull and half flesh. His skeleton started having flesh, muscles, and organs. 30 seconds later, the skeleton body had disappeared entirely. Only an athletic-looking male was left. The athletic-looking male had stunning black hair and black eyes. He had attractive arched eyebrows with a sharp jawline and a perfect dainty nose. That was... Jack murmured quietly. Fucking insane, he shouted. So it wasn't a dream? Jack thought with a shock. He remembered the scene of the man turning into flames. Vengeance. Flaming skull, Jack murmured. He remembered the scene from the bathroom and saw his face turning into a flaming skull, but then it felt like he lost consciousness. He only remembered the bits of his time as Ghost Rider. Fucking Ghost Rider? That is insane. Jack scratched his head. Mephisto, Jack murmured. Who the fuck is he? He doesn't have any memory of that name. He barely remembered Ghost Rider. He had seen only movie posters, never watched the movies or anything related with him. Jack groaned in pain. He touched his torso and saw a fist-sized bruise on it. He stood up with pain and walked towards his motorcycle. I guess I'm not that ordinary after all. Jack wryly smiled and mounted the motorcycle. Vroom! The engine revved, and he started driving in a hurry towards the motel. Next day, the sky was once again dark, usual sight in the Forks. Rain is threatening to come any moment. In the yard of the Forks High School, Bella was standing in front of a rusty truck. She was hugging her book tightly, waiting for the Cullens to appear. She is planning to confront Edward about yesterday's incident. I don't think I smell bad. Maybe he has a super sensitive nose, Bella thought. Shortly afterward, Bella saw a Jeep approaching the parking lot. She saw Emmett fearlessly standing in the middle of the Jeep while Jasper was calmly driving and Edith was sitting in the front seat next to Jasper. The Jeep parked next to a red-colored convertible car. Rosalie and Alice left the red-colored car and took a glance towards Bella. Bella! She heard a voice behind her and felt something hitting her shoulder. She turned her head and saw Tyler Crowley stand with Mike, Eric, Jessica, and Angela. Tyler was a black-skinned youth with a semi-muscular body. He had short black hair with a brown jacket. What are you doing? Tyler asked with curiosity. Bella awkwardly smiled. She showed her open book and turned away. Tyler shrugged and started talking with Mike and the rest. She took another glance towards Cullens and saw them looking at her while walking towards the stairs. Virum. But then she saw Cullen suddenly stopping and looking in the same direction. Bella, out of curiosity, looked as well. She saw a handsome black-haired young man riding his motorcycle. Jack drove towards Bella and parked next to her truck. He unmounted his motorcycle and took the keys. His athletic figure couldn't be hidden under his leather jacket. "Hey, Jack." Jessica waved her hand with a blush on her cheeks. Alice crossed her arms, while narrowing her eyes dangerously. "Alice," Jasper said and touched her shoulder. Alice's emotions calmed down and managed to stop her killing intent. Jack waved his hand and said, "Hey." Jessica was about to open her mouth, but then Tyler exclaimed, "Nice bike." Jack nodded. "Thanks, dude." He started walking towards the school building, but then he felt intense gazes of Cullens. Jasper and Emmett were looking at his motorcycle, which slightly resembled the flaming monster's motorcycle. Except Jack's bike didn't spit fire or have a flaming skull on it. Bella curiously looked at the scene. For some reason, the Cullens was curiously looking at him and his bike. Jack glanced at the Cullens and saw Edward missing. "I guess he is in Alaska now," Jack thought to himself, and was about to enter the school building, but then with the corner of his eye, he saw Alice's figure, which made his heartbeat increase a lot. His cheeks started reddening as well. "Weird." Jack shook his head and entered the building. The following week went by fast. Jack spent his school days in peace, and after that, he went outside of the Forks trying to control his Ghost Rider powers. He didn't succeed at all. He talked a few times with Emmett, and his questions were strange. He asked, does he like fire or burning people, which made Jack weirded out. Slowly, Cullen's suspicion about Jack decreased. Alice didn't talk with Jack at all. Instead, she stared and watched him a lot. But soon, her patience was running low, and she knew that she had to make move before that bitch cough girl named Jessica steals him away. On a rainy day, a rusty-looking truck arrived in front of a house. The door was opened by a long, brown-haired girl. She descended the small stairs and started walking towards the rusty truck. But before that, whoop! Bella suddenly fell down because of the icy ground. /in. That was the sound Bella made when she fell down, so don't argue with me. Charlie left the truck quickly and went to help Bella. "Are you all right?" Charlie said with slight chuckle. "Yeah, I'm good," Bella said with slight pain in her tone. "Ice doesn't really help with coordination." "Yeah," Charlie said and glanced at the ice. "That's why I had to put some new tires on the truck," Charlie said. "Anyway, I will be late tonight." Apparently, the reason for the wildfire in the forest was found out. I will stay with them and try to catch the culprit. "What if it was an accident?" Bella asked curiously. Charlie chuckled and opened the door to his car. "This isn't Phoenix. The air is very wet in Forks, and wildfire is almost impossible to appear here. It was definitely someone's doing, and we will catch the culprit." "All right, well, be careful," Bella said awkwardly. "I always am," Charlie said, and was about to enter the car. But then Bella said with awkwardness, "Thanks for the tires." Charlie smiled and entered the car. Bella entered her rusty truck. It was raining, making the ground very wet, filled with puddles. Jack entered the parking lot once again. His jacket was wet because suddenly it started raining like there was no tomorrow. "Fuck!" Jack cursed and ran inside the building. "How is the rain?" Emmett entered the building and asked with a grin. Jack turned his gaze towards Emmett and saw him holding an umbrella. "How the hell does that umbrella cover your whole body? Your body is massive." Emmett grinned. "Special made." Jack rolled his eyes, of course. He left the grinning Emmett behind and was about to enter his torture chamber, also known as biology class. But then he saw Eric and Bella talking in the front of the door. Eric was talking about choosing the music for the prom, and Bella seemed slightly uninterested. But then Mike came and started splashing water at Bella. Jack rolled his eyes. This looks more awkward than on the screen. He couldn't stand the sight anymore and entered the class. "Excuse me," Jack said and went past Bella and Eric. "Oh." Bella walked to the side and let Jack walk past. Eric was slightly annoyed. First he was interrupted by Mike, and now this. But then Bella saw a pale-looking young man sitting. She saw Edward, which made her heartbeat very rapid. Jack walked past Edward. Edward turned his head slightly and glared at Jack. He still heard the same crackling of fire sound. He heard from Carlisle about the flaming monster incident, and it sounded unreal. His thoughts were interrupted because Bella sat next to him. Bella's scent assaulted his senses, but this time he could control his urges better. He didn't spend a week on Alaska doing nothing. Jack was sitting in the last row and was waiting for his partner to show up. "Hello." He heard a sweet sound next to him. Jack turned his head. Hell. His eyes widened. He saw a beautiful pixie looking at him with her beautiful golden eyes. "Alice," Jack said. "She isn't in this class, though." Alice smiled. "Hey, Jack. I am your partner today. Today and also forever." Alice thought to herself. She felt immense satisfaction seeing Jack's face so close, and she had to control her desires again, which has been going overdrive lately. "Hey, Jack. I am your partner today," Alice said with a smile. "I thought you weren't part of this class." Jack asked with curiosity. Alice hid her sly smile and answered, "My classes changed suddenly." Jack was about to open his mouth, but then their biology teacher, Mr. Molina, started talking. "In front of you is cells of onion roots," Mr. Molina said and continued, "Separate them and label them on different phases of mitosis. And the first partners to get everything right will win." Mr. Molina grabbed a golden onion from the desk. The golden onion. Yeah. Some of the students cheered with fake enthusiasm. "Ladies first," Jack said and gave her the microscope. "What a gentleman," Alice said with amusement. Jack chuckled. Alice looked at the microscope with concentration, but then she opened her mouth. "You have been close with Jessica? You two dating?" Jack was about to answer, but then Alice gave the microscope back and said, "Prophase." Jack nodded and wrote prophase on the paper. "You didn't even check it? What if I am wrong?" Alice asked with curiosity. "I am dumb. I will have to count on you with this," Jack said and continued. "And no, I am not dating Jessica or anyone." "I see." Alice hid her smile and grabbed the microscope once again. Jack with curiosity asked, "What about you?" "What about me?" Alice innocently asked while gazing at the microscope. "You dating anyone?" Jack asked with slight nervousness. "Why do I want her to deny it so much?" He thought to himself. Alice heard his heartbeat going rapid. "I am not," Alice said and controlled her facial expression. Otherwise, she might have the widest smile on her face. Jack's heartbeat relaxed, and he nodded with a smile. "Anaphase," Alice said and gave the microscope back to Jack, just in time to see his smile. "Why are you smiling?" Alice asked with a shy smile. "I'm glad that we might be winning the golden onion." Jack said a quick lie and wrote anaphase on the paper. Alice pouted and grabbed the microscope once again. "Metaphase," Alice instantly said. Jack smiled and wrote it down. After a minute of back and forth talking, they filled up the paper. Jack gave the paper to Mr. Molina. "Wow. Congratulations, Miss Cullen and Mr. Mikaelson. Golden onion is yours," Mr. Molina said with a smile and gave the onion to Jack. "Thanks." Jack smiled and walked back to Alice. Alice gave a thumbs up with a cheerful smile. Jack sat next to her and showed her the majestic golden onion. "Who's going to keep it?" Alice asked with a smile. "I mean, I did work hard for this," Jack said. "Yeah. Is your hand numb after all that writing?" Alice asked with an amused face. Jack looked defeated. That was not fair. Alice chuckled. Ring. The school bell rang, signaling the end of the class. Jack put the golden onion on his backpack and stood up. Alice stood up and left alongside him. "I heard from Emmett that you were in Chicago before coming here." Alice opened the conversation while they were walking in the corridors. Jack nodded. "I was. Why did you come here? And where are your parents?" Alice asked the questions rapidly. Jack chuckled. "Why so curious? You are mysterious," Alice said. "I like it." She thought in her mind. Jack decided not to answer because she could tell if he was lying. Him saying that he is from Chicago isn't a lie. It is a half-truth. Alice decided not to inquire more and enjoyed the walk. But then, she felt incredibly annoyed after a certain girl approached Jack. "Jack!" Jessica waved her hand and approached Jack with Angela. "Hey, Jessica," Jack said simply. Jessica smiled, but then saw Alice standing next to Jack. "Why are you walking with her?" Jessica raised an eyebrow. "We were partners in biology class," Jack answered. Ring. Another bell rang, signaling the start of the second class. "Jessica, gotta go," Angela said anxiously. Jessica sighed. "See you later, Jack." She left with Angela towards the class. Alice narrowed her eyes. After Jessica and Angela were far enough. Jessica opened her mouth. "Why is that weirdo hanging out with Jack?" Right? All Cullens are weird, but Alice is the most creepy one, Angela said. But Alice still heard them clearly. She was about to part ways with Jack to go to different classes. But their words made her face downcast. Creepy. Does Jack think that as well? She touched her face, and her long-rooted low self-esteem started surfacing. Jack saw her face turning sad all of a sudden. Alice, what's wrong? Alice quickly shook her head. It's nothing. Jack didn't believe her one bit. She must have heard something to make her sad. But who the fuck? When I find out, I will rip their throats out. Jack's eyes went bloodshot, but he quickly regained his sanity. See you later, Alice said quietly and started walking away. Jack stayed in his spot until he couldn't see her figure anymore. He looked around the corridor and managed to see Jessica's and Angela's laughing figures. He narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists. Flames flickered in his eyes. Hey, Jack. But then he was brought out of his state by the loud voice. He turned his head and saw a muscular giant waiting in front of the classroom. Class is starting. Emmett shouted and entered the classroom. Jack looked at his hands and saw slight smoke appearing. Ring. The bell rang, signaling the end of the school day. Yawn. Emmett yawned, even though he can't feel tired. Finally, the day ended. Emmett said and looked at Jack, who was daydreaming the whole day. What is wrong with you? Emmett asked. Jack shrugged and stood up. Nothing. Emmett didn't completely believe him, but he stood up and left the classroom with Jack. They left the school building and saw the rain had stopped entirely. See you. Emmett waved his hand and went towards the other Cullens. Jack nodded and started walking towards his motorcycle. He took a glance towards the Cullens and saw Edward looking at Bella, while Alice was standing silently in the middle of Jasper and Edith, and they seemed to be worried about her. Alice saw Jack, but she quickly averted her gaze, trying not to act weird or creepy. Jack wasn't concentrating and had already walked close to Bella when suddenly a van appeared in the parking lot. SKRR. The van suddenly spun around and started sliding towards Jack's and Bella's figure. Beep beep. Jack heard loud beeping noise and, with shock, turned his gaze towards the sliding van. This happened today? Jack shouted in his mind. He saw him being a few meters in front of Bella, which meant the van would definitely hit him. But then, two blurs appeared. Edward appeared in front of Bella, protecting her, while Alice appeared in front of Jack and put her arm forwards. Bam! The van stopped like it crashed into the wall. But Alice was holding the van effortlessly while a significant dent appeared on the side of the van. Alice shakily turned her gaze towards Jack, who must be shocked or creeped out. But what she saw shocked her. Half of Jack's face was on fire. She even saw his bones being lit in a fire. Jack was taking deep breaths. His heartbeat was on the rise, and he saw Alice's shocked face. He touched his face, and slowly the flesh started again appearing, and his face became normal. The surroundings went quiet. Only Alice saw his flaming skull. Bella was shocked while looking at Edward and Alice. She saw something which she will never forget. But before she could open her mouth, Edward stood up and left the scene. Alice looked conflicted, but left as well. After they left, a swarm of students came to see are they all right. Jack turned his gaze towards Alice and saw her gazing back at him. He thought that she might be scared or disgusted of him, but instead, he saw the sweetest smile he had ever seen on her face, the face of relief and love. Jack, Bella, and Tyler were sitting on different hospital beds while doctors and nurses checked their pulses and any signs of injuries. But then, the door to the medical bay was opened, and a man with a police officer uniform came with an anxious look on his face. The police officer had a mustache and curly hair, chocolate brown eyes. He stands about 6 feet 0 inches tall and has an average build with dark brown hair. He is Bella's father, Charlie. Charlie sighed a relief after seeing Bella. Bella, you okay? Charlie asked. While walking towards her, he saw Tyler, sitting with regret filling his face. We're not going to talk, you hear me? Charlie said while pointing at Tyler. I'm fine, Dad, calm down, Bella replied. I'm sorry, Bella. I tried to stop. Tyler apologized. I know. It's okay, Bella replied. No, Charlie said and continued. It's not okay. It wasn't his fault. Bella sighed and said, You could have died. Do you understand that? Charlie said with a stern expression. Yes, But I didn't. Charlie was frustrated and looked at Tyler. You can kiss by to your license. Tyler sighed and lowered his head. Charlie shook his head and finally saw a black-haired young man sitting in another bed. What are you doing here? Charlie questioned. Dad? He was the one who was in real danger. He was closest to the car, Bella said. Charlie crossed his arms and looked at Jack. But then the door to the medical bay was opened, and a handsome man that looked like a model walked in. He has collar-length blonde hair, with a height of 6 feet 2 inches, with a well-toned medium frame and gentle-looking eyes. I heard Chief's daughter was here. Carlisle approached Bella and Charlie. Dr. Cullen. Charlie nodded. Charlie. Carlisle walked next to Bella and grabbed a clipboard. Isabella, Carlisle said after reading her information. Bella replied with slight awkwardness. Well, Bella, how are you feeling? Carlisle asked. Good. Bella nodded and replied. Carlisle nodded and put the clipboard to the side and grabbed a pencil that had a small flashlight. Look here. You might have suffered post-traumatic stress disorder. We need to be sure there aren't any symptoms, Carlisle said and continued, but your vitals seems good. No sign of head trauma. I think you'll be just fine, Carlisle said with a gentle smile. Charlie sighed relief, and Bella looked conflicted. She wanted to talk about Edward and the things she saw. But then Carlisle noticed Jack. Jack Mikaelson, correct? Carlisle asked with a smile and approached him. Correct, Jack replied. Bella and Charlie concentrated on Jack, who seemed more than healthy. I heard you were closest to getting hit. How are you feeling? Carlisle asked. I am fine, Jack replied simply. Carlisle nodded and looked towards Bella. You may leave, and if you feel any symptoms, visit the school's nurse. Charlie nodded and left with Bella, who wanted to talk with Jack about what she saw. He must have seen it as well, Bella thought, and unwillingly left the medical bay. You must be fortunate to survive such crash, Carlisle replied with a calm smile. Jack shook his head. The van didn't hit me, thanks to Alice. Alice, my daughter, Carlisle asked with a raised eyebrow. Jack nodded and stayed silent. Carlisle was curious about Jack. They did a few scans, which showed that Jack's body was healthy, very healthy, and he wanted to know whether they are exposed. Jack must have seen what Alice is capable of doing. But those questions need to be asked after he has talked with Alice and Edward. You may leave as well. You are perfectly healthy, Carlisle said with a gentle smile and left the medical bay. Jack grabbed his jacket and stood up to leave. Jack, I'm sorry as well, Tyler said. Jack waved his hand. It's fine. He left the medical bay and saw Alice and Edward arguing with Rosalie, while Carlisle tried to calm the situation. But then Alice and Rosalie turned their heads towards Jack, while Edward noticed Bella. Carlisle felt like a headache coming. He grabbed Rosalie's hand and said, Let's continue this talk in our office. Rosalie unwillingly followed behind him. But when she was passing by Jack, she glared at him, trying to see does he feel frightened or disgusted by them. He must already know that they are not normal. But Rosalie only saw Jack's attention being stolen by Alice, not even caring about her glaring. Oomph. Rosalie snorted and walked past him. Alice started walking slowly towards Jack, her nervousness clearly visible. Jack sat down on the chair and waited for her to arrive. Alice sat down next to him, trying to talk, but nothing came when she opened her mouth. You didn't tell them? Jack was the first one to talk. Alice shook her head. I didn't. Why? I don't know. I usually tell them everything, but I feel like telling them isn't helping the situation. Alice replied. Jack sighed relief and had a small smile. Do you know what I am? Alice asked with hesitation. Jack nodded. I do. Alice bit her lip and asked with a nervous tone, What do you think? Do you think I'm a monster? But then Jack started chuckling until he was laughing. Alice looked at him with a questioning expression. Jack stopped laughing and looked at her eyes with a loving expression. I can turn into a flaming skeleton whose main job is to hunt sinners. I don't think being a vampire is worse than that. Alice was incredibly relieved, but then she asked, Hunt sinners? While I am the flaming monster, I don't have any control over my actions. It is like a separate being whose obsession is to hunt sinners. I see. So it wasn't you who threatened Jasper? Alice asked. Jack shook his head. I don't have currently any control, but I will soon. In the Ghost Rider, that is his name, hunts the worst kind of sinners. Jasper was bad. I saw the things he has done, but he had done things a long time ago, and Ghost Rider spared him because of that, and because he's going against his natural instincts of being a vampire, and that is to hunt humans. Him eating animal blood spared him. Esme was also quite bad, but she was spared because she went against her natural instincts, Jack said. Alice nodded and sneakily grabbed Jack's hand. Jack felt the cold hand grabbing his. Alice was embarrassed, but didn't let go. Jack had a slight hue of pink on his cheek. He started making his hand warmer. His control of Ghost Rider powers is getting better every day. Alice was surprised after feeling the warmth coming from Jack's hand. Warmth, which she hasn't felt in a long time. They locked their hands. I need to tell you something, Alice said quietly. Jack looked at her and waited. Why, you are my mate, Alice said with an embarrassed expression. I see. Jack was surprised, but also happy. He had to control his facial features, otherwise he might have the widest smile he could do. She heard his heartbeat going faster and faster. She smiled and was about to open her mouth. But then Carlisle and Rosalie returned. They saw them holding hands, which caused both of them to raise an eyebrow. Alice quickly took her hand back and awkwardly scratched her cheek. Alice, it is time to go, Rosalie said and turned around. Alice didn't want to go, but then Carlisle said, Alice, we have a family dinner, remember? Alice sighed and nodded. She looked at Jack and said, see you tomorrow. Jack smiled and nodded. He watched as Alice and Carlisle walked away. Alice took a quick glances towards Jack, but soon she was too far to see him anymore. Alice, Carlisle said, I don't blame you for saving him. It was a good thing to do. But we need to be sure that Jack isn't a threat to our existence. He isn't. I trust him, Alice said with a stern look. Carlisle pondered and nodded. How is your relationship going? Alice smiled. I am pretty sure we are dating. Are you sure? Carlisle asked. Alice nodded with a wide smile. Does Jack know? Carlisle thought with a wry smile and left the hospital with Alice. Alice, Rosalie, and Carlisle arrived at their residence, where Emmett, Esme, Jasper, and Edith were waiting. Where is Edward? Carlisle asked after not seeing the familiar brown-haired figure. Well, not here, Emmett chuckled and said. Edward never returned to the residence. Who knows where he is? Carlisle sighed and started the meeting. Gladly, no one else saw the scene. Edward confirmed it. He listened to everyone's thoughts, but Bella and Jack saw the scene clearly. What should we do? Rosalie asked. Nothing, Carlisle said. Nothing. What if they tell someone? Rosalie shouted. No one would believe them. Besides, I met the two, and I am confident that they won't tell anyone. Alice puffed her chest and nodded. What was Jack's response? Emmett asked from Alice. Good. And we are actually dating, Alice said with a wide smile. Yeah, that was quick, Emmett murmured. Esme looked at Carlisle with a questioning look. Carlisle wryly smiled and shook his head. Esme sighed, and with an amused smile looked at Alice. Edith smiled and hugged Alice's tiny figure tightly. So, we aren't actually doing anything? Rosalie inquired one more time. Emmett sighed and hugged Rosalie's body and started whispering. Soon Rosalie's anxious look became normal. Alice and Edith went to their rooms to gossip. How heavy are her emotions? Emmett asked with a grinning face. Very heavy, Jasper muttered. Alice's feelings for Jack made even him scared. Her feelings weren't ordinary love. It was very intense. It could be the reason that she has been alone for so long, and she has been surrounded by couples who don't shy away from flirting. If Jack makes her cry, I will break his neck, Rosalie said. Emmett and Jasper gulped. Next morning, in the parking lot of the high school, 2 buses were gathered in the middle of the yard, and Mr. Molina was motioning for the students to enter the buses. Bella was standing in front of a rusty truck. She took a glance towards the dent and remembered the scene of Edward moving with incredible speed and appearing in front of her. But soon, 4 figures appeared. Edward, Alice, Jasper, and Edith were walking towards the buses. Virum. But then she flinched. She turned her head and saw the familiar sight of a handsome black-haired young man riding his motorcycle. He parked the motorcycle next to the truck and unmounted his bike. Hey! Jack flinched and turned his head. He was surprised to see Bella greeting him. Hello. Jack answered and started walking towards a bus, but then Bella stopped her. I have a question, Bella quickly said. Jack stopped walking and stood in front of her, waiting for her following words. Bella bit her lip and saw Cullens looking at them with intense gazes. Edward looked thoughtful while Alice narrowed her eyes. Jasper took a step away from Alice while Edith looked strangely at Jasper. About yesterday, Bella opened her mouth and continued. Don't you think it was strange for Edward and Alice to suddenly appear next to us? She said all that while whispering so that the Cullens wouldn't hear. But they did with their great hearing senses. She has always been curious one. Jack thought. He shook his head. They must have already started to walk towards us while you weren't looking. But I only looked away for 2 seconds, Bella murmured. And didn't you see how Alice stopped the van with her bare hands? Jack looked at Alice and her arms. She must be stronger than she looks, he said with an amused look while looking at Alice. Alice had a huge smile and showed her imaginary muscles. Bella went silent. Maybe I was mistaken? No. Edward acted very suspiciously in the hospital, like he didn't want me to find his secret. Come on, we need to go, Mr. Molina shouted. Bella entered the first bus, and Jack was about to enter the same bus. But then Alice grabbed his hand and dragged him toward the other bus while Edward entered the first bus instead. All right, Mr. Molina shrugged and entered the first bus. Jasper and Edith chuckled and entered the second bus, followed by Alice and Jack. Alice sat in the front row, and Jack sat next to her. Bella seems curious, Alice whispered. She will find out eventually. Edward is terrible at lying, Jack whispered. Alice giggled and leaned on his arm. Deep breaths, Jack thought, and started taking deep breaths, but his rapid heartbeat revealed his true feelings once again, which made Alice have an even larger smile. Jasper and Edith were sitting a few rows behind them. Jasper grimaced after the heavy feelings assaulted his nerves. See, can we sit further away? Jasper asked, and looked behind him, but all the seats were taken. Edith giggled and enjoyed Jasper's peril. They were the same when they first met each other, and seeing Jack and Alice acting like this is very nostalgic. Dozen minutes later, they arrived at their destination for the field trip. After the bus stopped, Jack and Alice left the bus. The first bus arrived a few minutes earlier, and they had already gathered in the yard. The greenhouses were only a dozen meters away from them, and it is their field trip location. Jasper and Edith left the bus, and Jasper instantly went a dozen meters away from Jack and Alice. Edith giggled and went after Jasper. Mr. Molina led the students towards the greenhouses, but the group was split in two since the greenhouse couldn't fit all of them. Jack and Alice went to the second greenhouse, while Jasper instantly went to the first one, followed by giggling Edith. Jack was still holding hands with Alice. He didn't know why she wanted to, but he wasn't complaining. Jessica narrowed her eyes looking at the scene, and her jealousy was overflowing. Alice glanced at her and showed a tongue. Jessica gritted her teeth and entered the first greenhouse. Bella entered the first greenhouse, while Edward followed behind her. This is beautiful, Alice said with sparkling eyes while looking at the plants. Is it? Jack raised an eyebrow. He can't see the appeal of the greenhouse. It is filled with plants, soil, and worms. Alice giggled. I will show you the greatness of plants. Yay! Jack cheered with fake enthusiasm, but he kept smiling and let the cheerful Alice drag him around the greenhouse. Jack and Alice left the greenhouse and saw Edward and Bella having a not-so-nice conversation. Alice listened closely and heard their conversation, but then Jasper and Edith arrived at the scene. Jack watched as Edward went inside the bus, leaving frustrated Bella behind. Alice and Jack entered their bus as well. They instantly saw grumpy-looking Edward. Jasper and Edith were shaking their heads. They sat down on the front row. Alice instantly glued her body with Jack. Their arms and legs touched each other very intimately. Ah, so warm, Alice thought and closed her eyes. Jack smiled and closed his eyes as well. Half an hour later, they arrived at the Forks High School again. Everyone left their buses. Ring. The final bell rang with nice coincidence, signaling the end of the school day. Alice fidgeted slightly while standing in front of Jack. Jack raised an eyebrow. "I see you tomorrow," Alice shyly said. She tiptoed and kissed his cheek. Jack widened his eyes, but Alice already left shyly towards the car, where the rest of the Cullens were staying. She high-fived with Edith and started having their own girls talk. Jack was surprised. "Are we dating?" "I'm pretty sure we are." "Yep." He smiled and mounted his motorcycle. He watched as the Cullens left the parking lot. "Jack!" He heard a chilly voice behind him. He turned his head and saw angry-looking Jessica. "Yeah, why did that creepy thing kiss you?" Jessica asked with an angry tone. Jack's face went cold. "Excuse me? She is so creepy, don't you see it? Sticking close to you like some kind of leech." Jessica angrily growled. Angela stood not far from her and nodded. "Virum." Jack started revving the engine. He didn't look at Jessica because there was slight smoke coming from his mouth. He calmed his breathing and calmed his nerves. Even though Jessica is a terrible bitch, she still doesn't deserve death. He turned his head and smiled. "Excuse me, but Alice is my girlfriend, and I would appreciate if you didn't talk badly about her. Otherwise, I will break your neck." He thought, but still the same gentle smile was on his face. Jessica looked shocked. "Gee, girlfriend?" "Yup." Jack smiled and drove out of the parking lot, leaving shocked Jessica behind. Next day, in the cafeteria, Cullens were sitting on their usual spot and were chatting as usual. Jasper and Edith were sitting close to each other, their bodies almost in contact. Rosalie and Emmett were talking with Edward, while cute Pixie, called Alice, was looking around the cafeteria, trying to find a certain black-haired young man. But then Bella entered the cafeteria. Edward glanced towards her, but turned away soon and kept talking with Emmett. Bella sighed and joined her friend group, who were talking about going to the beach. Mike, Tyler, and Eric seemed cheerful while talking about going there. But Jessica was still angry about yesterday and took a few hostile glances towards Alice. Shortly afterward, Jack entered the cafeteria as well. "Fucking English teacher. I was late once, and now he hates me," Jack thought with annoyance. He had to do some errands for the English teacher, Mr. Mason. He grabbed his food and was about to go back to his table of loneliness. But then, smack! What the F? Jack felt something hitting his forehead. He turned his head and saw Emmett pointing towards their table. Jack rubbed his aching forehead and started walking towards Cullen's table. Alice glared at Emmett. Emmett flinched. "I didn't even throw hard." Jack grabbed a chair and sat next to Alice. "Here," Jack said, and threw the item which Emmett had used back to him. Emmett grinned and effortlessly caught the item. "Hello," Alice said cheerfully. Jack smiled. "Hey." Jack also nodded towards other Cullens, but he still received glaring from Rosalie and Edward. "Jack, wasn't it?" Edith smiled and asked. Jack nodded. "You know what we are, right?" Jack simply nodded. "You don't seem to be scared of us. Aren't you afraid of becoming our snack?" Edith slyly smiled and asked. "Eddie." Alice looked at Edith. Edith giggled. "Just joking." "It was a joke, brother-in-law." Alice and Jack grew embarrassed. Edward then stood up and started walking towards Bella. "Here we go again." Emmett wryly smiled. "Jack, since you two are dating, when are you going to visit our house?" Edith asked. Alice went stiff instantly. She kind of remembered now that they hadn't properly confirmed their relationship yet. "I'm fine visiting," Jack replied simply. Edith grinned. "So you two are dating, right?" "Yes, right," Jack said and turned towards Alice. Alice's face slowly morphed into a huge smile. "Yup." Jack smiled. He wasn't entirely sure, but this confirmed it. "Alice's day of loneliness is over," Emmett said loudly. Rosalie elbowed his waist and covered her face out of embarrassment. Alice narrowed her eyes while looking at Emmett. Emmett gulped and went silent. Alice smiled and leaned on Jack's body, absorbing every heat coming from Jack's body. With satisfaction, she closed her eyes. Most of the males in the cafeteria hatefully gritted their teeth at the scene. Even though Alice seemed weird to many, she was still a very beautiful individual, and many had small and huge crushes towards her, and she was also the only single girl in Cullen's family. Rosalie and Edith had admirers, but they were taken, so most of their crushes ended up aimed at Alice. But now she is taken, and the male population felt incredible jealousy. And Jasper felt it all. Alice, not knowing Jasper's peril, kept hugging Jack's body even tighter. "Hey, Alice, I can't breathe," Jack said with a slightly pained tone. "Oh." Alice with embarrassment loosened the grip, but didn't stop hugging his waist. "Why do you like hugging him that much?" Edith asked. "He is so warm," Alice said, "and I like his scent, and seeing the other girls being jealous brings me satisfaction." She looked at the group of jealous girls and smugly smiled. "He is mini." Next morning, Jack exited his motel room and looked at the bright blue sky and saw a majestic-looking sun. "Alice won't be coming today," Jack murmured. Jack sighed and went to the parking lot where his familiar-looking motorcycle was waiting. He mounted his motorcycle and was about to start it. But then, tap tap, he felt someone tapping his shoulder. He quickly turned his head and saw a suspicious-looking individual wearing very heavy clothing, which covered the individual's body completely. Can I help you?" Jack asked. The mysterious individual suddenly started giggling, and the individual's sweet giggling sound instantly revealed her identity. "Alice, what are you doing here?" Jack asked with a smile. "I can't go to school today." Alice pointed at the sky. "If I wasn't wearing this outfit, I would be glowing like a disco ball." Jack chuckled. "Did you come here to say all that? That is very sweet, but you didn't need to." Alice giggled and shook her head. "No. Want to skip school?" "Skip? I swear Mr. Mason will treat me like I am some kind of criminal if I do that." Alice giggled and hugged his muscular body. "Please." She used her puppy eyes. Jack sighed and nodded. "Hop in." "Yay." Alice cheered and sat down on the motorcycle and grabbed Jack's waist tightly. "You're home?" Jack asked. Alice nodded. "Esme would like to meet you." Jack nodded and drove out of the parking lot. After half an hour of driving, they entered a small road that led to a building in the middle of the forest. Jack widened his eyes after seeing the glorious-looking building for the first time. He stopped his motorcycle in front of the building and unmounted it with Alice. "Wow." Alice quickly took off her heavy clothing, and Jack saw her sparkling body. "Shiny," Alice said, and showed her skin which glowed because of the sun. Jack chuckled and started ascending the stairs. Alice grabbed his hand and entered the building. "Alice, where did you go?" A woman appeared from the kitchen. She has a heart-shaped face with a warm, compassionate look, billows of soft caramel-colored hair, delicate eyebrows, and a small, slender figure that was less angular and more rounded compared to the rest of her family. "Oh my—" Esme put her hand on her mouth after seeing an unfamiliar face. "Esme, this is my boyfriend, Jack," Alice said cheerfully. "Nice to meet you." Jack bowed politely. Esme smiled gently. "Nice to meet you. I have heard great things about you." Jack sighed. "I hope not from Emmett," he whispered, but Esme heard him. "I heard that." A voice came upstairs. Esme smiled. "Are you hungry?" Jack nodded and followed Esme to the kitchen, where food was already ready. "Why did you make food?" Jack asked. "Cooking is one of my hobbies, and I enjoy doing it," Esme explained. Jack nodded and sat down on the table while Alice sat next to him. The food Esme made was vegetable food, caramelized broccoli with garlic. Jack was never a fan of vegetable dishes, but he might as well try. He took a bite and widened his eyes in amazement. "Amazing," he muttered. Esme smiled. "I am glad you like it. Feel free to eat more." Jack nodded and quickly emptied the plate. Alice simply looked at him and watched his every move closely. Jack felt slightly embarrassed under her intense gaze. He decided to ask, "By the way, Alice, how did you know where I live?" Esme started washing the plates while an amused smile was on her face. Alice averted her gaze. "Coincidence." Jack smiled and shook his head. "Why are you living there?" Alice asked. "I don't have any other place to live," Jack replied. "It is also cheap." Alice then leaned closer. "We can live together." "Alice, already leaving us because of a guy?" "I am hurt." Edith appeared in the kitchen and said. Alice showed her tongue. "Hey, brother-in-law," Edith said with a sly smile. "Hello," Jack replied. "Jack, why aren't you asking Alice for prom?" Edith asked. "Prom?" Edith nodded. "It is a place where couples will show their love. I will go with Jasper, and Rosalie and Emmett will go as well." Jack turned his gaze towards Alice. "Do you want to go?" Alice smiled and nodded. "Yup. Can I have the honor of having you as my date?" Jack asked with a gentleman's bow and offered a hand. Alice smiled and grabbed his hand. I would love that. Jack smiled. I don't have a tuxedo. Alice giggled. Then we need to go buy. I don't have a dress. Edith said, let's have a double date. Double date. Alice cheered. I will go get Jasper. Edith suddenly disappeared, and a loud boom was heard upstairs. Alice had a broad smile and started dragging Jack out of the kitchen. I will buy a dress as well. Shouldn't we go tomorrow? It is still bright sky. Jack asked. Alice shook her head. We will wear heavy clothing besides. Soon the sky gets dark, so it's fine. Jack nodded. From upstairs, a couple came while holding hands. Edith looked cheerful, while Jasper just let her drag him. Jack and Jasper looked at each other and gave sympathetic looks. Oh, Jack. A door was opened, and Carlisle came with a gentle smile. Jack smiled and waved his hand. Where are you four going? Carlisle asked. Port Angeles. We will be back tonight, Edith replied. Carlisle nodded. Have fun. He left towards the kitchen where Esme was. I thought he wouldn't let you leave, Jack asked curiously. It is because we recently had our dinner. Edith grinned and showed her fangs. Alice narrowed her eyes. Edith giggled. All right, let's go. Alice shouted cheerfully and dragged Jack outside. Let's go. Edith grinned and dragged Jasper. They entered the same car, and Edith started driving the vehicle. Jack watched as his motorcycle was left alone in the yard. Do you miss your bike? Edith asked with a grin. Jack nodded. I do. Alice pouted. I feel kind of jealous. Jack chuckled and grabbed her hand. Port Angeles, huh? Where did I hear that name? Jack thought. The sky above Port Angeles was already getting darker. Gray sky colored the view, and the sun was nowhere to be seen. Jack, Alice, Edith, and Jasper arrived at the store where they can buy their prom dresses and suits. Alice, Edith, and Jasper got rid of the heavy clothing and left the car. They didn't need it after all because the sun was gone from the sky. Jack left the car and entered the clothing store with others. No peeking. Edith winked and dragged Alice towards the women's section. Alice giggled and let Edith drag her. Jack looked around the men's section and tried to find anything fitting. Need help? Jasper asked. Help with what? Choosing. I might not look like it, but I have a lot of experience, Jasper said. Jack nodded. Thanks. No problem. Jasper took 2 pairs of tuxedos and looked at Jack's figure. This one, he offered a 3-piece suit. The jacket was black-colored, while the vest was white-colored and the pants were black in color. Jasper also gave a black-colored necktie, which completed his look. Jack nodded and entered the changing room. Once he was wearing it, he looked at the mirror and was surprised. If he looked like a biker with his previous look, now he looked like a rich young master. Interesting how different I can look, Jack muttered. He undressed, put the 3-piece suit on the bag, and started wearing his previous outfit again. Jack left the changing room and already saw Jasper buying his outfit, while the female cashier had a visible blush on her face. Jasper noticed Jack appearing. Was it good? Jack nodded and walked next to him. Perfect. Jasper smiled and nodded. Jack bought the suit, using the money he first got after transmigrating to this world. He still couldn't see Alice and Edith. Where is Alice and Edith? Jasper wryly smiled. We might be here a long time. But then he perked up his ears and heard some kind of commotion coming from the women's section. Let's go, Jasper said and entered the women's section. Jack followed behind him and saw the commotion. Alice and Edith were standing in front of Jessica and Angela, while Bella was sitting in front of the window, holding her forehead. Oh my, what a coincidence to see fellow classmates, Edith said with a gentle smile. Angela smiled and nodded. Jessica crossed her arms and narrowed her eyes. Alice narrowed her eyes as well. That dress looks beautiful, Edith said. Angela blushed slightly. Thanks. Yours too, Jessica. Edith smiled. Jessica nodded. Thanks. Are you two here for dresses as well? Angela asked. Edith smiled and hugged Alice's petite figure. Yes, prom is once-in-a-lifetime event after all. Angela nodded. Jessica smiled and pushed her chest, making her breasts look much bigger. Alice narrowed her eyes and glanced at her petite figure. It is only a lump of flesh. She glanced at Jack, but he wasn't looking at Jessica, trying to show off her breasts. Alice sighed a relief. Do you need more opinions? We could help you choose the best dress, which makes your date speechless. Edith said. Angela blushed and nodded. Thanks. No problem. Edith smiled. The four girls went towards the dresses, leaving Bella, Jack, and Jasper alone. Jack looked at Jasper. Jasper sighed. Edith is good in communication. Just watch. Those four will be best friends after today. Jack chuckled and looked at Bella. Hey, Bella. Bella said with a slightly awkward tone. Bella looked outside of the window and around the shop. Edward is not here, Jack said with an amused smile. Bella scratched her cheek with a slight blush. I wasn't looking for him. Jack nodded without believing one word. Bella took her jacket and stood up. Tell others that I will meet them later in the restaurant. I will go visit a bookstore. Jack and Jasper nodded and let Bella pass them. The sky has already gotten darker. Bella bought her book and left the bookstore. She glanced at the dark sky and started walking in the streets. The ground was still slightly wet, and her every step made a slight splashing sound. She entered a certain alleyway, which is a shortcut towards the restaurant. But then, two figures went past the exit of the alleyway, but before that, they saw her figure. They stopped and entered the dark alleyway. With drunken steps, they started approaching Bella. But Bella turned around and left the alleyway and entered another street. But the two drunken men followed behind her. I saw you in the dressing store, one of the drunken men shouted. Bella had a bad feeling about this and started accelerating her walking speed. Where are you running to? The second drunk man asked with a drunken tone. There she is. Two other figures appeared in front of her, and now she was surrounded by four drunken men, while the fifth one was standing in the stairways, blocking every path of escape. Where are you going? One of the drunken men asked with a smile on his face. The four figures now completely surrounded Bella. Let's go have a drink, shall we? It will be fun. Ugh. Bella could smell their disgusting breaths. She grimaced and looked around, trying to find any way to escape. But then the figures started slightly pushing her. Don't touch me, Bella shouted. But the drunken men acted like they didn't hear her. Don't fucking touch me, Bella shouted and kicked one of the drunken men in the crotch area. One of the drunken men painfully stumbled backward. The rest of the drunken men got angry, but then, screech, a gray-colored car appeared and stopped in front of the drunken men. Edward left the car. Get in the car, he said towards Bella while angrily glaring at the drunken men. Bella entered the car, her body still trembling. Edward angrily glared at the drunken men and heard their disgusting thoughts. He controlled himself, or he might rip their throats. But some distance away, a black-haired figure was sitting in a restaurant while Alice, Edith, and Jasper were talking with each other. Jessica and Angela were also there, but they mostly talked with Edith. Jack looked towards the distance. Sinners. Jack narrowed his eyes dangerously. A small golden flame appeared on his pupils. Excuse me, Jack said and stood up. Is everything all right? Alice asked with worry. Jack smiled and nodded. I might have forgotten my wallet in the clothing store. I will be back soon. He turned around and left the restaurant. Alice's gaze lingered in his direction a long time. Jessica sighed and decided to give advice. Alice, small advice. It is not good to be clingy. Otherwise, he might lose his interest in you. Oh, really? Alice gasped. Jessica nodded. Even though I like him, it is painfully obvious. But he likes you, so I decided to give up. Alice nodded and then thought about her advice. Am I too clingy? Jasper was about to open his mouth, but then Edith shook her head. Let her figure out by herself. Jasper somehow heard her voice, even though Edith didn't even open her mouth. This is her unique ability. Alice has her visions. Jasper can control emotions. And Edward has his mind-reading powers. Edith has telepathy, which lets her talk with everyone through her mind. Jasper nodded. It was Alice's first love, and she must learn by herself that she doesn't need to change. She is already perfect the way she is. They couldn't fix her low self-esteem, but with the help of Jack, she will get over it. But it needs time, and this is a good chance for Alice to find out that Jack doesn't want her to change. Jack walked in the streets in a specific direction. His instincts tell him to go that way. Rah! He cried out in pain. His flesh was already melting away. Control. Control. Jack kept muttering, and he tried to keep his rationality. Closer, he was getting to the full transformation. More his control was slipping away. He doesn't want Ghost Rider to take complete control, otherwise it can end badly. He entered a dark alleyway and leaned on the wall. Half of his flesh has melted away. His other side of the face was the skeleton, which was on fire, and another side was still his human self. But soon, the rest of the flesh disappeared, and only the flaming skull was left. Boom! He slightly tapped at the wall behind him, but that alone made the wall crack. Soon, rest of his body became a skeleton. Ghost Rider stood straight, and he smelled sinners nearby. He started walking towards the smell. His every step melted the asphalt road underneath him. Edward glared at the group of drunken men, which caused them to retreat a few steps. Goor! Edward growled like a wild animal, which made the drunken men even more fearful of this individual. He turned around and entered the car. Virum! He drove the car forwards, almost crashing with the drunken men. Whoa! The drunken men fell on their butts, fear filling their faces. Edward snorted and was about to leave. But then, boom! Bella looked outside of the window and widened her eyes in horror. The drunken men rubbed their heads, and after seeing that it was not a hallucination, they slowly stained the ground underneath them with their urine. Edward looked in the direction where everyone else was looking and widened his eyes in shock. A man with a flaming skull exited the alleyway and stomped towards the drunken men. Bella couldn't believe her eyes. Is he the one? Why is he here? Edward thought anxiously. He remembered his discussion with Carlisle, and he said that a man with a flaming skull killed 2 vampires who were trespassing their property. Edward tried to read his thoughts, but only heard a fire crackling. The same noise he remembered from a black-haired young man. Is he? Edward looked shocked, but seeing the skeleton approaching, he instantly turned his car around and left the area. They passed the flaming skeleton, but he didn't seem to care about them. His gaze was on the drunken men. Ghost Rider cracked his knuckles, which made a terrifying sound. He stopped in front of the drunken men and chuckled. You cannot impress the spirit of vengeance. This is very disappointing. The first time in a week, I could unleash my vengeance, and this is what I get. How utterly disappointing. He grabbed the first man and looked him in the eye. The drunk man gulped. His eyes were shaking in absolute terror. The drunk man looked at his eyes and started seeing every bad thing he had done. He remembered every victim of his bullying. He felt their anger and sadness. He felt how much they wanted to make him suffer, but they couldn't do anything because he was with his group of friends. But then, all his victims of bullying appeared in front of him. The drunk man started crying in agony because his victims of bullying, robbing, and everyone he had ever assaulted started tearing off his flesh. They started with his face, ripping his skin off until his skeleton was the only thing remaining. They did the same with the rest of his body. He felt everything they did to him, but in the outside world, his friends only saw as his eyes went pure black, and he fell lifelessly on the ground. Ghost Rider turned his gaze towards other drunken men. Say hello to Mephisto for me. After those words, the same fate happened to the other drunken men. Edward and Bella reached a restaurant where others were waiting. Bella was still pale white. She couldn't comprehend the things she saw. The door of the restaurant opened, and a group of 5 came. Edward, Edith, Jasper, and Alice were surprised. But then they saw Bella next to him, looking pale like she had seen a ghost. Bella, is everything all right? Angela asked with worry. Bella shakily nodded her head. What is wrong with her? Edith asked Edward with her telepathy. We saw him, Edward said in his mind. Who? The flaming monster Carlisle talked about. Edith gasped. Jasper and Alice looked at them, and Edith told both of them. Jasper's body started trembling. Jack, Alice thought with worry. Edward looked at Alice and heard her thoughts. Usually, he doesn't like to read his siblings' thoughts, but he had to be sure. A certain image formed in Alice's head, which showed Jack's face being turned into Ghost Rider. So it was him, Edward thought with a conflicted look. Alice, I have something to ask about, Edward said and entered the restaurant. Jasper and Edith raised an eyebrow. Alice followed behind him with furrowed brows. Jasper and Edith followed behind her. Jessica and Angela stayed behind and talked with Bella, who had a pale face. Edward sat down on the chair and watched as his siblings sat down. "Edward, what is it?" Edith inquired. "Alice, is he Jack?" Edward questioned. Alice widened her eyes out of shock. "What do you mean?" Edith asked with a frown. Edward didn't listen to Alice's thoughts, but he kept looking at her. "Did you read my thoughts?" Alice asked. Edward nodded. Jasper and Edith glared at him. "Why did you read her thoughts?" "Privacy, hello," Edith said angrily. "I had to be sure," Edward muttered. "Sure of what?" "If Jack is the flaming monster," Edward revealed. "What?" Edith and Jasper exclaimed at the same time. "Are you crazy?" Edith shouted. Edward didn't answer. Instead, he kept looking at Alice. Edith and Jasper looked at Alice and saw her lowering her head. "Alice, is it true?" Alice bit her lip and nodded. Jasper and Edith widened their eyes. "How?" Jasper asked with disbelief. "Why'd he threaten Jasper?" Edith asked angrily. Alice shook her head. "It wasn't Jack." "But you said that the flaming monster is Jack." Alice snapped. "Don't call him monster. He is Jack. And the one who threatened Jasper was Jack, but also not Jack." "What do you mean?" "He can't control it." Edith looked thoughtful. "You mean he's like a vampire who can't control his bloodlust?" "Kind of. He is getting better in control. But he can't control himself when he is transformed." "How did he become like this?" Edward asked. Alice shook her head. "I don't know. Jack doesn't know either. But he isn't a bad person. The being he turns into is hunting sinners." "Sinners?" Alice nodded and looked at Jasper. "That's why the Ghost Rider threatened you. Because your hands were stained in blood." Jasper bit his lip and lowered his head. "Ghost Rider?" Edith asked with a frown. "Jack called him that." "We need to tell Carlisle," Edward said. "He doesn't mean harm," Alice said one more time. Edith touched her hand. "I know, but we need to discuss with Carlisle." Alice sighed and nodded. "Did Bella see him?" Edith asked. Edward nodded. "Yes." And she was already shaken before that incident. Edith glanced at Bella, who was slightly trembling. "She is already involved in the supernatural world." Edward sighed. "She will find out about us sooner or later. Will you tell her?" Edward sighed and nodded. "Are you all right, Jasper?" Alice asked with worry. Jasper nodded. "I thought that my past was long gone, but I was naive." Edith grabbed his hand tightly. "It is in the past. Focus on the future." Jasper smiled and nodded. Edward looked outside of the window. He saw Bella, Jessica, and Angela entering a car. Bella took a last glance towards Edward and entered the car. Ring. Edith grabbed her phone and saw a text coming from Carlisle. "We should start going back," Edith said. "What about Jack?" "We should probably go find him," Edward said. Alice nodded and looked outside of the window. She can feel her mate. They left the restaurant and entered two cars. Alice sat in Edward's car, while Edith and Jasper entered the other car. Alice told where to drive, and Edward followed her instructions without complaints. Soon the two cars left Port Angeles behind and started driving on the road, which leads to Forks. It didn't long for them to find his tracks. The asphalt road had visible footprints, with smoke coming from it. They drove another 10 minutes, and in the distance, they saw a figure. They only saw his back, but half of his face was on fire, while the other half had some flesh forming. The figure stopped. They stopped their cars. Edith and Jasper exited the car and looked at the figure with shocked gazes. Edward exited the car. His face didn't have fear on it. He knew what he did to the drunken men, and he was surprisingly grateful. Alice looked with worry towards the figure. The figure turned around, and they saw Jack's face, but the other side was a skeleton which was on fire. But the skeleton slowly started disappearing, and his handsome, youthful face came to view. Alice wanted to run towards him, but the hellfire was still burning intensely. "Control," Jack muttered. The four vampires heard him with their great senses. Jack closed his eyes, and the skeleton started disappearing with greater speed. Soon, the flaming skeleton disappeared, and his human figure was back. "Jack!" Alice ran towards him and hugged him tightly. Jack groaned slightly in pain, but there was still a smile on his face. "You forgot your wallet, huh?" Alice narrowed her eyes. Jack chuckled. "I found it." Alice snorted. She stopped hugging him and looked at his figure for any signs of injuries. She sighed a relief after seeing none. Jack looked at the others and was surprised that they weren't afraid. Jasper and Edward nodded. Jack smiled and nodded. "Brother-in-law, it's getting late. Let's go," Edith said and entered the car. Alice dragged him towards Edward's car. They sat in the back seat. They started driving towards Forks. Alice was hugging Jack tightly, but then remembered Jessica's advice. "All right." She stopped hugging and moved slightly farther away, even though her instincts screamed for her to get closer to him. Jack raised an eyebrow and looked at her. He lied down and put his head on her lap. Alice looked surprised. "Is everything all right?" Jack asked. Alice bit her lip and asked, "Am I too clingy?" "Excuse me, am I too clingy?" Alice asked one more time. Jack looked stunned, but then he started chuckling. "Oh, definitely," Jack replied. "Oh." Alice's face turned sad. But then Jack continued, "Am I too clingy?" Jack turned around and hugged her torso, not letting go. She felt his hot breath warming her torso. Jack glanced towards her smiling figure. "Am I too clingy?" "Yes, definitely," she said with a giggle. "Good," Jack said and closed his eyes. Alice smiled and gently touched his soft black hair. Edward looked at the scene from a mirror. He sighed, "Get a room." After over an hour of driving, they reached the Cullens' residence. Jack left the car with Alice and started following behind Jasper, Edith, and Edward. Other Cullens were already waiting for them in the living room. "Is everything all right?" Carlisle asked. "We have something to talk about," Edward said. "All right," Carlisle said after seeing Edward's serious face. "Remember the flaming skeleton?" Carlisle's face turned serious. "Yes, why?" Edward sighed. He doesn't know how to reveal the true identity of the flaming skeleton. But Jack stepped forwards. "It's me." What did you say?" Carlisle asked with widened eyes. "It's me," Jack repeated. Rosalie and Emmett widened their eyes out of shock. Esme also couldn't believe it. "I see," Carlisle said quietly. "Why did you come here to kill them?" Carlisle asked. He doesn't have control over it," Alice said. "No control." Carlisle was now sure that this matter was more complicated than he initially thought. "Since when?" Esme asked gently. Not long. That night was the first time I transformed," Jack said. "How?" "Not sure." Jack put his hand forwards, and smoke left his hand. "Edward, can I have a word?" Carlisle said. Edward nodded and followed behind him. Jack watched as they left. He will ask Edward's opinion. Carlisle shut down the office door and made sure that no word left this room. "What do you think? Is he a threat?" Carlisle asked. Edward pondered for a moment. "Ghost Rider is, but Jack isn't." "Ghost Rider?" Edward nodded. "It is the flaming skeleton's name." Carlisle nodded. "If he can't control it, it will be difficult to predict Ghost Rider's actions." "Indeed, but I think Jack will learn to control it," Edward said with a confident expression. "Are you sure?" Carlisle asked. Edward nodded. "Ghost Rider won't be a threat towards us, but he is danger towards other vampires who don't fancy animal blood. If Volturi finds out about him, Volturi will want him, and if they can't control him, they will destroy him," Edward said with a serious expression. Carlisle chuckled. "If they can destroy him? What do you mean? You weren't here." "But the Ghost Rider was like a weapon of mass destruction. I don't think we would have survived long if we fought against him. Not even Jasper, not even him. By the way, Bella also saw him," Edward suddenly said. Carlisle sat down on his chair and sighed. "So, what are you going to do?" "I will tell her tomorrow." Carlisle nodded. "Bella is close with the Quileute tribe." Edward snorted. "I am aware, but they won't be trouble." "I hope so." Carlisle sighed and left the office with Edward. They saw as Jack was showing his ability for Emmett, who had sparkling eyes. "Turn into a skeleton," Emmett shouted. "I can't." Jack's sweat dropped. "Lame." Jack's eyebrow twitched. But then they saw Carlisle and Edward returning. "Is there anything else we should know about Ghost Rider?" Carlisle asked. Jack pondered. "Not really, except that he is mostly hunting sinners." Carlisle nodded. "Should I take you home?" Carlisle asked with a gentle smile. Jack shook his head. "No need. I can go with my motorcycle." Carlisle nodded. But then Alice grabbed Jack's hand. "It is late. You don't need to go. There are a lot of empty rooms here," she said with an innocent smile. Carlisle looked outside the window and saw outside being pitch black. Alice might be right. You can stay here this night. Jack scratched his cheek and nodded. I will show you your room. Alice smiled and started dragging Jack upstairs. Emmett already had a teasing expression and was about to shout. But then Rosalie elbowed him. Are you crazy? Do you want Alice to throw you from the cliff? Emmett gulped and decided to stay silent. Jack entered a spacious room with one large bed, wardrobe, and a large window that showed the forest. It was an unused room. That's why there wasn't anything special. It is mainly used for guests. Alice looked at him with an innocent smile. Good night. She kissed his cheek and left the room. Jack put his bag on the ground, which had his outfit for the prom. He took off his jacket and put it on the wardrobe, and after that he lied down on the bed. Damn, I feel thirsty. Jack grimaced. His throat was parched ever since he turned back to human. But soon, a door was opened, and Alice came with a cup of water. Here. Yeah. Thanks. Jack chuckled and took the cup of water. Good night, Alice said once again and left the room. Jack perked up his ears and heard loud laughter coming from downstairs. Bam. Crack. Jack flinched and heard a window breaking. He went towards the window and saw Emmett lying on the ground while Alice was standing behind him, cracking her knuckles. Rosalie was face-palming and dragged Emmett back inside. Jack smiled and lied back on his bed. His eyelids started getting heavier until finally he drifted asleep. Soon the house also got quieter, and everyone went back to their rooms to have some quality time with their mates. Alice was lying on her bed while looking at the ceiling without blinking. She could hear Jack's soft breathing noises, and she knew that he had fallen asleep. She licked her lips and sneakily left her room. Without making a sound, she appeared in front of Jack's room and opened the door. She saw Jack's adorable sleeping face. Alice appeared next to the bed and lied down next to Jack. She went closer and closer until her petite body was in contact with his. Her face was only an inch away from Jack's. She felt his hot breath touching her tough skin. Without blinking even once, she stared at Jack's face the entire night. When the sky was getting brighter, Jack showed signs of waking up. Alice quickly stood up and left the room sneakily. Shortly afterward, Jack's eyes opened, and he felt a certain smell lingering on the room, a smell that belongs to a certain pixie. Jack smiled and sat in the bed. There is only one who smells this nice. My Alice. He stood up and left his room. He entered the living room and noticed all of the Cullens sitting and talking. He also saw Alice innocent sitting, not aware that Jack already knows. Jack sat down on the chair next to Alice and saw Emmett's face being dirty for some reason. What happened to you? Jack asked. Emmett gulped. Alice narrowed her eyes dangerously. And nothing, Emmett said with a fearful tone. Rosalie patted his head and shook her head. Just pretend that you didn't know. Why did I fall in love with this moron? Virum. Jack entered the school's parking lot with his motorcycle while Alice was sitting behind him, tightly holding his torso. Their figures instantly caught everyone's attention. Looks of envy and desire aimed towards both of them. They unmounted the motorcycle and started walking towards the building while holding hands. Alice suddenly said and stopped walking. Jack stopped as well and looked in the direction where Alice was looking. He saw Bella walking towards the forest while Edward followed closely behind. I guess I'll get a new friend soon, Alice said with a broad smile. Jack chuckled. Am I not enough? You are, but Alice tenderly touched his chest. You boys can be gross sometimes, and spending time with girls can be fun. Gross? I'm not gross. Alice rolled her eyes. Then why are you sniffing my scent sometimes? Jack coughed awkwardly. You smell nice. Like honey. Alice giggled and dragged Jack inside the school. Next morning, a group of 6 were standing around a red convertible car. They were Emmett, Rosalie, Jasper, Edith, Alice, and Jack. Look, the prom theme is Monte Carlo, Alice said with a cheerful expression and showed a poster which she got from Eric. Jack looked at the poorly made poster. Original. Emmett rolled his eyes and said. Alice pouted. I want to go to Monte Carlo one day. Jack patted her head. I will take you there one day. Alice had a broad smile and kissed Jack's lips. Ugh. Everyone around them rolled their eyes. But then, They noticed the schoolyard becoming very quiet. They turned their heads and saw Edward walking with Bella. Rosalie snorted and crossed her arms. Edward and Bella appeared in front of them. "Everyone, this is Bella." Edward introduced her. "Hey," Bella said with a slightly awkward expression. "Hey," Alice said with a cheerful expression. "Hey, ya," Edith also said with a grinning expression. Others simply nodded. "So, they all are vampires," Bella thought to herself, and then she looked at Jack. "Is he too?" Bella looked at Edward. Edward chuckled and shook his head. "Jack," Bella is curious. "Are you a vampire?" "No." Jack gave a simple reply. "So, you are human as well?" Bella inquired. Jack nodded, "Yeah." Alice hugged Jack's arm tightly. "My Jackie is human." "I see." Bella was relieved that she wasn't the only human around, but she had no idea that Jack was something much more frightening. "Bella didn't think I was a vampire at first," Edward revealed. "Really? What do you think he was?" Edith asked curiously. Bella awkwardly scratched her head. "She thought that I can turn into a skeleton as well," Edward said with an amused smile. "Huh." Emmett roared in laughter. Alice and Edith also giggled. Bella grew more embarrassed. "Heh." Jack did a fake laugh. "I feel like I'm being made fun of." Jack shrugged. Ring. The bell rang, signaling the start of first class. They separated and went into their own classes. Later that day, Cullens and Jack were gathered in the Cullens' residence. Rosalie wasn't very happy about Edward dating Bella. She is an ordinary human, after all. Finally, after a few hours of arguing, Rosalie decided to back off. "Jack," Edward said. Jack raised an eyebrow. He was lying on the couch while Alice hugged his body like he was a giant teddy bear. "I'm planning to bring Bella here tomorrow. Can you be here as well? It would be easier for her to be here if another human was here as well." "Sure," Jack replied. "Thanks," Edward said with gratitude. "Should we reveal that I am the flaming skeleton she has nightmares about?" Edward chuckled and shook his head. "Not yet." Jack nodded and kept watching TV with Alice. Edward then looked at Esme. "Esme, please don't go overboard." Esme smiled gently and nodded. Next day, a gray-colored car stopped in front of the Cullens' residence. Edward left the car and instantly appeared on the other side of the car. He opened the door. Bella smiled and exited the car. She gasped after seeing the Cullens' residence the first time. Edward led her to the front door and opened it for her. "Wow," Bella murmured after looking around. "This is incredible," Bella smiled. "It is so bright and open." Edward chuckled. "What did you expect? Coffins, dungeons, and moats?" "No, not the moats. Not the moats." Edward chuckled and shook his head. He started walking upstairs while Bella followed closely behind. Calming music echoed in the house. Edward sighed. "I told them not to do this." Bella looked confused, but followed behind him. Esme, Carlisle, Emmett, and Rosalie were in the kitchen, cooking for dinner. "Is she even Italian?" Rosalie asked with an annoyed look. Esme decided to make Italian food, because it is the food she enjoys making the most. "Well, her name is Bella," Emmett said with a clueless look. "I'm sure she will love it," Carlisle said with a smile. Then everyone in the kitchen sniffed the air. They smelled something delicious approaching the kitchen. "Here comes the human," Rosalie said with annoyance. Esme smiled gently and watched as Edward and Bella appeared. Esme walked close to Bella and gently said, "Bella, we're making Italian food. I hope you like it." Bella awkwardly nodded. "Bella, this is Esme, my mother in a certain sense," Edward introduced her. Esme smiled gently. "We now had a good excuse to use the kitchen," Carlisle said with a calming smile. "I hope you are hungry," Esme said. Edward sighed. She already ate. Crack. Rosalie angrily crushed the glass cup in her hand. "Perfect," Rosalie said with an angry smile. Emmett sighed and went towards Rosalie to calm her down. It's because I know you guys don't eat, so..." Bella awkwardly tried to explain. "Of course. Very considerate of you," Esme said with a gentle smile. "Just ignore Rosalie," Edward said towards Bella. "Yeah, let's just not pretend that this isn't dangerous to all of us," Rosalie angrily said. Emmett grabbed her shoulder, tried to calm her down. "I wouldn't tell anybody." Carlisle nodded. She knows that. She should know that our entire family will be in danger if this ends badly, Rosalie angrily stated. Badly? As in, I become the meal? Bella asked with a pounding heartbeat. Carlisle and Emmett chuckled. Edward also chuckled and shook his head. Bella looked at them with an embarrassed face. Then, a certain pixie came while walking in the tree branch. Hey, Bella. Alice cheerfully smiled and left the tree branch. Behind her, Jack came as well. He tried to walk in a tree branch, but he was shaking a lot. See, this was way harder than it looked, Jack said, and then his left leg slipped and he fell down on the ground. Ugh! Jack groaned in pain after crashing on the floor. Ha ha ha! Emmett roared in laughter. Shut up! Jack shouted and stood up. Alice giggled and approached Bella. I am Alice. She hugged Bella's trembling body. Oh! Bella was surprised and awkwardly hugged Alice's petite body. The awkward atmosphere disappeared instantly after Jack and Alice appeared. Arg! Jack rubbed his painful back. Are you all right? Need a bandage? Emmett asked mockingly. Bam! Jack punched at Emmett's torso. Ah, fuck! Jack cursed. His fist was screaming in pain. Emmett snorted and flexed his muscles. Weak! Jack chuckled, and smoke started leaving his hand. All right, kids, enough. Esme came with a gentle and loving smile and stopped their fighting. Jack sighed and nodded. Emmett chuckled and patted Jack's shoulder. Bella was less anxious after seeing Jack here. Bella, I suggest eating Esme's food. It is delicious, Jack said and entered the kitchen. Esme smiled gently. Jack is very picky, and if even he likes it, I'm sure you love it. Bella thought for a moment before nodding. All right. This is amazing, Bella said with amazement. Told you, Jack said and emptied his plate. I'm glad you like it, Esme said with a gentle smile and grabbed Jack's plate. Alice was sitting next to Jack, watching him eating, while Edward stood next to Bella. Emmett was still trying to calm Rosalie, while Jasper and Edith were some distance away from them, because Jasper still had some difficulties controlling himself, especially around Bella, because her blood smells so much better than Jack's. Bella emptied her plate shortly afterward and was slightly embarrassed because so many people watched as she was eating. I will show you the rest of the house, Edward said. Bella nodded and followed behind him. See you later, Alice said. Bella turned her head and awkwardly smiled and followed Edward towards the stairs. I think we'll be good friends, Alice said with a smile. Jack patted her head. Alice snuggled closer to him and started rubbing her head at Jack's chest. Rosalie and Emmett snorted. Again, they entered their private lover's space, which had no room for outsiders. They had to suffer the past few days because of it, and they're certain that they have to suffer much longer. It was the same with Jasper and Edith. They were inseparable for decades. Same with Rosalie and Emmett. But only one can breach that space. All right, I have to clean the kitchen, Esme gently said with a happy face as she saw Alice finally having some happiness in her life. Being alone decades while surrounded by couples is not a pleasant experience. But Alice still loves them, even though she felt jealousy hundreds of times. Now it is time for her revenge. Alice pouted and dragged Jack away from the kitchen. They went upstairs and straight to her room. Jack lied down on the bed, and Alice moved her petite body towards Jack and hugged him tightly. Swoosh! Jack and Alice looked towards the window and saw Edward jumping to the tree while carrying Bella. Wow, that looks fun, Alice said with sparkling eyes. We should do that, Alice said with a broad smile. But Jack paled and shook his head. Absolutely not. Alice pouted. Why not? That looks extremely dangerous. Alice giggled. Dangerous? No worries. I won't let you fall. I have a fear of heights, Jack revealed. You do, Alice said with a surprised face. Yup, I'm not definitely doing that. Alice patted his head. It's all right. I will protect you from heights. Why do I feel like you're making fun of me? Jack said with a twitching eyebrow. Alice kissed his cheek. It's all right. Is Jackie scared of heights? No worries. I will protect you. You dare to make fun of me? Jack shouted and sat on the bed. Alice looked surprised, but then Jack grabbed her arms and held them tightly. Alice was lying on the bed with an innocent smile while Jack held her down. Jack put his head closer to hers and almost touched her lips with his own. Alice said one more time with a cheeky grin. "Umph, this shall be my revenge," Jack said and kissed her lips passionately. MMM. Alice closed her eyes and enjoyed the kiss. She felt her entire body heating up in pleasure. Jack separated their lips and looked at Alice's lustful face. Jack said cheekily and left the bed. "Umph." Alice pouted and crossed her arms. She felt an itch coming from her groin, but Jack had already left the room. "Dummy," she shouted and covered her face with a pillow. "Jackie, I will get my revenge," she shouted, but the pillow stopped her voice from reaching Jack's ears. Jack left the Cullens' residence after talking with Emmett and Jasper. Swoosh! He turned his head and saw Edward coming with his super speed while carrying Bella. Jack mounted his motorcycle and started revving the engine. The powerful sound of the engine echoed in the yard. "Jack, can you take Bella to her home? I have something to talk about with Carlisle and the rest," Edward said. "It's all right, I can walk," Bella said with an embarrassed face. "Nonsense, I can take you there," Jack said and grabbed the helmet. "Thanks," Edward said and turned towards Bella. "See you later?" Bella smiled and nodded. Edward went straight to the residence, leaving Bella and Jack alone. "Here," Jack offered her the helmet. "Thanks," she said and started wearing the helmet. She sat behind Jack and awkwardly put her hands on his waist. Virum. Jack drove the motorcycle and entered the rocky road, and soon the Cullens' residence disappeared from sight. After a bumpy ride, they entered the asphalt road. Jack turned towards the right and started driving towards Bella's home. Bella enjoyed the smooth ride and felt the wind touching her body. Her clothes were floating gently in the wind, while her brown hair was moving back and forth. Shortly afterward, they entered streets with more buildings. But then Bella saw a familiar car in front of the diner. "Jack, can we stop there?" Bella pointed towards the diner. Jack turned his head towards diner and nodded. Jack gently controlled the motorcycle and stopped in front of the diner. Bella unmounted the bike and took off her helmet. "Bella," she heard a voice behind her. She turned her head and saw Mike with his group of friends. "Mike," she awkwardly said. Jack unmounted the bike and stood next to Bella. First Cullen and now him," Mike said with slight anger in his tone. "Itchy just gave me a ride," Bella awkwardly explained. "I don't like that you are with that Cullen. He always looks like he wants to eat you." Bella awkwardly smiled and walked past Mike and his friends and entered the diner. Mike and his friends glared at Jack after she left. His friends are glaring at Jack with intense jealousy. Few of them had small and huge crushes towards Alice, but now the innocent Alice has been taken by this hooligan. There is a rumor going in the school that Jack is a criminal. It was first spread by some jealous teenagers, but then Mr. Mason's angry shouts towards Jack were heard in the corridors. He shouted about Jack becoming a criminal and drug addict. Mike and his friends crossed their arms, trying to intimidate Jack. What are they doing? Jack thought with a frown. It looked like a bunch of kids was trying to act tough. He shrugged and entered the diner. "I don't understand what Alice sees in him," one of Mike's friends said and shook his head. "Maybe she got a bad taste in men. I would be better choice. I would treat Alice like she is a princess. I bet that he doesn't even care about her." Jack didn't hear their conversation. Instead, he was walking towards Charlie and Bella. Bella waved her hand and pointed at the chair. Jack nodded and sat down in the chair. Charlie raised an eyebrow after the black-haired youth appeared. "This is Jack. You remember him, right?" Bella said. "Right, I do." Charlie sipped his coffee and said, "Hello," Jack said. A waitress appeared next to the table. She was a middle-aged woman with darker skin and curly black hair. She was wearing the usual waitress outfit, which consisted of a pink shirt with white dots. "Charlie, boys wants to know, did you find anything?" the waitress asked. A group of 4 old men at the table next to them glanced at them, waiting for the answer. Charlie sighed and shook his head. "No, we still don't understand how the wildfire happened, but it couldn't be natural or accidental." The waitress sighed. "Is there any danger this happening again? Our houses are close to the forest, and if bigger wildfire happens, we will keep our eyes open. Nothing in that forest happens without us knowing about it," Charlie said with a confident expression. Jack was sitting silently while tiny sweat drops appeared on his forehead. Oops. Next morning, Stormy weather appeared above Forks. The dark gray sky covered the sky, and the sound of rumbling echoed in the distance. In the Cullens' residence. "Baseball," Alice cheerfully said. She was wearing a blue-colored cap with a white vest and black-colored pants. Edith grinned and hugged her. "We will win today." Of course we will," Alice said while her hands were on her waist. Edith was wearing a white-colored cap with a blue vest and black-colored pants, which made her thighs look more appealing. Rosalie was also looking more energetic than usual. She was wearing a blue-colored cap, blue-colored vest, and white pants. Carlisle and Esme looked energetic as well. They rarely have anything to do, and when it's a thunderstorm, it is perfect weather to play baseball. Edward entered the room. He was wearing a blue jacket and black-colored pants. "Bella is coming as well, so please act properly, Rosalie." Edward looked at Rosalie with narrowed eyes. Rosalie snorted. Emmett showed thumbs up. "I will keep her in check." Edward nodded and looked at Alice. "Alice, can I have a word?" Alice turned her head and nodded. She cheerfully followed Edward towards the yard where his car was waiting. "What is it?" Alice asked while hopping behind Edward. Edward opened his car's door and said, "How do you keep in control?" "Excuse me?" Alice tilted her head. "With Jack. How do you stay in control with him?" "Oh." Alice was twirling her fingers and said, "It's not easy. Like yesterday, I wanted to rip his clothes off and have my way with him." "All right," Edward shouted. "Too much information." Alice shrugged. "I keep thinking that he might hate me if I lose control. That is enough for me to stay sane." Edward looked thoughtful and nodded. "Thanks. No problem," Alice cheerfully said and returned to the house. Edward entered the car and kept thinking about yesterday night. He spent time with Bella in her room, and he almost lost control. Via room, Edward saw a familiar-looking black-haired young man coming with his motorcycle. Jack parked his motorcycle 5 meters away from Edward's car. Edward nodded and started driving towards Bella's house. Jack nodded and entered the house. "Jackie." Alice instantly hugged Jack's body like she was a koala hugging a tree. "Catch," Emmett said, and threw a blue-colored cap for Jack. Jack grabbed it and put on his head. "Ready to lose," Emmett said with a grinning face. Jack smirked. "Don't blame me if I cheat a little bit." The Cullens and Jack were gathered in a spacious area while a large forest surrounded them. But then a white-colored Jeep came and stopped some distance away. Edward and Bella left the Jeep and started walking towards them. Rosalie and Jasper were deciding which team plays first. Rosalie was the first to put the hand in the tip of the bat, which means that her team is first at batting. She playfully hit Jasper in the shoulder. Jasper wryly smiled and received a pity hug from Edith. Esme approached Bella and grabbed her arm. "I'm glad you are here. We need a referee." Bella nodded and followed behind her. "She thinks we cheat," Emmett said with a grinning face. "I know you cheat, but I also have a hunch that Jack might cheat." "Me cheat? I would never," Jack said but averted his gaze. Esme narrowed her eyes. She instantly noticed that Jack was lying. "Be fair, Bella," Esme said with a gentle look. "Okay." Bella nodded with a smile. Rosalie was the first one at the batting order while Alice was serving. "Rosalie, come on," Emmett cheered. "Alice, you got this," Jack shouted. Jack and Emmett narrowed their eyes while looking at each other. Edward and Edith were some distance away from Alice, who was the first one to be at serving. The teams were simple. Rosalie, Emmett, Jasper, and Carlisle are on the other team, while Alice, Edward, Edith, Esme, and Jack are on the other team. Jack can only do batting. That's why he won't be playing until then. Rumble. A bolt of lightning was seen in the sky. "It's time," Alice said. She went into her serving stance and threw a fastball. Rosalie narrowed her eyes, and once the ball was close enough, she swung the bat. Bam! The ball flew straight towards the forest. "Now I see why you need a thunder," Bella said with amazement. Esme smiled and nodded. Edward turned around and ran towards the forest. His body became blurred, and soon he already disappeared from everyone's sight. "This is home run, right?" Bella was confident. Esme wryly smiled and shook her head. "Edward is very fast." Bella raised an eyebrow and watched as the scene was unfolding. Edward ran through the forest and reached the ball. He grabbed it swiftly and turned around. Swoosh! The ball left his hand as he threw it with his full strength behind. Esme watched as a blurry item was flying towards her. She quickly grabbed it and touched the ground with it. Rosalie was already sliding towards the final base, but her leg touched the final base a little bit too late. "You are out," Bella said with confident expression. Rosalie gritted her teeth and stood up. She glared at Bella and walked away. Bella lowered her head and scratched her cheek. "Nice one," Carlisle said and patted Rosalie's shoulder. Rosalie sighed, and with frustration, she crossed her arms and didn't look very pleased. Edward left the forest with a calm smile on his face. Carlisle was the next one to be in the batting order. Alice smiled and threw the ball even faster this time. Swoosh! Bam! Carlisle perfectly hit the ball, and it flew even higher than Rosalie's ball. Edward was already running towards the ball, but so was Edith. They both jumped simultaneously and crashed into each other in midair. Both of them fell down on the ground. "Edward, you stupid!" Edith shouted and rubbed Edward's head in the wet ground. Edward chuckled and quickly escaped the peril. Carlisle entered the final base with ease. It was Jasper's turn next. He masterfully twirled the bat in his hand. Alice threw another fastball, but Jasper easily hit the ball with great accuracy. The ball went straight towards the forest, but Edith was already ready. She climbed the tree and caught the ball midair. She threw the ball straight towards Esme, who caught it with ease. Jasper sighed and stopped running after he reached third base. Edith showed her tongue. "Sorry, honey, but this is war." Jasper chuckled and went back to others. It was now Emmett's turn. Alice kissed the ball and imagined that it was Jack. "Jackie, give me strength." She threw the ball faster than ever before, but Emmett was ready and hit the ball straight towards the forest. But Edward was ready and started running towards the forest. Emmett had already reached the third base until Edward finally found the ball. He threw it with incredible strength. Emmett already saw the final base, but then he saw a blur passing him and Esme catching the blur. Esme smiled and touched the final base. "Shit!" Emmett cursed and stopped running. "3 outs!" Bella shouted. "Yay!" Alice cheered. "Emmett, you too slow," Jack shouted with a grinning face. "Fuck!" Emmett stomped towards Rosalie. Rosalie patted his back with a smile. Jack grabbed the bat and hit his palm with it. "My turn!" Jack shouted. "Time to cheat my way to victory," he thought sneakily. Esme narrowed her eyes. "Bella, keep your eyes open." Bella shakily nodded. "What?" "Jack is only an ordinary human. What can he even do?" She was waiting with anticipation. "Jackie, you can do it." Alice cheered with an energetic expression. Rosalie and Emmett cracked their necks. Jasper was the one at serving, while Rosalie and Emmett were some distance away from him. Carlisle was standing behind Jack, ready to catch the ball if Jack misses. Edith and Edward was standing next to Alice. Jack used the bat and tapped the ground a few times. Then he put the bat into a swinging stance and started concentrating. Jasper took a deep breath and went into his serving stance. It was slightly different from Alice's. He turned his body sideways, did a larger swing, and threw it with greater speed. Jack only watched as the blur went past his face. Jack said dumbly. Bam! Carlisle caught the ball effortlessly. "First miss," Bella said. She was amazed because she couldn't see the ball at all, and she was sure that it was impossible for Jack to hit the ball. "That was faster than I thought." Jack was sweat-dropping. "Jackie, you can do it." Alice didn't stop cheering even once. Emmett grinned and puffed his chest. Carlisle threw the ball back to Jasper, who caught it with ease. Jasper smiled slightly and went into his serving stance. Swoosh! The ball flew towards Jack like cannon. Jack swung the bat, but the ball slightly missed the bat. Bam! Carlisle caught the ball once again. Arg! Jack grimaced. Second miss. Bella said and thought, "I can't even see the ball. It's not possible for humans to play against vampires." Alice looked anxious, but she never stopped believing in Jack's capabilities. Jack went into a swinging stance once again. Carlisle threw the ball back to Jasper. Jasper caught it and went into his serving stance. Phew! Jack breathed deeply. He grabbed the bat tighter. Small flames were seen flickering in his eyes. Swoosh! The ball left Jasper's hand once again, and this time it was even faster. Jack gritted his teeth and swung the bat once again. Bam! The ball hit perfectly with the bat. Small sparks were seen once the two objects collided. Swoosh! The ball went straight toward the sky. Jasper looked surprised. Jack already dropped the bat and started running towards first base. Bella looked at the ball flying towards the forest. It was a good hit, but Emmett will make in time. Emmett was already running towards the forest. The ball was still in the air. It went past multiple trees and landed on the ground. Jack had already reached the second base and turned towards the third base. Emmett saw the ball. He smirked and was about to touch it. But then, swoosh, the ball was lit in flames. What the F? Emmett quickly backed off. The ball was on fire, but then he saw that the ball didn't turn into ashes. Instead, the fire only made the ball hotter, but that fire was still deadly towards Emmett. That's cheating, Emmett shouted. Jack reached the third base and turned towards the final base. Jackie, G.O.O. Alice shouted with a broad smile. Bella looked shocked. Where is Emmett? Rosalie and Jasper turned towards the forest and raised an eyebrow. Carlisle and Esme looked strangely towards the forest. Emmett was stomping the ball, trying to make the flames disappear. But it didn't work. Damn! Emmett shouted with an anxious look. Jack ran towards the final base and soon arrived there. Jackie! Alice shouted and hugged Jack's body tightly. You are best. Jack smiled and hugged her petite figure. Bella muttered. Emmett looked at the ball with an angry face, and after Jack reached the final base, the fire disappeared mysteriously, and the ball was unharmed. He gritted his teeth and grabbed the ball. He threw it towards Carlisle, who caught it with ease. Carlisle looked at the ball and felt that it was very warm. He chuckled and shook his head. Emmett left the forest with an angry face, while Rosalie and Jasper looked at him with questioning faces. Edith and Edward grinned. Jack high-fived with both of them. How? Bella asked from Esme. Esme wryly smiled. Edward appeared next to Bella and said, So it's 1-1 score? Bella nodded dumbly. Time to win, Alice said and grabbed the bat. Bella was still curious, but no one wanted to answer her question. She looked at Jack with a curious expression. They played baseball for another few hours until the thunderstorm started calming down. The score ended as 6-2, and it was Jack's team who won. Jack got 2 home runs, and no one could stop him from cheating. Yay! Alice and Edith hugged each other tightly. Emmett was displeased. Cheater, cheater. He kept murmuring quietly. Jack smirked. They left towards the Cullens' residence. It was not too late yet, and Bella will stay some time with Edward before going back home, before Charlie becomes worried. While they were driving, they saw a lot of police officers walking in the forest with their police dogs. There were also few volunteers. It was to keep the forest safe so that the culprit of the wildfire couldn't do it again. Shortly afterward, they reached the Cullens' residence. Go to cleaning, losers, Edith shouted with a grinning face. Rosalie, Emmett, and Jasper sighed and went inside the house with a downcast look. Losers of the baseball match had to clean the whole house. Carlisle wryly smiled and entered the house as well. Jack went to help Esme to carry the things back to the house. Esme smiled and gave the bag, which had all the baseball equipments. Jack grabbed it and entered the house. Bella and Edward went towards Edward's room, while Edith and Alice talked with each other in the living room. Jack put the bag on the ground, but then he took a glance at the baseball bat. He grabbed the baseball bat and swung it gently around him. If I remember correctly, Ghost Rider had some kind of weapon in the movie poster, a chain, I think. What are you doing? Esme asked curiously. Jack showed the baseball bat. Can I have this? Sure, we have more, but why? Esme asked curiously. Jack smiled, and the baseball bat was lit in flames. Slowly, the aluminum bat started transforming, and a menacing-looking skull appeared on it, which spat fire. Esme gasped and covered her mouth. Yeah, I like this, Jack grinned. Gore. A figure with deep red eyes looked at the sign in front of him. He had pale white skin with long, messy red hair and a feral-looking face. Sniff, sniff. He sniffed the air in front of him and smelled something very tasty. He was passing through Forks until his enhanced sense of smell attracted him here. Dinner? About time. The figure grinned viciously and started running towards the city of Forks. His blurry figure reached the nearby town. His dark red eyes gazed at the passers-by walking with their family. Gur. But he didn't feel hungry when he looked at those innocent souls. Instead, something else attracted him. Someone who was worth 10 meals. He hadn't felt this hungry in years, and his throat was getting parched. He could also smell werewolves and groups of vampires being close to this town. But he has never got caught before, and he will never will. His blurry figure ran through the forest. His messy red hair flowed gently in the air, and his feral-looking face became even scarier. He could smell the carrier of such tasty blood being near. Soon afterward, he arrived at the small 2-bedroom house with a rusty truck and a police car outside. The figure gazed at the building, and he was certain that the scent was coming from there. Swoosh! It looked like he teleported because he suddenly appeared in front of the door. Clank! The figure tried to open the door, but it was locked. Crack! The figure couldn't care and destroyed the lock. Creak! The door slowly opened, and a dark room appeared in front of him. The figure stepped 1 foot into the house, and he smelled the tasty blood everywhere in the house. And he was sure that person was still here. Creak! His every step echoed menacingly in the downstairs. He started ascending the stairs toward the 2nd floor, and the scent became stronger. Sniff! He sniffed one more time and saw a door not far from him. The figure reached the door and gently opened it. The scent became so strong that he could barely resist drooling. The room was dimly lit. The only light was from the moon. There was a single bed in the room, and a brown-haired girl was seen. She was sleeping innocently in the bed, not knowing that wild beast had entered her room. The figure bared his fangs and walked next to the bed. He licked his lips and looked at her innocent face. The brown-haired girl groggily opened her eyes. With hazy vision, she saw a figure standing next to her bed, Edward. She murmured with a tired tone. The figure grinned viciously and put his hand forwards. He was about to touch the brown-haired girl's cheek, but before that, bam! Something solid and hard hit the figure's head. Grr! He turned his head angrily and saw a person with a mustache and curly brown hair. Charlie looked at his broken bat with a shock-filled gaze. Dad? Bella murmured, and finally, her vision became clearer. She widened her eyes out of shock after seeing an unfamiliar person in her room. Bella, run away! Charlie shouted and swung his bat once again. Oomph! The red-haired figure snorted. He grabbed the bat and crushed it. How? Charlie murmured, but then the red-haired figure swung his hand, which hit Charlie in the face. Charlie was sent flying, and he crashed to the nearby wall. Dad! Bella shouted anxiously. The red-haired figure grinned and looked at Bella. 2 meals. Perfect. Bella left her bed and started retreating towards the window. The red-haired figure followed behind her with an amused smile. Bella's back collided with the window, and the red-haired figure was only meters away from her. Rah! Charlie ran towards the figure and tried to tackle the red-haired figure, but he didn't even move. Bella, run! Charlie shouted and started punching at the red-haired figure. Bella ran outside her room with her shaky legs. She glanced towards her father and the red-haired figure, just in time to see Charlie crash in the wall once again. He landed on the floor painfully, but he was still twitching, barely conscious. The red-haired figure turned his crazy-looking red eyes towards Bella. Bella ran downstairs and straight towards the broken door. But the red-haired figure suddenly appeared in front of her, and Bella collided with his chest. Bella, with a fear-filled gaze, started retreating with shaky legs, but once she reached the stairs, she fell down on the ground on her, but the red-haired figure grinned viciously and showed his sharp teeth. You are making a mistake. I have vampires as my friend. Bella shouted with despair. The red-haired figure grinned. So, they will never find out what happened here. If you hurt me, they will hunt you down. The red-haired figure chuckled. If even Volturi can't catch me, what chances do they have? The red-haired figure reached his pale and cold hand towards Bella. And no, she shouted with despair, but his hand touched her smooth hair. Bon appetit. The red-haired figure opened his mouth widely and started approaching Bella's neck. But before that, he was once again interrupted. Bang! Arg! The red-haired figure grimaced after something fast collided with his face. He He turned his gaze upstairs, where Charlie was holding his shotgun. With shaky hands, he started reloading. He couldn't believe that he survived the bullet. The red-haired figure looked with a murderous gaze towards Charlie, and this time, he planned to kill him. Bella paled and pushed the red-haired figure away from her. The red-haired figure stumbled a few meters because he wasn't prepared, which only made him angrier. "Bitch!" he shouted and punched Bella. The punch hit her gut, which sent her flying to the nearby wall. "Bella!" Charlie shouted anxiously. He was done reloading, and again he aimed the gun toward the red-haired figure. Bella clutched her leg in agony. She felt something breaking. The red-haired figure appeared in front of Charlie and grabbed the shotgun. Charlie was shocked seeing the red-haired figure teleporting. "How?" he murmured with despair. "Oomph." The red-haired figure threw the shotgun downstairs and grabbed Charlie's neck. "Annoying, die," he said simply and was about to crush his throat. But then, vroom, the red-haired figure turned his gaze towards the door and widened his eyes in shock. A man with a flaming skull entered the building, while a motorcycle with a flaming skull was parked outside. The red-haired said with shock. He dropped Charlie down and turned his body towards the flaming monster. Bella turned her hazy vision towards the flaming man. Ghost Rider grabbed the shotgun from the ground. Once he touched it, the shotgun instantly was lit in flames. The 12-gauge double-barreled shotgun started slowly transforming, and the flames were seen leaving the barrels while the barrels slowly transformed into a menacing-looking skull. "Nice!" Ghost Rider smirked and aimed a shotgun towards the red-haired figure. He saw the red-haired figure's sins and was slightly surprised. "Not even I can inflict the pain you truly deserve." Edward appeared in the house and looked towards Bella, holding her leg in agony. "Bella!" he shouted anxiously, and he appeared next to her. Edward!" Bella looked relieved. Edward looked angrily towards the red-haired figure. "Why is he here?" Bella shakily pointed at the flaming monster. Edward smiled, but didn't answer. Soon, the rest of the Cullens also appeared outside the house, and was relieved after seeing both Bella and Charlie being alive. The red-haired figure knew that he couldn't defeat them all. He turned around and was about to start running towards the nearby window. But then, a skeleton-like arm grabbed his shoulder. "Not so fast. I need to test my new weapon." Ghost Rider grinned viciously and put the barrel of the shotgun into the red-haired figure's mouth. The red-haired figure widened his eyes in shock. "Bon appetit." Bang. Some time ago, Jack and Alice was lying on her bed and looking at the moon. Alice was doing small circles on Jack's chest with her finger. "Prom is soon," Alice said suddenly. Jack nodded. "Yup." Alice looked at his face. "You know what I want to do after prom?" Jack looked at her. Alice moved her body and sat on Jack's stomach. "We have dated quite a long time now, right?" Alice said. Less than a week," Jack replied. Alice pouted. "I was thinking of taking our relationship to a new level." "Oh." Jack raised an eyebrow. Alice nodded and moved her head closer to Jack's face. "After prom, I think it is time to take our relationship to a completely new level." Her soft breath tickled Jack's face. Jack nodded dumbly. "I am listening." Alice smiled shyly and moved her head closer to his ear. Her lips was almost in contact with his lips. She started whispering about things which made her almost explode out of embarrassment. Jack opened his mouth in shock. Alice stopped whispering and looked at his face. Jack bit his lip and nodded. "Oh, yay," Alice said cheerfully and kissed his lips. She lied down on the bed and moved her body closer to Jack's. Jack closed his eyes and relaxed his body. But then, he opened his eyes with a slam. He quickly sat straight and looked outside the window. "Jackie, what is it?" Alice asked curiously. But then her face became emotionless, and she saw a vision of a man with a flaming skull holding a shotgun while Bella and Charlie was lying on the ground without moving. Jack stood up and ran towards the window. Crack! He jumped through the window, making broken glass pieces fly everywhere. Edith and Carlisle appeared in Alice's room after hearing the commotion. They saw a broken window and Alice sitting emotionlessly. They knew what this meant. Everyone else gathered in the room shortly afterward. Jack sat on his motorcycle, and flames was seen flickering in his eyes. The motorcycle below him started slowly transforming, and a familiar-looking skull appeared in front of the bike, and the tires began smoking. Vroom! Only a blazing trail was seen after Jack left with his motorcycle. "Alice, what is it?" Edith asked anxiously. Alice finally woke up from her stupor. She stood up in a hurry and shouted, "Bella and Charlie are in danger." Edward widened his eyes. He instantly left the building through the window and started running in the forest towards Bella's house. Other Cullens didn't wait for more information. They left the building through the building and followed behind Edward. Jack entered the asphalt road and started driving like he was being possessed. The tires was now on fire, while Jack's face was half skull and half flesh. Vroom! Few cars was seen driving in front of him, but Jack's motorcycle only left a blazing trail and passed the cars with ease. The drivers only widened their eyes, but Jack and his motorcycle had already disappeared from the view. They thought that they were dreaming. They were certain that they showed someone with his skull on fire. They stopped their cars and looked behind them. A fire trail was seen, and the asphalt was melting. Jack entered the town and only accelerated in speed. Everywhere he drove, destruction followed. The car's windows broke into a million pieces. The light poles around the streets started melting. Jack saw his flesh disappear from his arms, and soon his whole body became a skeleton. But he still had his clarity, but there was a certain voice on his mind. "Kill the sinners." Jack snorted and entered the neighborhood where Bella's house was located. Soon, he arrived in a small two-bedroom house. The door was wide open, while some commotion was heard inside the house. Few nearby houses, which was pitch black, soon had lights lit up. The commotion woke them up. Vroom! The Ghost Rider parked the motorcycle in front of the door. He unmounted it and entered the house. He saw a red-haired figure looking at him with a shock-filled gaze. He stopped choking Charlie and dropped him. He turned his body towards Ghost Rider and looked like he was in disbelief. Ghost Rider saw a shotgun lying on the ground. He grabbed it, and once his bone fingers touched it, it was lit in flames and it started transforming. The barrels transformed into a menacing-looking skull, while fire surrounded the shotgun. "Nice!" Ghost Rider smirked and aimed the shotgun towards the shocked-looking red-haired figure. First time in his life, Jack could clearly see the sins people have caused and was shocked. The red-haired figure was a true monster. He has killed hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. Men, women, children, and even elderly. No one could run away from his limitless hunger. And the thing is, the red-haired figure doesn't feel any remorse. Not ever in his life has he felt any kind of remorse. Ever since he killed the first person, he thought that it was like humans eating meat. "Not even I can inflict the pain you truly deserve," Ghost Rider / Jack said with a disgusted face. Soon a blur appeared next to him. Edward anxiously looked around the house and saw Bella clutching her leg in agony. "Bella!" He shouted anxiously and appeared next to her. Ghost Rider saw Bella pointing at him with a fear-filled gaze, but he turned his gaze back to the red-haired figure. He felt more people appearing outside the house and saw the red-haired figure's face turning grim. The red-haired figure turned around and was clearly about to run away. But Ghost Rider moved with incredible speed and grabbed his shoulder. "Not so fast. I need to test my new weapon." Ghost Rider grinned viciously and put the barrel of the shotgun into the red-haired figure's mouth. He only saw the red-haired figure's eyes widening in shock. "Bon appetit." Ghost Rider pressed the trigger, and bullets made of fire left the barrel. Bang! The bullets pierced the red-haired figure's skull, making a gaping hole in the back of his head. Ugh! The red-haired figure dropped down on his knees. He grabbed his throat in agony, but the fire started spreading, and soon his whole mouth was on fire. "Aoeoeoa!" He shouted crazed look. His eyes bulged, and the fire left his eyes. H. The red-haired figure did a final scream of despair until the fire had already spread everywhere on his body. His body was char-black, and he looked like a burned statue. Charlie took a final look at the flaming monster in front of him and fell unconscious. Ghost Rider started descending the stairs. He took another look towards Bella and Edward. After that, he exited the house where Cullens were anxiously waiting. Everyone except Alice gulped after Ghost Rider exited the house. They don't know if Jack is in control or not. Alice looked at the Ghost Rider with a nervous look. Ghost Rider went to his motorcycle and tied the shotgun on the back of the motorcycle. "Take them to hospital," Ghost Rider simply said and sat on the motorcycle. Alice and others widened their eyes. "Jackie," Alice shouted happily. "I will visit you soon," Ghost Rider said and drove off. He only left a blazing trail behind him. Few of the neighbors saw the scene. They rubbed their eyes and saw a fire trail, but no sight of the flaming monster they thought they saw. Edward carried Bella out of the house. "I will take her to hospital." Carlisle nodded. "See you there." Edward nodded and started running with a moderate pace towards the hospital. Carlisle went towards Charlie and looked at him. Charlie was alive, but he suffered a concussion. Carlisle started carrying him and started running towards the hospital, while other Cullens followed behind him. The neighbors didn't see the scene of them running. Instead, their focus was on the asphalt road, which was on fire. Jack's face started slowly having flesh, and his handsome became visible once again. Some fatigue was visible on his face, but it didn't lessen his charm and unusual beauty. The motorcycle underneath him transformed to its usual state. That was dangerous. Jack's hand trembled. He felt very tempted to kill everyone around him. He turned around his motorcycle and started driving back to the town. Once he arrived there, he saw destroyed cars in the streets, while many angry people was looking at the cars. Most of them were the owners of the cars. He could also see the asphalt road melting. If Ghost Rider was proper hero, the amount of property damage he needs to pay is outrageous. He started driving towards the hospital, where Cullens should have arrived already. There was only few cars parked in the parking lot of the hospital, while the lounge looked dead silent. Jack parked his motorcycle and started walking towards the hospital. A young woman was sitting at the registration desk. Her eyelids looked heavy, and she could fall asleep at any moment. Jack tapped her desk, which made her flinch. She turned her hazel eyes towards Jack and instantly blushed. "Why, yes. Did two individuals come here today? A young girl and her father?" Jack asked. "Yeah, yes. Dr. Cullen is taking care of them currently," the young woman said with an energetic expression. "Can I go see them?" Jack asked. It's past visiting hours," the young woman said with a troubled look, but then she smiled. If I can get your phone number, I will pretend that I didn't see you today." She smiled sweetly and waited for his response. Jack looked troubled, but then loud footsteps came from upstairs. A lovely person was descending the stairs. She was petite with small, pixie-like features. She also has large eyes and long, delicate eyebrows. Her beautiful face was twitching in annoyance. The receptionist recognized her as Dr. Cullen's daughter. "Miss Alice," the receptionist said with a small smile. Alice snorted and grabbed Jack's hand. "I am taking him. My father is waiting for him." Yes," the receptionist said loudly with slight reluctance. Alice grabbed Jack's hand tightly and dragged him to upstairs. "I leave you alone for one moment, and some flies go near you," Alice shouted with a dark look on her face. Jack shrugged. "I wasn't going to give her my number." "I know," Alice said quietly. They entered a hospital room where two figures were seen on the bed. Bella was talking with Edward while her right leg was in a cast. Charlie was still unconscious, with bandages around his forehead and arm. Bella and Edward quieted down and watched as Jack entered the room. Carlisle nodded. Esme gently smiled. Rosalie and Emmett was sitting next to Esme, while Edith and Jasper were sitting on the other side of the room. "Can you show me?" Bella asked. Jack raised an eyebrow, but then he saw Edward's nod. He sighed and nodded. Half of his face started transforming, and soon Flaming Skull was visible until it disappeared once again. Bella took a deep breath and awkwardly chuckled. "I feel kind of silly now." Jack sat next to Carlisle, while Alice sat in his lap. "How is Charlie?" Jack asked from Carlisle. "He will be fine. He will wake up tomorrow morning, but his body might be in quite a lot of pain," Carlisle said. Jack nodded. "You managed to control it. I am proud of you," Esme said with a smile. Jack scratched his cheek. "Not completely. I even felt sinners from nearby cities, which made me go almost crazy," he thought, but he didn't plan to reveal that. "Get rest, Bella. Carlisle said and started walking out of the hospital room. Rosalie, Emmett, Esme, Edith, and Jasper followed behind him. Alice stood up, and Jack followed behind her. "I will stay here for tonight," Edward said. Others nodded and left the room. While they were walking in the corridors, an anxious-looking young man appeared. He had tan skin with a lanky build, and he wore his long black hair in a ponytail, but there was some childish roundedness in his face. Jack was shocked. Cullens took a glance at him. Rosalie snorted and turned away. Jacob didn't care about them. Instead, he entered the room Bella was in. Cullens and Jack left the hospital and entered the parking lot where Jack's motorcycle was located. "See you at home," Carlisle said and started running towards the nearby forest, while others followed behind him. Only Jack and Alice was left in the parking lot. Alice was flustered. "Tomorrow is prom, so see you then." She kissed his cheek and ran after Carlisle and others. Jack smiled and touched the cheek she kissed. He felt nervous and excited about tomorrow. It could be the best day of his life or the day of his death. Jack sat on his motorcycle and started driving away. But before that, he saw enraged Jacob leaving the hospital. I guess the meeting didn't go well, Jack thought. Jacob looked at the black-haired young man and narrowed his eyes. He remembered him walking with Cullens. "Nice bike," Jacob said and started walking away. Jack nodded and started driving towards the motel. Alice reached the Cullens residence and saw the rest of Cullens sitting in the living room. "Jack didn't come?" Esme asked. Alice shook her head. "Tomorrow is prom night, and I don't want him to see me before that." Edith giggled and stood up. "Is our little Alice trying to do something tomorrow night?" "And no," Alice said, but she looked very suspicious. Edith grinned. "I see." She started walking upstairs. She went past Alice, but then she whispered, "Use protection. Go away." Alice shouted and pushed Edith gently. Edith giggled and went upstairs. Even though Edith whispered, everyone heard clearly. Alice felt embarrassed. She went to the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. She grabbed a small egg and closed the refrigerator. She went straight towards her room, but she heard Emmett trying to suppress his laughter. Alice felt even more embarrassed. She entered her room and sat on her bed. "Control," she muttered and moved the egg in her hand. She grabbed it and moved it around in her tiny palm. "Try not to break it." She is trying to learn to control her strength better. She kept doing that entire night and didn't stop even after the sky became bright. Today isn't school, only the prom later today. Alice's room was littered with broken eggshells. She broke a lot of eggs last night, and the eggs in the house would have already disappeared. But Esme went to buy more because she knew what Alice was trying to do. "All right," Alice cheered quietly. She managed to stay 1 hour without breaking the egg, her new record. Today is an important day in both Alice's and Jack's life. It could be either the best day in their lives, or it can end in disaster. Jack was standing in the bathroom of his motel room and was gazing at the mirror in front of him. He was wearing his three-piece suit, and he had styled his hair nicely. He doesn't look like the hooligan most of the students remind him of. Instead, he looks like a rich young master from an influential and wealthy family. "All right," he said and left the bathroom. The bathroom door was on the pieces in the ground. Jack didn't care about fixing it, and it is debatable, is it even fixable? He left his hotel room and started walking towards the parking lot. In the parking lot, one gray-colored car was waiting, while two handsome figures were seen standing next to it. Emmett and Jasper saw Jack approaching. "Looking good," Emmett said with a grinning face. Jack rolled his eyes. "I don't really want to hear that from you." Jasper chuckled. "Well, you look good. You should dress properly from now on." Jack sighed and looked at his suit one more time. He never liked to wear fancy suits and dress appropriately. He liked outfits that let him breathe properly. "Girls are probably done dressing up," Emmett said. "You really think that?" Jasper asked with a raised eyebrow. Emmett grinned and entered the car. "No." Jack entered the back seat while Jasper sat in the front seat next to Emmett. They left towards the Cullens residence. Once they arrived at the stone road which leads to the Cullens residence, Jack took a glimpse out of the window and saw a long line of asphalt road being melted away, like someone cut in half. The road Jack used as Ghost Rider is closed for maintenance because it is too broken to be used. Emmett drove the car smoothly, and soon afterward, they reached the Cullens' residence. Esme was already seen standing outside with a gentle smile. They left the car and started walking towards Esme. Emmett was about to enter the house, but was stopped by Esme. "They are not ready yet," Esme said gently. Emmett and Jasper looked at each other and sighed. Esme chuckled and looked at Jack. "Jack, you look great," she exclaimed while looking Jack up and down. "Thanks," Jack said with a slight smile. "Did Edward leave already?" Jasper asked. Esme nodded. "Bella is alone in the house with the cast, so Edward went to help her." What happened to the corpse?" Jack asked curiously. "We got rid of it," Emmett said. Jack nodded. "We also had to fix the door," Jasper said with a sigh. "How is Bella?" "Yesterday might have been quite traumatizing," Jack asked curiously. Esme chuckled. "She is surprisingly all right. Charlie doesn't remember anything from last night." Jack nodded. Esme perked up her ears and smiled. "I guess they are ready." Edith was the first one to leave the house. She was wearing a blue-colored dress with blue lace off the shoulder and blue-colored flowers surrounding the dress. "Image, how do I look?" Edith asked and spun around. Jasper looked at her with mouth agape. Emmett elbowed him, and finally, he woke up from his stupor. "Beautiful," Jasper said and grabbed her hand. Edith giggled and walked with Jasper towards their car. The next one to leave the house was Rosalie. Rosalie was wearing a beautiful black/blue/gray dress with a small flower on the shoulder. "Image." Emmett smiled and grabbed Rosalie's waist. "You look beautiful." Rosalie had a small smile on her beautiful face. She started walking towards the car with Emmett. Jack's heart was pounding rapidly, and finally, a beautiful pixie came from the house. She was wearing an elegant pink-colored dress, which showed clearly her smooth yet pale-looking legs. Her usual hairstyle wasn't changed much, and there were small golden earrings on her ears, which fit her eyes perfectly. Jack's words got caught in his throat. "How do I look?" Alice asked with shy tone. "You look beautiful," Jack said quietly, but she heard it clearly. Alice sweetly smiled and grabbed Jack's hand. She could finally see his outfit as well, and she was amazed. "Jackie, you look so handsome." Jack scratched his head. "Thanks." Esme smiled gently and waved her hand. "Have fun." She was feeling emotional seeing the three couples leaving for prom, like a mother watching as her children are leaving once they reached adulthood. Alice and Jack went to the same car with Edith and Jasper. Alice held Jack's hand gently and used her thumb to feel Jack's skin better. "Are you all right?" Jack asked Alice, who was looking very anxious. Just nervous," she said. She was unsure how effective her training was. "Am I selfish for wanting to do it so bad?" She looked at Jack, who was gazing at her with his black eyes. Jack saw her being worried and very nervous. He leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "I trust you." Alice grabbed his hand tighter, and a very sweet smile was painted on her face. Half an hour later, they reached the venue of the prom. They arrived at the Viewpoint Inn, which was a massive building with a large backyard and front yard. There was also forest surrounding the building, while a large dance floor was located in the backyard of the building. There were countless cars parked in the front yard, while young men and women were walking towards the building, and the music coming from the building was heard from far away. Alice and Jack left the car while holding hands. Alice looked at the building with sparkling eyes. "Jackie, let's go." Jack walked next to her with a calm smile. They entered a small red carpet and started walking towards the place where they take pictures of the couples who came to the prom. Alice and Jack looked 100 times more beautiful than any couple around them. It made many young men and women self-conscious about their looks, and it didn't help the situation after Rosalie and Edith came after them. Alice and Jack entered the area where they take the photos. There was a small sign above them which said, "Monte Carlo." Alice smiled broadly while looking at the camera, and Jack was holding Alice's waist and had a small smile on his face. Clank! The photo was taken. Alice and Jack entered the building where couples was dancing while loud music echoed in the room. There was a disco ball hanging from a ceiling, and there was tables where people played some card games. It gave some kind of Monte Carlo vibe in the room. Alice looked at everything with the same cheerful face, while Jack had dead-looking eyes. Alice dragged Jack to the dance floor, where few couples was already dancing. She put her arms over Jack's shoulder, while Jack put his arms on her waist. The music was more energetic type of music, and the others couples danced at the same rhythm as the music. But Alice and Jack enjoyed the presence of each other and danced with a slow rhythm. The sky was getting darker, and the dancing floor in the backyard was lit up. Alice and Jack left the building after spending few hours at the prom. She tightly grabbed Jack's hand, but not with enough strength that would hurt him. And no one will be at home tonight. Esme and Carlisle went out as well, Alice said shyly. Jack grabbed her hand tightly. Let's do it. Alice smiled and started walking with Jack towards their car. City of Forks welcomes you. A beautiful figure was looking at the sign with hatred. She had long, curly, brilliant orange hair that looked like fire with the usual blood-red eyes of a vampire. She possessed a seductive, feline beauty, but her face was morphed into anger. She is Victoria, and she wanted revenge. But when she tried to take a step forwards, she can tell that it is the last thing she will do in her long life. He is still there. She growled like a wild animal. She turned around and walked away. I can't do it alone, Victoria said hatefully. She needed an army to defeat the flaming monster who killed James. Clank. Alice and Jack reached the Cullens' residence. They left the car and walked towards the house while holding hands. Every step they took, more nervous they became. Jack opened the door and let Alice enter first. The house was empty, but the lights were still on. There was also a smell of roses in the air. Alice led Jack to her bedroom, where one spacious bed was located. There was a red-colored blanket with soft-looking pillows and curtains covering the windows. The room was dimly lit. The only light that came was from the chandelier in the ceiling. Alice's hands were trembling. She is over 100-year virgin, and now the day she has dreamed for a long time is about to happen. Jack appeared behind her and put his hands on her waist. He started slowly kissing her pale neck until making his way over to her cheeks. Alice felt ticklish, but also warmth coming from the kisses. Jack reached his left hand towards her zipper and pulled it all the way down. Her pale back was now visible with a pink-colored bra. He put his hands on her shoulders and undressed her. Her dress fell down on the ground, and now her half-naked figure became visible. She was standing shyly, while only her bra and panties was the only thing remaining. Jack's warm body was hugging Alice's petite body. She felt secure and warm in his embrace. Jack's hand slowly started reaching towards Alice's left breast. Alice closed her eyes and bit her lip. Jack's large hand was squeezing her small breast, but there was still her bra on the way. He felt that her breast was surprisingly soft. He didn't expect that because the rest of her body was quite hard and solid. How are they? Alice asked shyly. If she could blush, then her face would be bright red. Soft, Jack said sensually in her ear. Alice smiled and leaned on his body. Why, you can do it harder. Jack grabbed both of her breasts with his hands and started squeezing and playing with them. Soon, he got annoyed because of the bra. He took the bra away and threw it to the ground. Now her small breast was visible with pink nipples. Jack gently put Alice on the bed and started savoring her lips. Alice closed her eyes and concentrated on Jack's passionate kiss. Soon their tongues started battling against each other. Alice put her hands behind Jack's body and pulled him closer. She accidentally used a little bit too much strength, but Jack didn't show any sign of being in pain, and she felt like Jack's body was different than before. But soon, Alice's concentration was stolen once again. Jack put her small breasts on his mouth and started tasting every part of her. She felt slightly embarrassed because her breasts weren't as big as others have in her family, but she enjoyed seeing Jack enjoying hers. Alice grabbed Jack's expensive suit and ripped it apart. Jack stopped sucking her breasts and sat on the bed. He took off his jacket, vest, and shirt. Next, he started unbuttoning his pants and threw them away. Now only his boxers were left, but Alice hungrily ripped them apart as well. His manhood was now standing in full glory while Alice's nose was touching the tip. She gulped and licked the tip. Jack's body shuddered because of the sudden pleasure. Alice saw him shuddering in pleasure. He likes this, Alice thought with innocent smile and started licking the tip. Jack's body kept shuddering. It wasn't only the licking that gave him pleasure. Seeing the innocent Alice doing such an indecent act gave him a different kind of pleasure. He could also see her, but shaking impatiently like it was waiting for something. Alice soon realized that only licking wouldn't be enough. She decided to do something more brazen. She opened her tiny mouth and put Jack's manhood in her mouth. Jack felt like he was close to coming, but managed to keep it in check. Alice started pushing her head deeper until she could already feel Jack's manhood touching her throat, but she wasn't done. She pushed it all the way in. Jack felt her wet and tight mouth covering his manhood completely. It was like it was trapped in some closed space with no escape. Alice closed her eyes. She barely was able to breathe, but then she learned quickly to use her nose instead. Soon, she started moving her head up and down. Jack put his hand on her tiny head and touched her soft hair. Alice didn't stop. Instead, she kept increasing the speed of her sucking, and soon the sound of her sucking echoed in the room. Slurp, slurp. While she was sucking Jack's manhood, she also felt an itching feeling growing on her lower half. She reached with her left arm towards her sacred honey pot and started slowly rubbing it, increasing the amount of pleasure she was already feeling. Jack soon also started thrusting his hips, and he reached his climax very quickly. "I am coming!" Jack shouted and released his white and sticky baby seeds inside her throat. Alice widened her eyes and started swallowing as fast as she could, but the amount of what Jack released soon overwhelmed her. She took the manhood off her mouth. Jack was still releasing his baby seeds, and soon the white liquid covered Alice's face, while there was still some amount left in her tiny mouth. Alice exclaimed. "Yeah, sorry." Jack apologized and looked around the room to find tissues, but Alice grabbed his hand. Alice wiped the white liquid from her face and lied down on the bed. "Don't make me wait any longer." Jack gulped. He grabbed the destroyed part of his shirt and wiped the rest of the white liquid from her face. His manhood became hard as rock instantly after Alice's naked body came into view. Jack grabbed her panties and took them away. Now she was completely naked, and her honeypot was seen in full glory. Alice was feeling lustful, but there was still some embarrassment left. She closed her legs shyly, but Jack stopped her. Alice pouted and then moved her legs aside, which made her honeypot even more visible. "Do it," she lustfully whispered. "I want this." Jack instantly lined up his manhood with her honeypot and started slowly inserting. Alice widened her eyes and grabbed the blanket tightly. Jack's manhood was being hugged tightly, and it was like he was entering a very narrow cave. He kept pushing it deeper, but the deeper he went, the tighter it became. Alice moaned loudly after his manhood reached the halfway mark. Jack grabbed her waist and did the final thrust. His manhood entered fully and contacted with her cervix. She moaned loudly. The blanket she was grabbing was getting ripped apart under her mighty strength. No hymen. It must have got destroyed when she became vampire. Jack was breathing deeply. He felt like coming, but he didn't want to end this so fast. Alice, with lustful and hazy gaze, looked at Jack. She felt her lower half was filled with some foreign object, but that foreign object gave pleasure she had never felt before. Soon, Jack started moving back and forth. First, he did it slow to get used to the pleasure, and then he started thrusting faster. Alice's small breast was bouncing up and down, while her face had a massive smile. Jack kissed her lips and started thrusting faster and faster. Pack, pack, pack. The sound of flesh getting smacked echoed in the house. Jack stopped kissing her and grabbed her waist. He started thrusting as fast as he can. His veins was popping in his muscular arms, while familiar warmth covered Alice's naked body. I am coming," Alice shouted, and her liquids covered Jack's manhood, which is still moving. She felt her becoming lightheaded. She came again, and this time Jack released her baby seeds inside her belly. Jack groaned in pleasure and felt intense pleasure assaulting his never. Her chest was moving up and down, while Jack removed her manhood from her sacred place and lied down next to her. Jack's body was covered in sweat. Alice sniffed his scent, and that made her even hornier. The room was now filled with the scent of sex and sweat. Alice mounted his body and lined her honeypot with Jack's manhood. She looked at Jack and grinned. Jack sighed and Riley smiled. Of course, one time isn't enough for vampires. Alice slowly lowered her hips and covered his manhood with her honeypot. Ah! She let out a moan of pleasure with a satisfied smile on her face. She started moving her hips up and down and started another round of carnal desires. Alice put her hands on the bed and leaned closer to Jack's face. She bit his lip and licked his cheek. While doing that, her hips never stopped moving. Creak, creak. The bed was creaking loudly, and soon the reason was discovered. Crack. The bed's legs got destroyed, and the mattress with Alice and Jack crashed on the ground, but Alice didn't stop moving her hips. Instead, she increased her pace. Her breasts bounced up and down, while Jack's manhood became visible a few times until Alice's honeypot again covered it. Jack reached with his arms towards her breasts and started squeezing powerfully. Yay! Alice was smiling with satisfaction until she could finally feel her climax nearing. Pack! Pack! Jack's grunt of pleasure and Alice's moans of pleasure echoed in the room, but gladly no one was around the house. Otherwise, they would know what was happening. Spurt! Jack pushed his hips up and released his warm baby seeds in her belly, filling her completely. Alice let out a final moan of satisfaction and fell down on Jack's muscular chest. His baby seeds left Alice's honeypot and stained the mattress below them. Jack thought he would feel very exhausted, but instead, he was brimming with energy. The energy which he didn't have previously, but ever since he killed the red-haired figure. Something inside his body changed. After killing James and Laurent, he felt like he could feel more energetic after sleep, even if he didn't sleep long. He felt that only 5 hours of sleep was enough, but after killing the red-haired figure, his body felt better than ever before. Alice took a deep breath and sat on his stomach. She smiled and rubbed her honeypot on his stomach, which made Jack's manhood hard as a rock once again. We are only starting, she said lustfully and kissed his lips. Jack smiled and kissed her passionately. He inserted his manhood in her honeypot once again and started round 3 of their battle of supremacy. Soon the house was once again filled with heavenly moans of certain pixie and grunts of pleasure from a certain black-haired young man. Jack exited his motel room one last time. He was holding the keys and his bag of clothing, which also had his bat and the shotgun he stole borrowed from Charlie. With one last glance at the door, he started walking away. He didn't go straight to the parking lot. Instead, he took a detour and went to the registration building. There was a man with a messy beard and long hair. He was sitting while reading a newspaper. Jack entered the building, which instantly gathered his attention. Yes, the man asked. Jack showed him the keys and put them on the desk. I will be checking out. The man nodded. Did you bring this month's rent? Jack nodded and put a small stack of bills on the table. The man grabbed the bills and waved his hand. Jack left the building and took a final look towards the motel, which pretty much was his home past year. But no longer, because Alice and he was going to move together. The rest of Cullens have been building a house for them past month, and yesterday it was finished. Alice was part of the designing team as well, while Jack wasn't allowed near that place. The reason for the house is simple. Since their first time, Alice and Jack have been inseparable. It was like they were glued to each other, and the only time when they weren't together was when Jack returns to the motel to sleep. Emmett and Jasper were the first ones to request making a new house for them. Jasper couldn't stand being near them because the emotions just kept growing stronger between them, and Emmett was simply annoyed at their flirting. Jack mounted his motorcycle and started driving towards the school. Today is a special day in general. It's Bella's birthday, and Cullens wanted to celebrate it, but it is also the day when Alice and Jack will move into their new house. The sky was gray as always, and the ground was wet and slippery. After the rain, the smell of nature grows stronger, and Jack enjoys it immensely. While driving, he inhaled deeply and enjoyed the scent. It is far different from Chicago, which had quite stuffy air with all kinds of chemicals in the air. It isn't bad when you get used to it, but it has a huge difference when you go somewhere far from the city and you're only surrounded by nature. Jack had already entered the town area, and there were still some signs of Ghost Rider activity. The road has been fixed to some extent, but it was still broken and the street lamps have been replaced. That incident was even reported on Fox News because that incident seemed very unusual. Still, there were some townsfolk who claimed to have seen a man with a flaming skull riding a motorcycle. No one took them seriously, but it was still hilarious news. They used to be reporters a few months ago, but now it's in the past and no one cares about it anymore. Soon, he entered the parking lot of Forks High School, where Bella had already arrived and was taking pictures about her friend group. Jack parked his motorcycle and unmounted it. He was still holding his bag with his clothes, bat, and shotgun inside. If anyone would see the interior of the bag, then they would assume that Jack is about to commit a mass school shooting. A black-colored car parked next to him. Jack turned his head and saw Edward exiting the car. "Morning," Edward said. "Yo," Jack said. He opened the car door and put his bag inside. Edward didn't mind and started walking towards Bella. Jack closed the car's door and started walking towards the school building. Jack. Jack was about to pass them, but then he stopped after hearing Bella's voice. "Yeah." Bella showed her camera and awkwardly smiled. "Can I take a picture? My mom wanted me to make some kind of scrapbook of memories." "Sure," Jack said and stood still. Bella awkwardly chuckled. "Maybe a smile won't hurt." Edward chuckled and crossed his arms. Jack smiled slightly, and a flash of lightning appeared. "That's good, thanks." Jack nodded and went towards the school building. Bella looked at the picture and nodded. "He looks good when he tries a little." Edward looked at the photo and chuckled. Jack obviously did minimum effort with a smile. "Do you think he forgot to do the essay?" Edward asked. Bella sighed and face-palmed. "He definitely forgot." Edward shrugged. Jack was walking in the corridors, searching for a certain pixie. It didn't long for him to find her cheerfully talking with Edith and Jasper. She was holding a small wrapped packet. Jack appeared behind her and put his hands on her waist. "Kaya." Alice was surprised because she was talking with Edith and Jasper, and then someone wrapped his arms around her waist. She turned her head and smiled. "Jackie, what is this?" Jack asked while looking at the packet. "This is for Bella for tonight." She replied cheerfully. "Is it a dress?" Jack asked. Alice nodded. "Yup, I already saw her opening this, and she will love it." Jack nodded. "That's nice. I will go give her this," Alice said, and started hopping towards Bella, who was currently walking with Edward in the corridors. A moment ago, she met Jacob in the parking lot and was happy with the present she got from him. Jack, Edith, and Jasper followed behind Alice. Alice instantly trapped Bella in a hug and congratulated her. Bella looked defeated. "I thought I said no presents." Alice giggled. "I already saw you opening it, and you will love it." Even though she didn't want any presents, she still had a small smile on her face. "Wear it tonight when you will be visiting our place," Alice said with a hopeful look. Bella looked conflicted. She didn't really like her birthdays. It only means that she will grow older, while Edward doesn't get older at all. "Please, it will be fun." Alice tried to use her puppy eyes, while Jasper started using his ability to control Bella's emotions. His ability started working, and Bella sighed and nodded. "Okay, great. I will see you at 7. Alice said with an energetic expression. She turned around and started hopping towards Jack. She hugged Jack and felt extremely excited for tonight. But then Bella felt like something was amiss. Her eyebrow twitched. "Jasper, it's not fair to control someone's emotions." Edith grinned and dragged Jasper away. Jasper chuckled and followed behind her. "Happy birthday," Jack said, and left with Alice towards their next class. But then he remembered something very important. Was the essay today or tomorrow? "I think it was tomorrow." Jack shrugged. "I think it will be fun. And finally, Alice and Jack will move out. They are very loud. That alone is an event to be celebrated." Edward chuckled. Bella awkwardly chuckled and had pink of hue in her cheeks. They are shameless. It reminds me of Edith and Jasper. They were quite bad as well. Edward had a face of nostalgia. Bella looked thoughtful and started walking toward her next class, while Edward was walking next to her. The sky was dark, and the Forks entered the time of silence and tranquility, except in certain part of the dark forest. A beautiful house was seen, which was bright enough to be seen far away. It was Cullen's residence. "You dummy! How can you forget the essay?" Alice said with mock anger. Jack sighed. "It's all your fault. It is hard to concentrate on school." Alice smugly smiled and put her hands on her waist. "You say it's my fault? Well, your presence doesn't help." Jack looked defeated. At this rate, he won't graduate. Alice hopped towards him and put her hands over his shoulders. "Why my presence doesn't help?" she asked with an innocent smile. Jack rolled his eyes and took her hands away. "I don't think many can concentrate if they have a beautiful vampire as their girlfriend." Alice giggled and started walking towards upstairs. She moved her hips seductively towards Jack, and she had an innocent smile on her beautiful face. Because of that, Jack sat down on the chair and covered his face. Other Cullens were in the same room. Emmett, Rosalie, and Jasper looked with dead-looking eyes. Edith was chuckling while Esme was gently smiling, and Carlisle had a wry smile on his face. The room was filled with wooden tables, with candles on top of the tables. There was also a smaller table with cake and a few wrapped presents. Soon, Alice came with Bella and Edward. Alice and Bella descended the stairs while holding hands. "Sorry about all of this," Carlisle said with a wry smile. "We try to keep Alice in control." "As if that's possible," Esme said with a gentle smile and hugged Bella. Alice grabbed a camera from the table and took few pictures of Bella. Emmett with a silly grin walked towards Edward, definitely about to say something stupid. Jack stood up from the chair and walked towards Bella and others. "Rosalie first," Alice said towards Rosalie with the same cheerful smile. Rosalie sighed and gave a small silver-colored present for Bella. Bella looked surprised, but took it with gratitude. "It's necklace." Alice chose it. Rosalie said and averted her gaze. "Thanks," Bella said with some awkwardness. She still doesn't know how to act around her. "This is from Emmett." Alice grabbed a slightly bigger present from the table and offered it to Bella. Bella took it, but felt that the present was empty. She turned her head towards Emmett with a questioning look. Emmett grinned and said, "I already installed it on your truck. Finally, that piece of syrup." "Hey, don't diss the truck," Bella said with narrowed eyes. "This is from Esme and Carlisle." Alice offered another present. Bella was about to grab it, but then suddenly Jack grabbed it and opened it. "Here," Jack said and gave her the open present. "Thanks." Bella was confused, but took the present. Alice innocently smiled. "Jackie, you were so fast at opening the present." "Thanks." Jack's eyebrow twitched. He remembered a few seconds ago that this party will end in catastrophe. Bella will receive a paper cut from opening the present, and Jasper can't control his desires. Then Edward tries to protect Bella, but just ends up making the situation even worse. In the end, Edward and Cullens left Forks. Bella opened the present and saw a beautiful silver-colored bracelet. "This is..." She took the bracelet and was fascinated. "Small present. I hope you enjoy," Esme said with a gentle smile. Edward helped Bella and put it on her wrist. The silver bracelet almost glowed, giving it an ethereal vibe. "You shouldn't have..." Bella felt like this bracelet must have cost a fortune. Esme gently shook her head. "I had this bracelet for a few decades already, and rarely I get to use it." Bella sighed and nodded. She looked at the bracelet and loved it very much. Alice hopped towards the table where the cake was. She took a few slices and gave one for Bella and one for Jack. "By the way, Jack, when is your birthday?" Carlisle asked curiously. Everyone's attention was now on Jack. "In about a month from now on, October 18th, Jack replied and took a bite of the cake. Alice nodded. She already knew the date, but others didn't. "You will turn 18, correct?" Carlisle asked thoughtfully. Jack nodded. "That's right." Carlisle nodded. He still has a few years left to choose. Does he want to be a vampire, or will he stay as a mortal? But there is not much information about the Ghost Rider. I might have to do some research. Who knows? He might be like us, an immortal. "Is it time?" Alice asked urgently. She could barely stay put. Esme chuckled and nodded. "I guess it is." Other Cullens nodded. "Time for what?" Bella asked curiously. "Time for Alice and Jack to move for their love nest," Edith said with a sly grin. Alice hopped towards Jack and grabbed his hand. They were the first ones to leave the residence, while others followed. They entered a small path, which was not dark as you would expect. Instead, there were small lamps next to the trail which illuminated the path nicely, and you can see the entire path going far to the distance. Jack looked at the scene with an amazed look, and soon his face turned into shock. They exited the path, which went through the forest, and entered the middle of the woods. Jack could finally see a dimly lit house not far from them. It looked like a small villa with wicker ceilings and large glass windows. The house had one floor and an attic. The house was surrounded by forest, which made the house almost completely hidden, but it didn't diminish its beauty. No, it only increased. "What do you think?" Alice said proudly. Jack grabbed her hand tighter and nodded. "Beautiful." Esme and Edith looked emotional. Their little Alice was moving out. Alice looked at them doing fake crying noises. She pouted and said, "We are only a kilometer away. Is 1 kilometer enough to not hear their noises?" Emmett whispered towards Jasper. Jasper grimaced, "We should have built it 2 kilometers away." Alice and Jack entered the beautiful house. The interior was as luxurious as expected. Spacious living room with fireplace in the wall, and large kitchen with everything they needed, and only one room and bathroom. That room was big enough for both of them, with a large bed, wardrobe, and desk next to the window. The bathroom was almost as big, with a toilet, sink, bathtub, and shower. In the middle of the living room, there was a chandelier hanging from the ceiling, while curtains covered every window, giving the house a very cozy and warm feeling. In the middle of the living room, there was a large table with 10 chairs. There was also a couch in front of the fireplace, while massive TV was stuck on the wall next to the fireplace. Alice hugged Jack and cheered. "This is our home from now on. I am so happy." Jack smiled and patted her head. This house indeed gave a feeling of warmth and coziness which Jack enjoyed immensely. And he also enjoyed that the house was surrounded by forest, since he has started to like nature very much. Edward entered the house and threw Jack's bag for him. Jack grabbed it effortlessly and nodded. Edward closed the door and left with Bella and other Cullens. Virum. Jack drove his motorcycle and parked in front of Bella's house. There were already a dozen figures standing in the yard, while Charlie was pointing at the map, which was located on top of the rusty truck. Harry Clearwater and Jacob were standing next to him while Bella was talking with Edward, who also came. Few took glances toward Jack and kept doing their own business. Jack unmounted the bike and went straight toward Charlie. "You came," Charlie said with a stoic face. Jack Riley smiled and nodded. "The reason why there's so many people gathered is because they gathered a search party to capture the culprit who caused the wildfire a few months ago. Since Charlie's house also has signs of failed arson, people thought that it was the same culprit, and he cannot be left alone anymore. There was a visible black spot on one of the walls of the building. It was caused by shotgun shot, and that was also one of the reasons Charlie gathered everyone. His shotgun went missing, and everyone thought that the culprit stole it. The police has been searching for the culprit for months, but with no success, so they decided to go all in. Charlie doesn't remember a thing from that night, except a few flashes of memories, but he thought that it was his imagination. In his hazy memory, he saw how his shotgun didn't even scratch the red-haired man in front of him. It couldn't be possible, that's what he thought. Bella and Edward looked with amusement towards Jack, who was as pale as a sheet. Harry looked at Jack and narrowed his eyes slightly. Quileute tribe decided to keep an eye on this young man, because many are debating whether this young man soon becomes one of the cold ones. They also think that Jack might be tricked and might end up becoming their snack at one point. They can't be sure. It is hard for a young man such as Jack to resist the beauty of vampires. You will go with Jacob. Search the area near Cullen's residence, since you are familiar with them. I think they will let you search in peace, Charlie said. Jack nodded, but he wondered, will they let Jacob near? Rosalie isn't the best with temper. Jacob didn't look like he minded. He went to his own motorcycle, which he built from scratch, and mounted it. "Can you keep up?" Jacob asked and revved the engine. Jack snorted and mounted his motorcycle. They left the yard and started driving towards the Cullens' residence. Jacob took one final glance towards Bella and started driving faster. Jack easily followed behind him, and soon they left the town area and arrived at the stone road, which leads to Cullen's residence. They parked their bikes on the side of the road and entered the dark forest. It was bone-chillingly quiet. The only sound that came was from their feet stepping on the hard ground. Soon they arrived at the first place where trees were burnt. There was also a sign of a black line in the ground, and it looked like tire mark. Jacob touched the mark and felt that it was ash, but the ashes weren't from burnt trees. Strange. Jack looked at the burnt tree and touched it. He still felt that it was slightly warm, which was remarkable knowing that the incident happened half a month ago. Swoosh! A sound of something fast approaching them was heard. Jacob and Jack turned their heads, and they saw a beautiful blonde-haired woman. She is 5 feet, 9 inches tall and statuesque, with an elegant figure similar to a model's. She has long, wavy blonde hair that falls halfway down to the middle of her back that perfectly suits her golden/black eyes. Rosalie was standing next to a burnt tree. She narrowed her eyes while looking at Jacob. "What are you doing here?" Jacob stood up and patted the ashes off his pants. "Rosalie, we are here for the wildfire incident," Jack calmly replied. "I'm sure you can do it by yourself now," Rosalie asked with a cold tone. Jack scratched his cheek and looked at Jacob. He has a feeling that this won't end so well. "You don't own the forest," Jacob said and crossed his arms. He didn't look very menacing with his long black hair. Rosalie snorted and clenched her fist. "Is that so?" Jack appeared in front of Jacob. "Rosalie, we will leave. This dog needs to be disciplined." Jack, step aside. "Alice will get mad if I hurt your pretty face." Rosalie took a step forward. Jacob pushed Jack to the side and took a step forward without fear. "Did all your genes go to your looks and only leftovers for your brain?" Rosalie gritted her teeth. She suddenly appeared in front of Jacob. Jacob widened his eyes and put his arms in front of his face as protection. Rosalie reeled in her fist and punched. Smack! A sound of loud smack echoed in the forest, which caused birds to fly away and the leaves to fall down from the trees. Jacob was still protecting his face, but he didn't feel anything hitting him. He opened his eyes and looked at the scene in front of him. Jack was holding Rosalie's fist effortlessly, while her eyes was widened in shock. "How?" Rosalie asked with disbelief. Jack pushed her back and rubbed his painful hand. "My physique has indeed changed. My physical strength isn't that far from a weak vampire, but if it was Emmett who punched me, I would have flown hundreds of meters." But Rosalie also obviously held back. Rosalie looked at her fist and snorted. She turned around and started walking away with angry steps. "What is with her?" Jacob wondered with annoyance on his face. Jack sighed. "Don't mind her. She has difficult past, and her rage towards men in general sometimes clouds her judgment." Jacob sighed and nodded. "Thanks for blocking the fist, I guess." "No problem," Jack replied and looked around the forest. "We won't be finding anything here." Jacob looked at the ashes in the ground and nodded. "The culprit will be caught soon." Jack wryly smiled but didn't answer. Jacob started walking away, but then he noticed that Jack wasn't following. "You coming?" Jack shook his head. "I am going home." "Home? You are in the middle of the forest," Jacob said with furrowed brows. Jack smiled mysteriously and started walking deeper inside the forest. Jacob looked strangely at him, but then he returned to his motorcycle. But then he noticed that one bike was missing. Did his bike get stolen? Jacob thought with shock. Jack entered the yard of his and Alice's home, and his flaming motorcycle was already waiting for him. Jack touched the bike, and it became normal once again. He entered the house and shouted, "I am home." It was already October, and leaves started dropping from the trees, littering the ground in orange and yellow colors. Weather in Forks was already getting colder, winter soon knocking on the door. The town was filled with happy-looking townfolk with some winter clothing already. The sky above Forks was dark gray as always, but it didn't diminish the expectations of others. Soon winter is coming, and it is one of the most favorite times of the year for the townsfolk, mainly because the Forks will become very festive during winter, and it is really enjoyable for everyone. During December, there will be hundreds of Christmas lights illuminating the town, which makes the general vibe of the town very happy and cozy. The Cullens residence was also being ready for Christmas, even though it's a few months away, but that is nothing for Cullens. After all, they have lived over 100 years, and 2 months is nothing compared to that. 2 months can go in a blink of an eye, and they wouldn't notice. But there's a certain building in the middle of the forest. It looked like a small villa with wicker ceilings and large glass windows. The house had 1 floor and an attic. It is the home of Alice and Jack, which as always looked dreamy and cozy. The interior of the house was very luxurious. Spacious living room with fireplace in the wall, and large kitchen with everything the residents needed, and only 1 room and bathroom. The bedroom was big enough large enough for 2 people, with a large bed, wardrobe, and desk next to the window. The bathroom was almost as big, with a toilet, sink, bathtub, and shower. The living room looked very cozy, with a chandelier hanging from the ceiling. A figure of a petite girl was standing behind a black-haired young man who was sitting in a chair. "Done," Alice cheerfully said. Jack stood up and looked at him in the mirror. The mirror showed an inhumanly beautiful man with medium-length black hair and black eyes. There was hair scattered on the ground, and Alice was holding a pair of scissors in her hands. "Perfect, thanks," Jack said with a smile and grabbed a vacuum cleaner, but then Alice appeared in front of him and put her hands wide open. "What is it?" Jack asked with a curious look. Alice pouted. "What were you planning to do?" "I plan to get rid of the hair, why?" Jack tilted his head in confusion. "Umph." Alice humphed and moved in super speed, and soon all the hair was gathered on a small bottle in Alice's hand. "My treasure," Alice said with sparkling eyes, and quickly hid the bottle, which had Jack's hair. She appeared in front of Jack and innocently smiled. Jack pinched her cheeks. "What are you planning to do with my hair?" "Make hundreds of Jack dolls," Alice cried out and rubbed her painful cheeks. "Geez." Jack sat down in front of a table and started sipping his coffee. Alice cheerfully grabbed a bowl and started walking towards the table, but then suddenly, her face became emotionless. The glass bowl dropped down on the floor and broke apart from the impact. Jack flinched and looked at her with worry. Alice woke up from her stupor and gasped. "T, they're coming here." Jack appeared next to her and grabbed her hand. "Who?" Alice looked at him with trembling eyes. "Volturi. They will come here." Volterra, Italy. A very beautiful building was situated on a hill and was built from cinnamon brown stone and is known as the safest place in the world from vampire attacks. It is a home for Volturi Coven, a man with an average build, with 5 feet 10 inches tall and having almost translucent skin, was sitting on a throne. He had onion-like skin with inhumanly beautiful facial features. He had gorgeous but also menacing-looking bright red eyes. He is Arrow, the leading figure of Volturi, but they are also called by another name, Vampire Royals. He was sitting alone in a spacious room with 3 thrones. Bam! The door to the spacious room was opened, and 2 figures entered the room. The first figure was 4 feet 8 inches tall, with a tiny body with lank, pale brown hair trimmed semi-short, and pale skin to match it. She could easily be mistaken for a preteen boy if not for her girlish face and full lips. Her face is angelically beautiful in its childlike appearance. The second figure physically looked very similar with the first figure. Though his hair is a darker brown, he is taller in stature, and his lips aren't as full as hers. Both of them were wearing dark gray robes. Their robes almost looked black in this dimly lit room. "Jane, Alec, how wonderful." Arrow stood up from the throne and walked towards the 2 figures. "Master, you called us," Jane said with a doll-like expression. Arrow put his hand together and had an innocent smile on his face. "There have been some complications, and I need you to go there to investigate more thoroughly." "Where?" Jane asked with a more curious expression. "Forks," Arrow said with an innocent smile. "Isn't that where Olympic Coven resides?" Alec asked with furrowed brows. Arrow smiled and went back to his throne. He sat down and crossed his legs. "That's right. Carlisle won't be pleased," Alec reminded. "There has been suspicious activity there. 3 vampires died there suddenly, rumors of Flaming Man, and Victoria gathering an army because someone killed her mate," Arrow said innocently. "What if they try to stop us?" Jane asked with narrowed eyes. "Take Felix with you. 3 of you should suffice, no?" Jane and Alec nodded. They left the room shortly afterward to prepare for their journey. Bam! The doors closed, and Arrow was left alone in the room. His innocent face turned solemn. He grabbed a book from the table with words for Riders of Apocalypse. The photo on the cover was an image of a man with flaming skull. 1270 BC. A village was burning somewhere in Greece. The wooden buildings in the village was burning. The smoke from the buildings reached all the way to the sky. The sky was dark, and the area surrounding the village was pitch black. The only light that came was from the burning buildings, and the only sound that was heard was from the screaming villagers and the wind. The villagers wore torn rags as their clothing, barely covering their private areas. They all looked dirty and malnourished. For figures was protecting the villagers while holding stone spears. The first figure had dirty brown hair with long arms and a skinny body. His name is Nicholas, and he is one of the village's hunters. The second figure had a fatigued face with a dirty brown beard and a slightly more muscular body. His name is Adrian, and he is also one of the hunters. The third figure was a pale-looking young man with a scared look in his eyes while looking at the pitch darkness in front of him. His name is Basil, and he is one of the new hunters with almost zero experience. The fourth figure was a muscular man with a stoic-looking face. He also had a dirty brown beard, long brown hair, and rags as his clothing. His name is Caesar, and he is the chieftain of this village. These four figures are the only combatants of this tiny village, and, currently, someone is attacking them, or more precisely, something. They heard slight laughter and sound of footsteps in the darkness. But the footsteps were extremely fast. It was like they were running at super speed. "Come out, you cowards!" Caesar roared, but the laughter only became louder. "Kya!" A sound of footsteps was heard, and one of the villagers disappeared. "Alexandra," Nicholas said with a shaky tone. He couldn't see his wife anywhere. "Alexandra! Alexandra!" Pretty name. Everyone turned their heads and saw a man with long, dull brown hair and bright red eyes holding the throat of a beautiful woman with ample breasts, blue eyes, and a malnourished face. "Alexandra!" Nicholas roared and started running towards the red-eyed figure, but he was stopped by Caesar. "Caesar, what are you doing?" Nicholas roared angrily and tried to push him away, but Caesar didn't even flinch. "Calm down," Caesar said quietly and glared at the red-eyed figure. "Who are you?" Red-eyed figure innocently smiled. "My name is Eames." "Eames? What do you want?" Caesar said with a nervous heartbeat, and Eames heard it. Eames had a sickening grin on his face. Caesar was putting a strong front, even though he was afraid. "This," Eames said simply and sank his fangs on Alexandra's neck. Caesar widened his eyes in shock. "A monster! Alexandra!" Nicholas shouted and ran towards Eames and Alexandra. Eames sighed with satisfaction, but then he increased the strength of his hold and crushed Alexandra's throat effortlessly. "No!" Nicholas shouted, and Eames had already disappeared. Nicholas hugged Alexandra's lifeless corpse. "No! Kya!" Caesar, Adrian, and Basil watched as all the villagers disappeared into the darkness. Caesar and Adrian had their own wives, but now they disappeared. Basil saw his parents missing. Only the four remained. Swoosh! A dozen similar figures appeared around them. They all had similar red eyes, and blood flowed from their mouths. They licked their lips like they had a tasty meal not long ago. Caesar gritted his teeth and aimed his stone spear towards Eames. Eames was standing with two other figures. "Arrow, Marcus. Humans are fragile, aren't they?" Eames said with a grinning face. The first figure had red eyes with an aloof-looking face. He has black hair to shoulder length, standing 6 feet 0 inches tall, with an average build. His name is Marcus. The second figure has an average build, 5 feet 10 inches tall, and having almost translucent skin. His menacing red eyes scanned the four figures hungrily. His name is Arrow. The two figures looked inhumanly beautiful, like Eames. "Indeed," Arrow said with a small grin. Caesar's muscles bulged, and he threw his stone spear towards Eames's unguarded face. But Eames with ease caught the stone spear. He looked at the spear and crushed it effortlessly. "How?" Caesar went pale in fright. "Are we eating them now?" Arrow asked with a hungry-looking face. But Eames shook his head. "No. I think we had our fill for now. They can be our spare food. He grinned viciously. Arrow licked his lips and started approaching the four figures. Nicholas gritted his teeth and stood up. He grabbed his stone spear and prepared for the battle. Arrow grinned and disappeared. He appeared in front of Nicholas with unbelievable speed. Nicholas couldn't do anything except watch with a horror-filled face as Arrow's hand approached his neck. But when Arrow's hand was about to touch his neck, he stopped. Nicholas opened his eyes shakily and saw Arrow's grinning figure, but his body wasn't moving. Eames and Marcus also looked like statues. Caesar, Adrian, and Basil looked around them and saw that all the dark cloak figures were like statues. Nicholas touched Arrow's face, but he still didn't do anything. He aimed his spear towards Arrow's face and thrusted it forwards. Crash! The spear got destroyed in a million pieces as it hit the Arrow's face. "Hey, chow!" Nicholas cried out. "Weak, right?" A bone-chilling voice came behind them. They quickly turned their heads, and they saw a middle-aged man with a red cloak covering his frail-looking body. "Who?" Caesar said quietly. "Humans are weak, right?" The mysterious man said. Caesar, Nicholas, Adrian, and Basil nodded dumbly. Even they don't know why they nodded. Humans cannot win against these creatures, the middle-aged man said and touched the pale skin of a dark-cloaked figure. What are they?" Caesar asked with a pale face. "They are apex predators, at least they think they are." The middle-aged man chuckled innocently. "Who are you?" Nicola asked with narrowed eyes. "How rude of me. Where are my manners?" The middle-aged man bowed and introduced himself. "My name is Mephistos." Mephistos nodded. "Weird name, I know. But anyway, I have a proposal for you four." Caesar and others started listening curiously. "Do you guys want vengeance?" Mephistos' words caught them off guard. "These apex predators," Mephistos laughed after saying that word, "killed your wives, families, friends. Do you guys want to avenge them?" Caesar, Nicholas, Adrian, and Basil clenched their fists and nodded. "Good." Mephistos grinned then. "Shall we make a deal?" "Deal," Caesar said with some uncertainty. "Snap." Mephistos snapped his fingers, and 4 pieces of papers appeared in front of him. "How?" they exclaimed. Mephistos gave each of them the paper. "Cut your finger and press it on the paper. Then you 4 will have enough strength to kill these apex predators and enough power to make sure that similar kind of incident will never happen again." Caesar, Nicholas, Adrian, and Basil felt like it sounded too good to be true, but they wanted vengeance. Without further ado, they used Adrian's stone spear to cut their fingers. Soon, all 4 papers had blood mark on them. Mephistos took the papers and bowed with a grin. "It was nice doing business with you. Well, now, excuse me. I won't disturb you 4 anymore." After those words, he disappeared into the darkness, and the world started moving once again. "Ah!" Arrow exclaimed after hitting nothing. He turned his gaze and was shocked seeing Nicholas being next to Caesar and others. Eames and Marcus narrowed their eyes. Arrow snorted and was about to attack again, but then Caesar's, Nicholas, Adrian's, Basil's eyes started burning. Arrow looked confused until he was utterly shocked. Their heads transformed, and soon flaming skulls replaced it. What? Arrow took steps backwards with a horror-filled gaze. Eames and Marcus couldn't believe their eyes. The 4 flaming figures gazed at them, and first time in their lives, Eames knew that they weren't the predators anymore. They were the prey. "Where are they?" Marcus asked with a trembling voice. Eames looked solemn. The 4 ghost riders moved their skeleton heads slowly, looking at every sin these figures had caused. The worst kinds of sins was from Eames and Arrow. Eames has done multiple genocides, eaten babies, are asterisked, destroyed hundreds of families, tortured, and he is a big fan of slavery. Arrow was obviously learning everything from Eames because his sins are pretty similar in some aspects. Caesar pointed towards Eames with his skeleton finger. "You have made 3 grave mistakes in your life." "Oh, and what are they?" Eames asked with a tiny grin, trying to act tough, but his instincts screamed for him to run. Caesar showed 1 finger, first being born. He showed 2 fingers, second, sinning. And then he showed his middle finger, Now he showed 3 fingers, third, coming here. You seem to have a lot of guts. Not long ago, you were cowering in fear, Eames said without showing fear, but he was slowly retreating backward. Eames, let's kill these fools. Arrow shouted. Ha ha ha. Nicholas roared in laughter. His menacing laugh made the vampires very timid, and his laugh alone made them retreat a few steps. Adrian took a step forward. The ground below him started smoking, and the grass underneath was lit in flames. Eames and others quickly retreated a dozen meters before the flames hit them. Run! Adrian's shout echoed in their ears. The dark-cloaked figures turned around and fled. Where the hell are you guys going? Arrow shouted angrily. Marcus, take Arrow with you, Eames said solemnly. Marcus shakily nodded and appeared next to Arrow. Let's go. Why? Arrow shouted with mad red eyes. Eames' orders, Marcus said solemnly. Arrow looked with shock towards Eames, who was facing the 4 flaming skeletons all by himself. Why? Arrow asked, but then he was dragged away by Marcus. Eames grinned and said, I will be fine. Let's regroup later. Arrow shakily nodded and followed behind Marcus. Eames concentrated on the flaming skeletons and grinned. Let's see how fast you guys are. He turned around and started running with incredible speed. He was 12 times faster than Arrow and others. His figure became blurry, and soon his body was almost transparent, and only in a second he was a kilometer away from the Ghost Riders. But the Ghost Riders didn't move an inch. Whistle. Caesar used his 2 skeleton fingers and whistled. His whistle echoed in the world, and 4 animals turned their heads around, and soon they started running like they were possessed towards Ghost Riders. Ghost Riders waited patiently, while Eames had already ran 30 kilometers away from them, and he was still not stopping. He doesn't even look behind because he can feel their gaze on him. Fucking monsters, go after Arrow and others. Not me, Eames thought anxiously. Caesar turned his head towards a forest and saw a certain animal exiting it. The animal had black-colored fur and was around 5 m in length. It was a giant wolf. The wolf appeared in front of Caesar and lowered his head. Caesar touched the head of the wolf, and soon he started transforming. The wolf's eyes started burning. He turned his head towards the sky and started howling. Flames left his mouth while he was howling, and the flames reached all the way to the sky. Eames can clearly hear the menacing howl, and he could even see the pitch-dark forest around him getting brighter. The flaming pillar which left the wolf's mouth illuminated the 50 kilometers area around them in bright light. The nearby villages woke up and looked at the flaming pillar with worshipped faces. They started kowtowing on the dirty ground, thinking that a god had descended from the heavens. Soon the wolf stopped howling, and it was completely different than before. His black fur was bright red, and it was on flames. His length increased slightly, and he was now 8 m long and bigger than before. The wolf also had 3 heads. Caesar mounted the wolf and started chasing after Eames. This was the start of the tale of Cerberus, Caesar, the rider of death. Nicholas turned his head towards the sky and saw a brown-colored falcon with a wingspan of 5 meters flying towards him. The falcon stopped 1 meter away from Nicholas and landed on the ground. He lowered his head as well. Nicholas touched the falcon's head, and this time, the falcon started transforming. The falcon's feathers was lit in flames, and his wingspan increased from 5 meters all the way to 8 meters. Nicholas mounted the falcon, and the falcon started flying towards the sky. Everywhere the falcon flew, a blazing trail was left behind in the sky, and once again, every villager near them saw a blazing trail in the sky and a figure of a flaming bird. This was the start of the tale of Phoenix. Nicholas, the rider of war. Adrian turned around and saw a 2 m long animal with 2 pointy ears and fluffy tail running towards him. It was a fox. The fox touched Adrian's skeleton leg with affection, and he wasn't even the slightest injured even when Hellfire touched him. Adrian had a small smile, which looked quite creepy as Ghost Rider, but the fox didn't mind. Adrian touched the fox's head, and soon, the fox started transforming as well. The fox increased in size, and soon it was over 5 meters long with red fur, which was on flames. He also didn't have one tail. Now he had 9 tails, and the tip of the tails was on fire. Adrian mounted the fox and started chasing after Eames. This was the start of the tale of Nine-Tailed Fox. Adrian, the rider of conquest. Basil was left alone in the destroyed village. But soon, another animal approached him. It had a muscular, deep-chested body, short, rounded head, round ears, and a hairy tuft at the end of its tail. It was giant, lion. The lion was 10 m in length and was much larger than Basil. He had menacing-looking red eyes, and he was growling menacingly. Basil looked at the lion without fear. The lion didn't submit. Instead, he growled even louder. But then, Basil put his skeleton arm forward and touched Lion's head. The lion started transforming as well. The lion's mane started turning red until it was entirely in flames. Grah! The lion roared, and soon its large body became even larger. It was soon 12 meters in height. The lion's mane was on fire. The smoke left his eyes, and his claws were a pair of flaming blades. Basil mounted the lion, and this time, it submitted. Basil started chasing after Eames, and soon, all the ghost riders had been mobilized. This was the start of the tale of the Nemean lion. Basil, the rider of famine. This was the start of tale of 4 riders of apocalypse. There's been countless versions during the history. In the end, Nemean lion, Nine-Tailed Fox, Phoenix, and Cerberus became nothing but mythology tales because only a handful of people ever witnessed them. In the end, the 4 riders of apocalypse became the 4 horsemen of apocalypse. Hundreds of years, the 4 ghost riders chased after Eames. Eames's speed and stamina was way above common vampire, but even he had his limits. Every day, he had to run. He couldn't go to any of the cities or villages so he could quench his thirst for blood. The reason was because if he stopped running, most likely, the ghost riders would catch him. He couldn't drink blood for hundreds of years. That made him crazy, but that also made him weaker and slower. He begged for someone to save him, maybe Arrow and others, but they had vanished. He was all alone, and the ghost riders kept chasing after him tirelessly. Then, finally, during 900 BC, Eames stopped running. Fine, kill me. Eames roared with despair. His dull brown hair was dirted, and his pale skin had become brown. He fell down on his knees. He had to run for 300 years. He had a feeling that the ghost riders could catch him whenever they wanted, but they wanted him to suffer. Soon, 2 animals exited the forest, which carried 2 flaming figures. Caesar unmounted his 3-headed wolf and walked towards fearful Eames. No, Nicholas appeared in front of Caesar. Let me. Caesar nodded with his skeleton head and stepped aside. Nicholas grabbed Eames from his collar and made him look into his eye sockets. You should have kept running, Nicholas shouted, and Eames started seeing every sin he had caused. Eames started squirming, and instead of him being the predator, he saw him being the helpless victim he had killed or our astrasped. He felt everything he had done to others. He felt their fear clearly. It was like he was actually that person. He had to see every sin, and that alone took another 10 years. And every second was filled with agony. Eames won't be able to rest in the afterlife either because he has a one-way ticket to hell. Eames' body became lifeless, and his red eyes turned charred black. Nicholas threw Eames' corpse on the ground like it was nothing but trash. Soon, 2 other animals exited the forest. The animals were giant lion and fox. They were carrying 2 flaming skeletons, Basil and Adrian. They had chased after other vampires who were attacking them, and only 2 were remaining. Arrow and Marcus. Our vengeance isn't done. Let's ride, Caesar shouted and was about to mount his wolf. But then, his hellfire started getting weaker. Caesar looked at his skeleton hands, and his hellfire was becoming black. Soon, his hands started having flesh, something he hadn't seen in 300 years. The same thing happened with others. Their Ghost Rider form disappeared. Caesar fell down on his knees, and his body became normal. Well, not exactly normal. His skin was filled with wrinkles, and it almost looked like his face was melting off. What is this? Caesar said with an aged tone. He was over 300 years old. Next was Adrian and Nicholas. They looked like corpses. Their bodies were skinny, without almost any flesh, and they looked old, ancient. But then there was Basil. He looked exactly the same as he did 300 years ago. Caesar, Adrian, Nicholas, what happened to you guys? Basil shouted with shock. They turned their aged heads towards Basil and saw him looking similar. Caesar sadly smiled. I guess our ride is over, Basil. And no, Basil shouted anxiously. He ran towards Caesar and shouted, do the transformation. You will die otherwise. Caesar shook his head, and that alone was extremely painful. We can't. Hellfire has already left us. Nicholas looked at his aged hands and started crying, Alexandra, I am coming. Adrian wasn't moving. He closed his eyes, and his heartbeat stopped. Caesar lowered his head and closed his eyes. Nicholas gave one final smile towards Basil, and his heart stopped as well. And no, Basil shouted and tried to wake them up. Caesar, Nicholas, and Adrian was like his brothers. They're the only thing he has left. But now, he is alone. Why? Why did I not age? Basil shouted toward the sky, but he did not get a reply. The falcon, wolf, and fox turned into ashes. The ashes landed in front of their corpses. They will follow their masters to the afterlife as well. The lion appeared next to Basil and lowered his head. Basil sadly smiled and touched Lion's mane. He wasn't alone after all. He is still his companion. Let's end this, shall we? Basil said and mounted the lion. His flesh started disappearing once again, and the familiar flaming skull became visible. The lion was lit in flames and started running out of the forest. They started chasing after Arrow and Marcus, but they couldn't find them. They were hidden from the world. Maybe they got help from someone. Basil doesn't know. He kept searching, but then his ride came to an end as well. The year 2005. Basil stopped and unmounted his lion. They have been together for the past 3,000 years, but Basil can feel that his ride is over. We meet again. A bone-chilling voice came behind him. Basil turned his head and saw the familiar red-cloaked figure, the person he saw in his nightmares. Mephisto. Mephisto. Basil's face morphed into anger. Because Mephisto, his brothers are dead. Mephisto innocently chuckled. It's not my fault they are dead. They weren't immortal. After all, they were only humans. Then, why am I alive? Basil's enraged shout was heard in the forest. Every Ghost Rider has their own unique ability once they consume souls. Yours was immortality, Mephisto said with a grin. Honestly, I am surprised. That ability is incredible, but too bad. You have been replaced. Replaced? Basil raised an eyebrow. Mephisto chuckled and nodded. I found someone, more capable one. You've been chasing after ghosts for 3,000 years and still haven't managed to catch them. That's an embarrassment for the name of Ghost Rider. Basil clenched his fist. So, what now? Mephisto took an item from his pocket. An envelope. He threw it towards Basil, who caught it effortlessly. Your ride is over, but someone's has only begun. Mephisto grinned and looked toward the left, where black-haired young man was lying on the ground without moving. It was the corpse of someone who had a whole life ahead of him. But someone killed him. A certain soul will invade that body soon. He will be a new rider. Give him your power, Mephisto said and turned his head towards Basil. Basil looked at the young man and nodded. Fine. He started walking towards the young man and crouched next to him. He put the envelope in his pocket and looked at the handsome face of the young man. Ride well, brother, Basil said and opened his mouth. Raul Wara Ayer. He started shooting his hellfire out of his mouth, and the hellfire invaded the young man's mouth. Basil's body started getting older with a visible rate, and soon his body turned into ashes, and the wind blew his ashes away. The giant lion lowered his head one last time and turned into ashes as well. Mephisto walked next to the black-haired young man and took one final look towards him. Don't disappoint me, Jack. Cullens were gathered on the Cullens' residence. Alice and Jack brought them a grave piece of news. Carlisle, Esme said with worry. Alice, did you see who would be coming? Carlisle asked. Alice shook her head. No, but I saw their clothing, and it was definitely Volturi's. Carlisle nodded and stood up from the couch. They will arrive in a week. They are probably coming here to investigate the sudden deaths of vampires. Emmett cracked his knuckles. I have always wanted to fight the Volturi. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. Carlisle looked outside the window, towards the dark gray sky. Arrow, what are you afraid of? He knows Arrow better than anyone. He would not send Volturi only because of the death of a few vampires. He has to have another reason. Arrow is afraid to lose his power and will do whatever to protect it. Now, a threat has appeared. A week later, the sky above Forks was dark gray as always. Cullens has prepared last week for the arrival of the Volturi. Alice was currently alone in her and Jack's house. Jack has gone to the Cullens' residence to do final preparations. Carlisle also informed Quileute tribe, but it is unknown did they actually listen to his advice. Done, Alice said cheerfully and watched a small doll in front of her. The doll was small enough to fit her palm. It had black hair with somewhat handsome facial features. Obviously, most of the attention was focused on the face to make it as good as possible. Your name will be Jackie too. She grinned and hopped towards her in Jack's room. She hid in the wardrobe behind all the clothes. Steps. She perked up her ears. Alice walked out of her room. She heard footsteps outside the building. She cheerfully hopped towards the door. She opened it and said, Jackie, you are B.A. Her words were cut off as she saw three unfamiliar figures. The first figure was 4 feet 8 inches tall, with a tiny body with lank, pale brown hair trimmed semi-short, and pale skin to match it. She could easily be mistaken for a preteen boy if not for her girlish face and full lips. Her face is angelically beautiful in its childlike appearance. The second figure physically looked very similar with the first figure, though his hair is a darker brown and he is taller in stature. The third figure was a muscular individual which almost resembled Emmett's body stature. He was wearing a light gray cloak, which gave out his identity as a lesser member of the Guard of Volturi. Alice recognized their clothing. It was the clothing of Volturi's guard. She took a step backward, but she still had her cheerful smile. Hey, my name is Alice. May I know who you are? You already know who we are, don't you? Alice Cullen, Felix said with his powerful voice, full of cockiness and flirtatiousness. Jane looked at Alice with a doll-like face, which hadn't changed expression even the slightest. Why have you come here? Alice asked. She sneakily grabbed a pair of keys from the desk. We came to investigate for sudden deaths of vampires. And also, we have heard some weird rumors, Alec replied with his cold tone. He looked at the house in front of him and snorted. You are living here alone? Felix asked. We heard that Cullens are living with you. I don't live alone. I live with my Jackie. Alice replied. She has a feeling that lying isn't helpful in this situation. Jackie. Alec tilted his head. He turned his gaze towards Jane and asked, Ever heard about him? Jane shook her head. No. He is either newborn or human. She saw Alice's body tremble. An amused smile appeared on her face. You are sleeping with human? Very. Expected from vegetarian, Alex said with disdain. Felix snorted and walked towards a motorcycle in front of the yard. He touched the front of the bike and did a small scratch on it with his long nail. Don't touch it, Alice screamed with an angry face. Oh. Felix grabbed the motorcycle's handlebar and crushed it. Crack. Oops, Felix said with amusement. Oh no. Alice looked with pity at him. You're so utterly fucked. Oomph. Jane snorted, and her pupils constricted. Ah. Alice fell down on her knees. She let out a scream of agony. It felt like her entire body was on fire. Jane's ability is pain illusion. It lets others have an illusion that they are on fire. Their mind makes them think they are in great pain of being burned alive. Ah. Jane grinned as she heard her screams. But then, Alice grabbed the pair of keys tighter and pressed the button. Beep beep. The motorcycle started beeping all of a sudden. Felix looked at the motorcycle with a questioning look. Alice fell to the ground. She clutched her chest as she tried to end the pain. The beeping sound of the motorcycle echoed in the forest, reaching all the way to Cullen's residence. Jack was currently talking with Emmett and Edward but then he heard the sound of beeping. "What is this?" Emmett asked, but then he saw Jack rushing out of the house. "Hey, where are you going?" Carlisle and others looked outside the window and saw Jack running like his life depended on it. The ground under his feet started smoking. They turned solemn. They now knew that something was wrong. Alec turned his gaze towards Jane and said, "How long are you planning to torture her? Till the Cullens come? Maybe her screams will reach their ears." Alec rolled his eyes. Felix was trying to stop the beeping. Fucking hell. He kicked the motorcycle to a nearby tree, but the beeping still didn't stop. The motorcycle had a massive dent, with its handlebar broken. The owner of that motorcycle won't be happy. Yeah. Alice's pupils were already becoming white, and her voice became hoarse. "She is dying," Alec mentioned. "If she can't handle this much, then Arrow is definitely overestimating her abilities," Jane said with a grin. Jane, Alec, and Felix perked up their ears. They turned their heads towards the stone road, where a black-haired young man was running with the face of a demon. "Oh, the husband is here," Alec said with amusement. Felix cracked his knuckles. "I am feeling hungry all of a sudden." They saw the black-haired young man running towards Jane with murderous intent. He wants to kill you. How cute." Felix roared in laughter. "Oomph." Jane turned her body around. Finally, Alice's pain was over. She looked towards Jack with hazy vision, but a happy smile soon appeared on her face. "Pain," Jane murmured and aimed the pain illusion on Jack. Jack's eyes widened, but then he roared in laughter. "Ha ha ha. Fire. Bitch, that's my main." Jane looked shocked, but then Jack's punch contacted with her cheek. Alec and Felix looked surprised, but they thought that the human's hand would be broken. But the next thing shocked them even more. "Ah!" Jane cried in agony as her cheek had a massive burnt fist mark. Her beautiful face started slowly crumbling apart as the fire started spreading. But then Jack snapped his fingers. The fire stopped spreading, but half of Jane's head was already disfigured. Jack grabbed her from her throat. "Your pain has just begun. Don't fucking touch my Alice ever again." He stomped the ground powerfully and threw Jane's body towards the forest. Her body went through dozen trees until her broken body finally stopped flying. "Jane!" Alec cried out. He turned his dark red eyes towards Jack. "Bastard!" A shimmering hazy mist in the color of black left his body. The black mist surrounded Jack's body. Jack shook his head, and first he lost his sense of sight. After that he stopped hearing anything, and after that he couldn't smell the sweet scent of Alice anymore. That was it. Grah. Jack's voice became monstrous, and a small puff of smoke left his mouth. Felix appeared in front of Jack and slammed his fist deep inside his torso. Crack. Crash. Jack crashed through multiple trees and soon landed on the soft and dirty ground. Alice stood up with shaky legs. Her petite body was still trembling in the imaginary pain, but it was subduing. "You dared to hit Jackie?" She screeched and leaped towards Felix with her great vampire physique. Felix turned his head, but then Alice wrapped her slender arms around his neck and put him into a strong chokehold. Grr! Felix grabbed Alice's arms and squeezed tight, but Alice only increased the strength of her chokehold. Oomph! Felix snorted and ran through Alice's and Jack's house. Alice's hold slipped, and that gave Felix enough time to grab her from her throat. Ugh! Alice grimaced. Felix slammed her head first on the floor of the building. The house trembled, which caused the plates and cups to fall down from the cabinets. Felix looked around the building with a mocking look. "Nice house. I think I will keep it." Jackie. Alice shouted with a helpless gaze. "Your human boyfriend is dead. No mortal can survive my punch," Felix said mockingly and increased the grip of his hold. Alice grimaced and tried to remove his hand, but Felix is known as the physically strongest vampire. Felix had a small, sadistic smile, but then something flew past him. Crash! An individual landed on the ground in the living room. Felix turned his head and widened his eyes in shock. Alec! Alec was lying on the ground with a massive fist mark on his face. His nose was gone, and his whole face looked burnt. But he was still alive. Barely. He was also badly disfigured, barely looking like a human. Step! Felix felt the temperature rising rapidly around him. He hasn't felt any warmth in a long time. He turned his head towards the door of the building, and a figure with a flaming skull appeared. Rhea Iwa. Ghost Rider's bone-chilling voice made Felix's body flinch. He always thought that vampires were the apex predators, but in front of his creature. Alice used her leg and slammed it into Felix's groin. Art. Felix stumbled backward with a stinging pain on his groin. His face became angry, and his bloodlust ignited. Alice quickly stood up and appeared next to Ghost Rider. She looked around the destroyed building with a sad look. If she should cry, then her face would be covered in tear stains. But then, something warm touched her head. She turned her beautiful golden eyes towards Ghost Rider and saw him patting her head. Things can be rebuilt, but you are irreplaceable. Alice bit her lip and hugged Ghost Rider's torso. Next time, bigger house, more sturdy bed. It always breaks. Cough. Ghost Rider coughed out of embarrassment, right? Well, time to take the trash out. He turned his eye sockets towards Felix and Alec, who was trying to stand up with his whole body, screaming in pain. The rest of the Cullens arrived outside the building and saw the scene. They all looked outraged, but then they saw Alice being fine. Art. A scream of agony echoed in the forest. A petite girl with a disfigured face crawled from the forest. Her beautiful face was long gone, replaced by a monstrous lump of flesh. Jane. Carlisle narrowed his eyes. I will go take care of her. Let the bitch die, Emmett growled. If she dies, it would mean all-out war with Volturi. Carlisle sighed. Even if we could win, Volturis are needed to keep the balance. Emmett clicked his tongue. Others looked displeased as well, but Carlisle knows better than them. Carlisle started carrying Jane and said to others, keep Jack in control. He started running towards Cullen's residence. Inside the building, Ghost Rider grabbed the metal bat from the wall. The metal bat started suddenly transforming. A terrifying skull appeared which spat fire. He aimed the bat towards Felix, and a blast of fire left the mouth of the metal bat like someone used a flamethrower. Felix used his super speed and dodged the blast of fire. His movements caused the floor to crack and furniture to be destroyed. Alice grimaced at sight. At this rate, the house will be destroyed. Alex screamed and sent a black-colored mist towards Ghost Rider. Without any senses, he would be nothing. Felix saw his chance to attack, and without further ado, he lunged towards Alice. Maybe if he takes her as a hostage, there's a chance of victory. But Alice isn't a defenseless lady. She jumped towards the ceiling and grabbed the chandelier. She used her legs to send a kick of her own. The kick landed perfectly on Felix's cheek, but it barely caused any damage. Bitch! He screamed and was about to grab Alice's leg, but then the face of the skeleton appeared in front of him. The metal bat hit Felix in the face, which caused his flesh to burn away, leaving only behind his dark red eyes and his teeth. But the bat also sent him flying through the wall. Crash! Do you know who we are? Alex screamed with a hoarse sound. He stood up with shaky legs and pointed his finger at them. We are royals, you monster. The penalty for touching is death. We are. Voltur. Before he could finish his majestic words, Ghost Rider threw the metal bat towards Alec, which caused him to lose consciousness. Alec lifelessly fell down on the ground with another burn mark on his forehead. Ghost Rider's skull started transforming, and soon half of Jack's face became visible. Volturi, you cannot impress the spirit of vengeance. Jack's transformation ended, but he wasn't done. He grabbed a shotgun from the cabinet and walked towards Alec with a murderous gaze. You fuckers hurt Alice. Jack put the barrel of the shotgun on Alec's mouth. A small puff of smoke left the barrel and invaded Alec's throat. The bullet inside the chamber started burning in hellfire. Jack only needed to press the trigger to end the long life of a certain brown-haired vampire. Jack, don't! Esme entered the house and shouted. You have done enough? Please, lower the weapon. They hurt Alice. Jack said with a bone-chilling voice. No one hurts her and lives to tell the tale. Edith appeared next to Alice and said urgently, Alice, talk some sense in him. Why? Alice looked at her and smiled. He is so sexy right now. He is complete Yandera. Ah, she moaned with satisfaction. These two are crazy. Edith cried out. Alice, please, Esme said gently, trying to get them to change their minds. But Jack is only doing it for me. Alice said sadly. This can lead to a war. Rosalie shouted outside the building. Jack turned his head and locked gazes with Alice. She smiled, saying that she would support any decision he made. Jack smiled and pressed the trigger. Bang! The bullets pierced through Alec's skull and exited from the back of his head. Alec woke up with a shock, but the only thing he felt was extreme agony. Agagag! He rolled in agony while his mouth was on fire. But soon the fire started spreading in his throat and traveled all the way to his stomach. He felt every nerve in his body screaming in pain as he was dying very slowly. But soon, the light left his eyes. One of the greatest powers in the entire Volturi has died. Jack! Esme cried out. She covered her mouth in shock. Jack turned his head towards Felix and grinned, but before he could take one step, Emmett and Jasper appeared in front of him. Jack, please, it's enough. Jasper tried to manipulate Jack's feelings, but the anger he felt coming from him made his legs go weak. Arg! Jasper grimaced and stumbled backwards. He is too strong. I can't stop him. Edward appeared behind Jack and put his muscular arms around Jack's torso, trying to stop him. Jack's muscles bulged. Veins popped as he was trying to remove Edward's hands. How is he so strong? Edward cried out, and he felt that he was losing the battle of strength. He is not even transformed. Jack snorted and headbutted Edward, which sent him flying out of the building. Alice, please! Edith shouted. Alice looked at her and smiled with a sad look. I am sorry, but I will always take Jackie's side. Grah! Emmett put his hands on Jack's torso and tried to push him back. Arg! Jack grimaced and got pushed back. Emmett, stay away, I have to do this. Alice is safe. Isn't that the most important part? Emmett tried to talk reason with him. Jack put his hands on Emmett's shoulder and grabbed tight. No one is allowed to touch her, not even God. Arg! Emmett grimaced as he felt his shoulder blades cracking, but Jack then used his shotgun and knocked him out. Bam! Emmett fell limply on the ground. Jasper gritted his teeth and did an insanely quick spinning roundhouse kick. Jack put his arms as a block, but the impact of the kick sent him sliding towards Rosalie. Rosalie appeared behind Jack, slammed her fist deep into his back. Arg! Jack flew through the window and landed in the backyard. Jackie! Alice shouted and wanted to go help him, but then Esme patted her shoulder. Don't! Please! Esme felt hurt watching their family fighting against each other. Jack gritted his teeth and stood up. In the distance, he saw Felix's disfigured body. He aimed his shotgun towards Felix and was about to press the trigger, but then Edward appeared behind him and kicked the shotgun away. Gore! Jack shook his aching hand. You guys don't understand. But we do, Edward said. I would probably do the same if Bella got hurt, but doing this will put our family in danger. I can kill them all. Edward sighed and nodded. You can? But when you're busy fighting, can you protect everyone else too? Jack became silent. Jack! Alice entered the backyard and trapped Jack in a hug. They need to suffer in hell. Jack murmured with a pained face. I know. Alice touched his head tenderly. I love you. Jack sighed and sniffed her scent. It calmed him down instantly. Alice smiled sweetly. She turned her head towards others and said, Please leave. Esme nodded gently and helped Rosalie to take Emmett away. Edward and Jasper took Felix away. Edith grabbed Alec's charred body and looked towards Alice. I am sorry. Alice smiled and shook her head. It's fine. She kept patting Jack's head. I guess I have to apologize, Jack said after his anger subdued. Maybe, Alice said, but then she grinned. You looked sexy, though. I did. Jack raised an eyebrow. Alice smiled. It made me wet. Oh, nice, Jack said with amusement. Alice tiptoed and kissed his lips. Let me guess, you wanted to take a picture of the scene. Alice smiled and shook her head. I already printed that scene on my mind. You looked so sexy when you killed Volturi. Volturi. Jack looked towards the dark sky. Ghost Rider will have soon more sins to be collected. Alice dragged him inside the building. She looked at the destroyed building with a pained gaze. Our house. It can be rebuilt, Jack said and kissed her cheek. Does it hurt still? Only a little bit, Alice said, but then she hopped energetically. I know what can make the pain go away. She dragged him inside their room, where a single bed already waited for them. She jumped on the bed and started undressing. Jackie, make the pain go away. Geez. Jack shook his head with amusement and started undressing. Inside the Cullens' residence. In the basement, Carlisle was trying to keep Jane alive. He has already made her condition stabilized. Jane's fingers twitched, and soon her eyes slammed wide open. She cried in agony. She touched her face and felt a lot of pain just from the touch. Most of her body was bandaged, but most of it were located on her face. "Oh, you awake," Carlisle said and appeared next to the bed. "See, Carlisle," Jane said with venom in her tone. Carlisle innocently smiled. "Jane, we have a lot to talk about. Like, where did you get so much courage to attack my daughter?" "Carlisle." Jane tried to stand up, but her limbs were locked with chains. "Release me," she shouted with a hoarse sound. Carlisle went to a small metal desk and grabbed a hammer. "I can't do that. Do you know what you are doing? You are hiding a monster. Arrow will find out about this." Carlisle innocent smiled. "Why do I have a feeling that he already knows?" Jane widened her eyes in shock. "What? Do you think Arrow would send his two most powerful weapons just to investigate some deaths of vampires?" Carlisle chuckled and shook his head. "That would be a waste of resources. He wanted to find out if the flaming skeleton rumor was true, and he wanted to know his strength." Jane became silent, but she was unwilling to believe that Arrow sent them on a mission, which could prove lethal. Arrow's judgment has been clouded. He must really be afraid of Jack. Carlisle appeared again next to the bed, this time with a long 10 centimeters nail and a hammer. Jane gritted her teeth. "He is not afraid of anyone, and I am definitely not afraid of you." "Yeah, I'm a doctor. I help people. You don't need to fear me." Carlisle shrugged. He put the nail in Jane's fingertip and said, "Fingertips are extremely sensitive, and not many have a chance to experience the pain it can cause." Jane squirmed around, trying to break the chains, but to no avail. "It's no use," Carlisle said and put the hammer on swinging motion. "Your strength is almost non-existent after I gave you a special drug that makes your muscles especially lazy." "Bastard!" Jane screamed and tried to use her tiny mouth to bite Carlisle's throat. Carlisle hummed and swung the hammer towards a nail. Bam! The hammer struck the nail, which caused it to get buried deep inside Jane's finger. "Higher!" She screamed with extreme agony. 9 fingers left, going to be a long night. Carlisle sighed and put the hammer back on the desk. "I want you to know that there is nothing I love more than my family. Alice had a very tough past, and she has been alone for a very long time. Finally, she has happiness in her life, and you try to take it away." Jane's fingers were twitching. Her finger, which had nail inside, was cracking, and it won't take much for it to be completely broken apart. "I won't kill you," Carlisle said, "but your brother wasn't so lucky." Jane's eyes widened in shock. "Hey, Alec, he is dead," Carlisle replied and grabbed the hammer again. "Maybe the pain will let you forget about the death of your brother. No need to thank me. It's my duty as a doctor." Jane's eyes widened in horror. This would be a long night for her. Next morning, Esme, Rosalie, Edith, Edward, Emmett, and Jasper was gathered in the living room. Soon, the door which leads to the basement opened. Carlisle came with a relieved smile. "It wasn't easy, but I managed to stabilize them." Esme gently smiled. "Both of them should have just died," Emmett said with an annoyed look. Carlisle wryly smiled. "One of them already died, and Arrow likes Jane. He would be quite angry if she died." Emmett snorted. Edith was holding Jasper in a tight hug, whispering things which didn't stay secret from others, instead made everyone embarrassed and uncomfortable. Esme giggled and shook her head. Suddenly, everyone's ears perked up. They heard footsteps coming from outside the building. 2 figures entered the house and went straight to the stairs, which leads to the living room. "Alice, Jack." Carlisle smiled and nodded. Alice smiled cheerfully. Her look was as lovely as ever, but her outfit was quite disheveled, and her familiar pixie hair was slightly untidy. Jack looked slightly exhausted with his black hair being disheveled. There were also some marks of lipstick around his lips, which made his own lips look slightly redder. Esme gently smiled and patted the couch next to her. Alice took Jack's hand and dragged him to the couch. Jack was the first one to sit while Alice sat on his lap. Emmett crossed his arms, which made his muscles bulge. Jack looked at him and narrowed his eyes. Emmett stood up and took a step forward. Everyone looked at the scene with anxious looks. "You kicked my ass yesterday," Emmett said with his powerful tone. "Yep," Jack replied with a small smile. "Fuck." Emmett put his hand forwards. "Score is 1-31. Jack smirked and shook his hand. They have done a few spars, but Jack had to stay in human form. He had lost 31 times, while yesterday was his first win. "How come you became so much stronger?" Edward asked with a twitching eyebrow. "I couldn't stop you at all. I think something has to do with me killing that Volturi. It was like, it made me stronger, and it isn't the first time this has happened. Every time I consume soul, I am becoming stronger." Carlisle looked thoughtful. "Interesting. Can we do a few tests on the hospital tomorrow?" Jack nodded. "Sounds good. Where are they?" Alice asked curiously. Carlisle pointed at the door, which leads to the basement. "In the basement, I managed to stabilize their condition. They will survive." "Shame," Jack murmured, but instantly after those words left his mouth, Alice grabbed something and squeezed lightly. Jack paled. "Hey, Alice." Alice giggled and let go of the thing she was grabbing. She leaned closer and whispered, "No worries. I wouldn't harm little Jackie." She licked his earlobe and again giggled. Jack wiped his sweat. Everyone rolled their eyes. They could literally hear everything. "I will escort them personally out of Forks," Carlisle said and turned towards Emmett. "You and Jasper, come with me, so they won't try any tricks." Emmett and Jasper nodded. Carlisle smiled and ended the meeting. "All right then, everyone could go to do their own things. The threat of Volturi is over for now. Jack, tomorrow we will find out what is happening inside your body." Esme gently clapped. "Alice, let's rebuild your house." Alice's eyes sparkled. She cheerfully stood up. "Let's make it even bigger, especially the bedroom." Esme giggled. Alice, Esme, Rosalie, and Edith left the house to go for shopping while the boys were left alone. Next morning, Carlisle and Jack departed the Cullens' residence. While walking down the stone path to get his motorcycle, Jack was reminded of what had happened yesterday. Carlisle chuckled and said, "Get in. Fixing your motorcycle can wait." Jack followed his instructions and climbed into the car. The Cullens' residence was quickly left behind as Carlisle drove the car smoothly. While Jack and Carlisle visit the hospital, others will help Alice rebuild their house. It was time for Jack to find out what was wrong with his body. As they were riding on the rocky road, another vehicle passed. This rusty truck was being driven by a beautiful brunette girl. As Carlisle nodded, Bella smiled softly and kept driving toward the Cullens' house. "Does she know about yesterday's incident?" Jack asked. "After a turn at the wheel," Carlisle replied. "No, she still doesn't have to burden herself with the supernatural world." Jack nodded and closed his eyes. Another half-hour went by as they drove. The hospital parking lot was soon in sight. Around the hospital were square-shaped windows that decorated the large building. Among the cars parked in the parking lot were only a few nurses' and doctors' cars, as well as a couple of bicycles on the bike racks. Carlisle parked the car. A roaring engine slowly died down, and two handsome-looking men exited the vehicle through two doors. The nurses blushed upon seeing Carlisle enter. Their cheerful greetings were answered by Carlisle's soft smile. Jack followed Carlisle to his office, where he had a variety of equipment to determine what was going on in his body. "Please sit." He gestured toward the chair. Jack nodded and sat down as Carlisle rummaged through the shelves and found a syringe with a pointy edge. "I will take a little bit of your blood," Carlisle said. Jack nodded and rolled up his sleeves. The syringe needle was pushed further into Jack's muscular arm by Carlisle. The tube of the syringe suddenly filled up with blood, but Carlisle appeared unaffected. His abilities allow him to maintain a high level of self-control when dealing with blood. He immediately went to a microscope after pulling the thin needle out of Jack's flesh. As Jack wiped his arm with a napkin from the desk, blood began dripping down his arm. Carlisle placed a drop of blood on the small glass piece below the microscope and looked closely at the lens, which revealed an enlarged picture of the drop of blood. Jack sat quietly, thinking about the reconstruction. Bella walked along the stone path leading to Alice and Jack's house. The Cullens' residence was deserted for some reason, so she went to see if Alice was at least here. Her visit last week was snubbed because of a technicality. In the beginning, Edward told her it was a bad time, but after waiting for a week, it became unbearable not to see him, and she wondered if he was okay. On her way to the house, she started hearing distinct voices and construction sounds. After picking up her pace, she soon reached the house. Looking at the ruined structure, she gasped. In addition, she saw Jack's destroyed bike leaning against a tree. Jasper was repairing the wall, and Emmett was carrying what looked like a heavy trunk. Alice and Esme were refurbishing the inside of the building. It turned out that a lot of items had to be replaced since most of them had been destroyed. Rosalie and Edward were repairing another hole in the wall. Then they will begin enlarging the house. A delicious smell suddenly filled the air as everyone sniffed the air. Alice's eyes sparkled. More help. Esme giggled and looked out the window. Edward moved at high speed and suddenly appeared in front of the startled Bella. "Why are you here?" After smelling Bella's scent for the first time in a long time, Edward felt relaxed. After all, a week without his soulmate was a long time. Even weeks apart would seem interminable to him. Those thoughts alone sent chills down his spine. I was worried that something happened. A glimpse of the destroyed wall prompted Bella to inquire, what happened? A party, it went out of control. Edward concocted a quick lie which Bella wasn't able to believe. What about the bike? As Bella gazed at Jack's motorcycle, she said, "Jack loves his bike." "He crashed," Edward said falsely. Bella rolled her eyes. There was something supernatural behind all of this. Alice arrived cheerfully next to Bella before Edward could fall further into the quicksand. After grabbing Bella's arm, she shouted, "Bella, we need some help with the furnishing, a fashion taste of human." "Alice." Edward narrowed his eyes, but Bella nodded, "All right, yay." While pulling Bella towards her home, Alice said, "We need your help. I want Jackie to feel very comfortable, and I'm not completely familiar with the human style of living." "I will do my best," Bella replied with a slight shyness. Esme was already waiting for them. "Bella, nice to see you again." Seeing Alice's interest, Bella softly smiled and began examining the pictures in front of her. Edward sighed upon entering the house. Back in the hospital, Carlisle stopped using the microscope. With shocked eyes, his handsome face appeared to be filled with astonishment. Taking a seat, he looked at Jack with an inquisitive look on his face. "I found what I saw to be very interesting." Carlisle crossed his arms and pondered what he had seen. At this point, it was only a theory without better equipment. "I'm listening," Jack responded after seeing Carlisle's thoughtful expression. Carlisle leaned in closer and said, "This is only a theory, but if what I saw was real, it seems that your cells have stopped aging, or not completely stopped, but has slowed down." Jack widened his eyes in disbelief. "You mean?" Carlisle nodded and smiled. "It seems that you're becoming like us. Immortal, which is great news. Is it because consuming souls?" The young man tightened his fist. Carlisle nodded. "I don't think consuming human souls changed anything. Maybe consuming a vampire soul will steal part of their immortality as well. But that is only a guess, but you might now have 200 years of lifespan. That is only a guess. It might be a little bit more." Taking a deep breath, Jack stepped back. The information he had just heard was shocking. Getting up, Carlisle patted his shoulder and said, "This is excellent news. Alice will be delighted. Her biggest worry was you growing older, but for now, it has been solved." Having completed their hospital business, Carlisle and Jack arrived at the Cullens' home. "I will go check out Jane and Felix. It is time to escort them out of Forks," Carlisle said. "Need help?" Jack asked. Carlisle shrugged and got out of the car. "I am sure we can handle them just fine." Jack nodded and watched Carlisle enter the house. "If I can become truly immortal by consuming the souls of vampires, should I start hunting them down more efficiently? I'm sure there are many who have shed the blood of innocent. While they can stay hidden for Volturi's radar, they can't hide from Ghost Rider." The flame flickered briefly on his pupils before disappearing again. Jack walked on the stone path that led to his and Alice's home with his hands stuffed in his pockets. At the same time he was walking, Two figures were racing toward Cullen's house with super speed. They were Emmett and Jasper. Emmett and Jasper nodded, but didn't slow down. Carlisle must have informed them that he was back, and now it was time to escort the Volturi out of the Forks. Before they vanished, Jack saw blurry figures in his peripheral vision. His strength has substantially improved, but his speed is still lacking. On the other hand, his durability has greatly improved. There was no telling how many times he would have broken his bones in wrestling with Alice on the bed. After a short trip, he arrived at his and Alice's house. In spite of the wall being partially repaired, it was definitely in need of painting as it looked rather crude in comparison to the rest of the beautiful home. Jack stared at the broken bike with a painful expression. He touched the broken handlebar and said, "I'll fix you soon. Just wait a little longer." There was a slight puff of smoke coming from the tire, as if the motorcycle were excited. This made Jack feel angry at Felix. He wanted to break his spine in the basement where he was hiding. Volturi has been able to rule the world for thousands of years, yet he remains unaware of what they are capable of. Taking them out can't be easy. Suddenly, he heard a shy sound coming from the front door. Turning his head, he saw Bella fidgeting. "Hello." After biting her lip, Bella asked, "What really happened here?" "We decided to reconstruct the building. Nothing more," Jack replied with a quick lie. Belle crossed her arms and narrowed her eyes. "Edward said that you guys had a party, and it went out of control." As Jack approached the front door, he sighed. "If they don't want to tell you yet, there must be a reason." When he was about to enter the house, Bella tugged his sleeve and asked, "Was it supernatural related?" "No." "Already know," Jack replied, and entered the house as Bella let go of his sleeve. "What really happened?" Bella looked around and found footprints on the ground, but they were made out of ash. "He did the transformation. Something serious must have happened." There was no doubt in Bella's mind about it. Jack entered the living room as Bella was performing her detective work. Alice and Esme sat on a new couch, which seemed totally different from the old one. Although most of the stuff in the house had been replaced, there were still some signs of battle damage left, especially the burnt wallpaper that had slightly peeled off. "Jackie!" Alice cheerfully shouted. In a flash, her smooth pink lips touched Jack's. When their lips parted, Jack put his head on Alice's shoulder and looked at Esme, who was smiling softly. "How was the trip? Did you two find out what is happening inside your body?" Esme asked brightly. "We did," Jack replied with a slightly conflicted look. Whoosh! After a flash, a pair of blurry figures emerged, their cheeks smudged from rebuilding their home. They were Edward and Rosalie. "Is it good or bad?" Esme asked. Alice looked at Jack's face and waited for his words with an edgy look. "Good," Jack replied and smiled slightly. "Excellent even." "Well, what is it?" Alice asked curiously. "It seems I am kind of immortal," Jack replied. Upon entering the house and hearing his words, everyone was silent, including Bella. "See, can you repeat it?" Alice thought she had misheard it. "I'm kind of immortal, like I have 200 years of lifespan, but it can be much more," Jack said and sat on a chair as he let his words sink in. "Why, you are not joking, right?" Alice stammered as she stepped forward. A huge weight appeared to have been lifted from her shoulders. A smile spread across Jack's face as he nodded. "It seems that consuming the souls of vampires makes my lifespan longer." Having spoken it aloud, even he felt that it sounded too good to be true. In a tight hug, Alice forgot she was supposed to control her strength. "That's great news." Esme gently clapped. "That's excellent." The shock from Bella's reaction made her feel like Jack was not that different from Cullen. In addition to being kind of immortal, he was also much stronger than any human being could ever dream of being. While Alice sat on Jack's lap, she whispered, "I guess we will be together for a very long time." "Did you have any doubts?" Jack asked with an eyebrow raised. Alice sighed and told her worries. "I have met people who have rejected being a vampire, even though it can grant them eternal life, so I thought that maybe you wouldn't be willing to." Jack's lips went tightly shut, and he could feel her worries. The endless amount of anxiety flooded out of her body, and the face literally radiated her state of nervousness and now relief. The feeling that she can't give Jack enough has been with her through it all. Even though they were mates, Jack always offered her security and warmth. whereas Alice always felt as if she was a burden. Having lived most of her life without feeling warmth or being able to enjoy human food, she wasn't sure if Jack was willing to do so for eternity. Nevertheless, his quasi-immorality solved a lot of problems. While Alice hugged him, Jack stared at the ceiling while feeling the hardness and solidity of her body. I need to increase my lifespan. I can't touch the Volturi yet. I can't risk the lives of Alice and others. But there are few who need to feel the vengeance. I wonder where Victoria is. She managed to escape me once. She cannot do it twice.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.